Astronauts to the moon.
Ignition sequence start. 3, 2, 1.
Houston, we have a problem.
Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
We copy you on the ground. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
What's going on, everyone? It's Jeranism back with another video for you today. A long-winded conversation. A few weeks ago, an average science believer emailed me and said he wanted to discuss Flat Earth on my radio show. Well, the times never worked out, but we did have a chance to finally speak for 5 hours the other day, and this is that recording. So if you don't like long videos or hours of hearing me talk, then you should skip this one. To the rest of you, enjoy.
Okay, so how do you want to start? Do you want to start with just saying exactly what our thoughts of reality are and then go from there?
Sure.
So why don't you start?
Okay, so just remind me, because I have so many people that email me, I'm trying to remember what our basic conversation was. So you had emailed me and said that you wanted to come on my radio show and talk about my view of the world versus yours, right? Yes. Okay. And then we had decided that because you live... Where do you live?
Australia.
Oh, yeah. Cool. So because my show is on during the middle of the day for you, it wasn't going to work out, so we just decided we would do it at another time, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now I remember. So I guess if you're talking about what's my view of the world versus other people's view of the world, it simply comes down to I was in the same boat as everyone else, 5 years ago, 6 years ago. And I think that the design by, the powers that shouldn't be is on purpose. That they want us working, it's basically a two-income household. You're constantly doing things. You have to be working. You've got to be taking your children to soccer practice. You're always busy. You don't have time to ever sit down and actually look at the life that we've been given. And that was the truth for me. I mean, I had a buddy who told me 2005 or so that 9/11 was an inside job, and I told him to shut up and don't say that stuff to me, and I thought he was an idiot. And because I just didn't have time to think about any of those things, I went to worked my 11 hours a day, came home, had time to eat, put my child to bed, and maybe watch some TV as I fell asleep. That was my life. And so anything outside of that, I just didn't have time to worry about. And then about 5 years ago at this point, or 4 years ago, whatever, my job, I was working as a store manager for a drugstore that was a family-run drugstore, a very good company, but they sold to a corporation, CVS. So it's a huge drugstore. They've got at the time they had 7,500 stores. I'm sure they're up to more than 8,000 now. They are a total corporation. They came in and they told us we needed to get rid of the employees that had been there for too long, anybody who was making too much money. Also, they ran every store the same. So even though I was at a beach town in Monterey, California, they would send us an end cap of snow shovels and snow salt, even though it doesn't snow here ever. So, and you would have to put it up, and you would have to, every store was run the same rules. They didn't let you run it independently. So anyway, I quickly learned that they didn't want people who think. That was always something that Longs valued. Quickly, they started to give me the signs that they were going to be getting rid of me. And so I just quit, but basically before they had a chance to fire me. And then I was home, and my wife and I just talked about what we wanted to do. And I just saw the way the world was going to a corporate-like structure, to where customer service was no longer important. The whole idea of the customer's always right, or taking care of people, customer service, those things were going away. And the world was becoming a corporation. So I said, why don't we start a job from home? Why don't we do something we can do from home? And we decided to open a bookstore because we both had a lot of books. And we said, we'll sell books online, and we'll make it, we'll be customer friendly, and we'll be free shipping, and we'll just be different than everybody else. So in doing that, it's a very slow process. It's not like people think. You can't just open a web store and just be doing gangbuster business right off the bat. So we had a lot of time to research and to study and to look into things. And one of the things that came up for us was religion, because neither one of us were practicing, but she was raised Christian, I was raised Catholic. And even though we were married, we didn't really have a direction for how we would raise our children. And so we kind of got to the point where we said, let's look into religion. And I was trying to tell her that the Bible wasn't the Word of God, and she was trying to tell me that, Catholics were run by the evil Pope. And, we kind of just went back and forth on that and really started to look into what our religion was and what we wanted to believe. And we just got to the point where we both said, we want to be comfortable in our beliefs. We don't want to be believing things because our parents told us to, or believing things because our pastor tells us to, that it feels more comfortable for us when we believe things because we believe them. So in doing that kind of research, I came to the conclusion after, maybe a year or so, that we had been lied to, both of us, on both ends, that religion certainly seemed to be a man-made idea. And we really were then into looking into science. And I remember us sitting at my desk and reading about evolution and reading about all these things that we had kind of shunned throughout our lives because we were religious, but now we were open to them. And religion, we just were, done with the whole idea of Jesus, and we just had thrown all that away and said, oh no, this is, definitely deception there. Learning about when the books were actually written and who wrote them and how they've been changed and how you could find easy mistakes in there. So that was basically where we were. And we went over to science, and I saw so many Christians on Facebook and Twitter and everywhere else. I wanted to debate because I had gotten to the point where I said, I can easily defeat any Christian in a debate. I think I could help them out of their slavery or out of their mindset. And so I really wanted to know about science before I debated on its behalf. And I have so many examples of things that happened in that research that showed me that the people who believe in science, and that was the first thing that I saw, rather than say science is not true, the very first thing I saw was people who believe in science don't know why, don't know what they believe in. They simply are usually people who have been removed from religion or removed themselves from religion and have adopted a scientific mindset and don't know anything about science. They just know to say the word science. They science this, science that. Scientists say, you're an idiot, your ancient book, and that was basically it. And I noticed this.
So you think you think they're replacing their religion with science?
I could say that. It's not replacing their religion, because the same thing happened to me. Basically, when you come out of being religious, you are looking at the world for okay, what's going on in this world? And there's science with open arms saying, we believe in only truth. We believe in testing. We believe in evidence. Come over here. And it's a great, enticing alternative, because you're like, yes, that's what it should be about. It should be about testing. It should be about peer review. It should be about research. It should be about truth. And so you go running to science. Now, some people may just get to the point where they don't want to look further into things because science has pretty much done it all. Why would you need to further look into science? It's easier just to adopt the idea of science as your mantra and go forward. And that's what I saw. I mean, there was one particular Facebook post somebody made where they said, this idiot thinks that talking about somebody else, this idiot thinks that the world's only 10,000 years old. He's a fool because obviously through carbon dating, we know that the world is 4.54 billion years old. So reading that, I knew right away, because I'd been looking into these things, that carbon dating is not how we know that the world is that old. That carbon dating can only date to 20 or 30,000 years. That it's radiometric dating that they get the age of the Earth from. So I came into that conversation and I just commented and said, actually, it's not radiocarbon dating. Radiocarbon dating only goes back about 20 or 30,000 years. Well, immediately, as soon as I posted that, there came 5, 10, 15 people attacking me as if I was a Christian or backing this guy's 10,000 year. I was just telling the guy who posted that, hey, you're wrong about, that's not how we know that the Earth is 4. And I just noticed when these people came in, they were all like little trolls, little demons, like, you stupid idiot, you moron, how do you. And there's no substance there. And so I was trying to have a conversation with these people, and I realized real quick, those people don't want to have a conversation. They are in a position where they think that they're right because they're on behalf of science. And not one person said, yeah, he's right, actually, that's not how we know. It was as if none of them knew that what I was saying was true. And so that just kind of gave me, that's just one of very many examples. But what I kind of started to realize, and as I looked further and deeper into it, was that it is a religion. It absolutely is a religion. And at first I said, okay, well, maybe just the people who back it don't know, but maybe the scientists that do it, they're the ones who know. So when nobody can explain to me evolution, if I asked you to explain to me evolution right now, maybe I'll do that in a second, you will not be able to explain it. You don't have a clue, because there is nobody who does. In fact, if you asked Richard Dawkins, he sounds like a complete babbling idiot, because it's not something that is anywhere near fact. It is a theory that doesn't even have any connection to reality. There's nothing observable. There's nothing testable. There's nothing repeatable. Yet it is considered a scientific fact. So when I realized that, and I started looking into Richard Dawkins, looking at these people, the ones who should know, because I'm not saying that everybody should know about evolution. I'm not saying everybody should know particle physics, but I am saying that the people who are teaching it and the people who are professing it, they should know. And when I went looking at these so-called geniuses or these scientists like Richard Dawkins, like Lawrence Krauss, these guys proved to me over and over again that they are priests of a religion. They absolutely are pushing their worldview. They have a very hateful attitude towards anything religious, a creator. Or I always think it's funny because basically they're saying that Christians are idiots. They say, oh, Christians are idiots, Christians. Then they say, well, and because of their version of God is so bad, well, no God exists. And it's like, that's a really weird way to go, because you're saying that those people are so dumb, but then you're saying they're so dumb, and what they wrote about God isn't true, therefore God doesn't exist. Well, okay, if you want to look at things that way, but basically you've already deemed those people to be dumb, so what they say then should not have a basis on your beliefs or not beliefs, meaning there could be a God and they've just got him wrong, and yet you don't even want to look at that methodology. So from there, I just really started to look into everything, and my wife and I came to the conclusion that we were done, that it wasn't worth anymore believing and trusting in men, because everywhere you look, men lie. And I mean, we just started to uncover everything. I mean, the medical industry, the pharmaceutical industry, when you realize that these companies that make pills for your sickness, what is the incentive for them to cure the sickness? There is none. And you have to realize that they would never put themselves out of business. Nobody who's in the business of doing anything would put themselves out of business, which is what would happen if a cure for, diabetes was found or something like that. Then these companies that make money off of you being sick would never, they would flounder. And people will love to say crazy things. Oh, but, they would be rich and powerful because they found that, no, they would make money for a week, be on TV twice, and that's it. And, it's not like people think. It's because people like Neil deGrasse Tyson and these other scientists, they put out a fake idea of what science is, and people buy it. People just think, because people trust men, they buy into it. Neil deGrasse has a video out where he's talking about what happens with science, and he says, science, I think something, I have a hypothesis, so I go and I do a test, and he says, I find out that it's true. Now he says, now a rival scientist of mine, he thinks that I'm not right, so he does the test. And he verifies that my test is true. Well, now we've got something. We've got an emerging truth. And that is complete and total bullshit, because it's not the way the real world works. Number one, as my example would be, if somebody's doing a test on, say, evolution, and I'm looking at these birds in some tropical rainforest for 3 years, and I study these birds and I come up to the conclusion that there is speciation, they have changed, that evolution is growing, and this is what's happening. And I write a paper and I submit it to the journal of, biology or whatever, and it gets accepted and it goes forward and it's published. Now, in a perfect world like Neil deGrasse thinks this is, well, there would be another scientist who would say, I do doubt that test. I'm going to go down and I'm going to spend 3 years. Well, that's not reality. There's nobody who is going to repeat a test. Number one, because nobody will pay for that. There's no money in that. Number two, there is no rival scientist who doesn't believe in evolution, because it's a forced paradigm, it's a forced belief for scientists. So there is no other group of people that it's going to come, and even if there was, let's say there's a creationist group that says, we don't believe in that speciation, so we're going to send our guy down there. Well, it doesn't matter. His journal paper will never be accepted. So the truth that comes out of that study will be whatever that scientist said is true in his 3-year study. Nobody will back it, nobody will test it, nobody will go against it, and it will forever be put on the shelf of truth. And that's the problem with science, is science moves forward with like-minded people pushing the same idea, and there is no checks and balances. Now, I don't mean in every case. Of course, some cases are different, but there's tons of examples of that. The whole idea of peer review is basically, two turds asking each other, do I stink? No, of course you don't. You smell fine. That's never going to get anywhere. It's not a worthwhile enterprise. Again, if you basically have 400 men who have spent the last 20 years of their life talking about a certain subject, you're asking them by submitting a paper to them, hey, have the 400 of you spent the last 20 years of your lives lying to people? Are you talking about something that I'm going to disprove in my paper? Well, they would never publish that paper, They would never, because they don't want to be looked at as stupid or dumb. And then also, finally, I'll just end with this, that scientists are even the worst of the group because, well, I don't want to say they're the most fooled, but they're the most well-trained in what may be a deception. So, Neil deGrasse Tyson will never see, if let's say the truth of the world that it's flat, and let's say that he's been fooled about that, and space is very close. Planets are very close, they're very small, they're close to us. If that was the truth, he will never see it, because what it would take for him to realize that is he would first have to accept that he spent the last 30 years of his life telling people how smart he is, telling people how intelligent he is and how right the universe is and how wrong religion is, and going in front of crowds and going to schools and going in front of friends and family and professing his intelligence. And for that person to have a realization that they could have been wrong or that maybe they were not speaking the truth is impossible for them. It's impossible for any human being to do. And that's why I think that it's all by design, that by putting this into textbooks, which is an easy way, figure all this stuff that we're saying basically happened, started around 1600 when the printing press first came out. If they were ever going to get a lie across the world and have everybody believe it, it would have taken one generation. It would have taken one textbook or, one narrative passed out to the world, and then those students become your teachers. And then those teachers become your seasoned professors. And then the loop is done, because at that point you have, and they believe it. I certainly don't think scientists are lying. I just got done watching this Cassini thing end at NASA, the Saturn probe, and you've got a whole bunch of scientists in this building all crying and cheering and whatever they do. And I'm not saying any of them are liars. They are very deceived people. They have accepted a place where they don't see what happens with the satellite. There's no video coming from Cassini. They get tones. And so do I call them stupid? Well, no. I mean, they're just fooled. And I wish I could talk to them and say, do you realize you have not seen that satellite since it left this building? And that all you've received is tones. And if space is mathematical, like we know that it is, somebody could program in the path of that satellite, and you would never know, because all you're looking for is tones. And so, my worldview has changed completely, because now I do see that unless something has the kind of evidence that should be required of it in order to be considered a fact, then we should test it. We should question it. And it's something that I don't think we see enough of. So is that basically what you wanted?
There, which a lot of which I agree with, to be clear. Peer review was one of, like in psychology, it was nearly impossible to get things peer reviewed because the problem is if it is something which, if you get a mundane answer for something, then it's not going to be published in a science textbook, right? And that's how you get your money when you're doing these studies.
Right.
You publish them in these textbooks.
Yeah, exactly. And you, like you just said, so that would entice people also to come up with groundbreaking new findings that may not necessarily be the truth. Because if you had a choice of doing something mundane or finding something shocking, there's money in only one of those things.
Yeah. It's like it's like if somebody was in psychology and they were doing a study about I don't know, telepathy, like trying to read somebody else's mind.
Right.
They could just by random chance get a group of people who happen to be able to guess what the other person is thinking. I was like, oh, that is statistically, what's the word they use? Statistically, it's more likely to be that they're actually doing it than it isn't. I've forgotten the proper terminology, but anyway. And that then gets published. But if somebody comes along and does the same thing and they find, oh, they can't read the other person's mind, that's not going to get published because,
yep,
it's not interesting.
Right.
It's not an interesting finding. So, yeah, I do agree with that. And there are people working to kind of make it so it's easier for peer review to get done, because it doesn't need to get done. Because we're not finding the truth if we're just doing the one test and then moving on, like you say.
Correct. Yeah, and the other thing, I know that down there in Australia, I think that I've heard you guys have have some legislation in place that by 2020, all scientific journals must be free access to the public, which is crazy that it's not the case now. Right now in the United States, if you want to go look at a scientific journal or you want to read a scientific paper, it's like $40 an article, which should tell people a huge thing. I mean, if science is that we're all about truth, we're all about openness, we're all about evidence, then there would not be charging people to read their stupid papers. For somebody like me who's looking into science, that is the biggest benefit to me that there is to be able to review the papers of the emerging truths of whatever these findings are, and to have to pay for them is ridiculous. And so I'm happy that I think it's the UK and also Australia, have this new legislation. United States has not adopted anything like that yet, because that's where a lot of these people make their money. So they're not going to make those free.
Sorry. Again, it's just when it comes down to it, these scientists who are working, like they're
Absolutely.
They work like everyone else, right?
Yep.
They need to get paid somehow.
True.
When it comes down to it. So who's going to pay them? Should it be the government pays them, or should we have people buy journals and then paid through those journals? You see what I mean? No,
it's a very tough. Hey, I'm the first one to admit that it's a tough situation. That I'm not saying there's an easy answer, because when the government pays for science like it does now, well, when you have lobbying and you have big oil interests and things like that, well, the tests are going to tend to prove the things that would benefit those corporations, and that should be known by people. And I think that the problem I see in this world is that for some strange reason, and it's probably because the way we were taught, I was taught the same way, we have a false understanding of what science is and who does it, and we give these scientists otherworldly qualities as if they're not human beings. They are humans. They are humans. They are susceptible to bribery. They are susceptible to threats. They're not otherworldly beings that can be protective of that kind of thing. It's just not going to happen. So yeah, it's a difficult situation, because you're right. Who pays for scientific research? Like I said about the birds, if that scientist comes out and says, okay, this is speciation of birds, it matches evolution, I publish it in my biology journal. Well, where is the money involved in somebody challenging that test? Because somebody else is going to have to go down there and also study the same birds, and there is no money in that, and science would never want that truth to come out, that it's not true. For instance, I don't know if you've seen the recent reports about this California scientist, Mark Armitage. He's somebody who was in charge of an entire microscope lab at the UC California, or UC Berkeley, somewhere down there. And he had been doing it for years. He actually got several recommendations, and on his reviews was, the number one professor or scientist in that division or in that section of that school. So he was very well respected. And he, in his secret life or in his private life, was a creationist or was a Christian, but still did his job well, did his science well. He actually trained people on the microscopes when they got new, certain kind of laser microscopes. He trained everybody on them. Well, when he was out doing a dinosaur dig, he found a Triceratops horn, and everybody was very excited about it. He was excited about it. But when he was doing a dissection of it, he found soft tissue, and he published it in a journal, and the journal accepted it, and it was reviewed and everything, and it went forward. But as soon as it hit public, he was fired. And he, tells the story of exactly what happened, that they came in and told him, can you step down? That you've caused a shitstorm. And he said, why would I step down? I'm working 2 days a week here. You guys are paying me great. I love my job. And all I did was reported a scientific finding. And then they came in a couple days later and said, you're done. Pack your stuff, get out. And he sued him and won in court that they improperly terminated him for his religious views. But the truth of that is, if you look up that, there is so many more examples of that scientists are finding soft tissue in dinosaur bones, which means those bones are 20 or 30,000 years old. They're not 67 million years old. Now, the problem with the science is science will never allow that to come out, because this is why it's a religion. If it was science, then there would be no problem with truths coming out, and we would have to rework our idea of when the dinosaurs died. It needs to be back to the drawing board. But science isn't about truth. They're about pushing an agenda and a religion and a dogma. The dogma is evolution is true. The Earth is 4.54 billion years old. We already have the layout of when certain animals were here. Dinosaurs died 67 million years ago, period. End of story. There is no further discussion. That's not science. That is a religion. It is the same as somebody saying Jesus died on a cross and rose from the dead, period. End of story. There is no discussion. So to me, we've got a huge problem in science with they don't want the truth because they think they already have it. So whether or not these scientists know that dinosaurs were around sooner than that, or whether they simply believe it, or enough studies that they've done prove it to them, and so anything coming from outside of that is is just a one-off, or just a regardless. That for people in this world to continue backing science once they've heard that story is a huge problem for me, and they will make every excuse in the book. Well, he's a stupid creationist. Okay, sure, he's a creationist, but what is wrong with that? Science believes that everything was created in 1/1000th of a second out of nothing. That everything that we see, everything that there ever was created. They are creationists. So it's this whole mental game. It's this whole paradigm thing where they've taught people people are stupid. They believe in a book. Well, do you believe in Newton's laws? Because I'm pretty sure you read them out of a book. It's the same thing. And yet they've just taught people to be very proud and be very against any religious idea. And to me, I'm looking for the truth. And so when I look at both, at least religion says it's a religion. At least religion says, hey, there's belief involved in what we're saying here. You have to have faith. Science tries to pretend like that's not involved when it's actually even more prevalent than religions, because you have to believe in the foundational truths of science. And they act like they're proven facts. And so when you talk about the shape of the Earth, I thought the shape of the Earth was a known thing. I thought, we know it's a ball. It's been studied. It's been researched. It's been proven over and over again. And so when I went looking for the evidence that should be there, they taught it to me when I was in first grade. So I'm assuming if you're going to teach first graders a truth, then it's probably because it's so true that it cannot be argued against. And when I went looking, I realized, where's the evidence? And the evidence that they do give can be easily dismissed, refuted. When you have Bill Nye saying, why can't I see the coast of Spain from the east coast of the United States? That's his excuse for why the Earth isn't flat, even though you know that anything that moves away from you gets smaller. And we know that a car in 200 yards will disappear, and a building in 60 miles will disappear, and a mountain in 100 miles will disappear. Well, what do you think happens to Spain when it's across 3,000 miles of ocean? Yet that's his excuse for why the Earth is a ball. So to me, we have gone completely off track in this world, and I'm just trying to get people to relook at things and question what they think is true.
Interesting. Okay, so okay, so let me try to break this down into what your views are in the most basic form. So you've gone through and you've looked through science and you've tried to understand it, and you found all of these problems with it, where it's not properly peer reviewed, it's not rigorous enough, I suppose you can say.
Well, some areas are. I mean,
some areas are.
Yeah, I mean, like.
So would you say particle physics, like quantum physics? Would you say that's?
No, I think that's too theoretical. As far as what we consider science, anybody who's just doing theoretical physics is I have a problem with that. I mean, physics is about the physical world, and when you're doing theoretical physics, I don't think we need to be having so many theories when we could be testing things that are right here, right now. So But I think there is some, people always say you talk bad about science, but you're using a computer, you're using a cell phone. Well, yeah, I believe in practical science. I believe in computer science, that anything that people can do themselves, they make great discoveries. And look at our technology now is unbelievable. But there's some areas of science, and if there's a possibility for lies to be told, it seems to me that they're being told. If we're talking about space, because nobody can go there, because only NASA goes there, and countries that run through NASA, then I look at that with a fine-tooth comb, and it's pretty obvious to me that there's huge lies there. Other areas like biology, when you're talking about evolution, that is not. We're talking about historical science. It cannot be known, and so if they can push a certain narrative and get people to believe a certain thing, then I do think they're lying about it. Dating methods. Anybody who thinks, they say the Earth is 4.54 billion years old. If anybody thinks or would bet their life that the world is between 4 and 5 billion years old, I think they're the biggest fool that there is. I think that would be laughable to me, that you think men in the last 50 years have discovered how old the Earth is by dating rocks. It is an absolute hilarious fact to me that anybody thinks that that's true. And as a people, if we just said, yeah, science kind of thinks that they know, and they kind of think it's 4.54 billion years old, but you'll have every scientist tell you it is a fact that the Earth is that old. That is hilarious. They make fun of Christians for being, oh, you think your life matters, you think a God cares about you, you put yourself on this pedestal. Well, scientists actually believe that in 4.54 billion years, they just happen to be living during the 50-year period of time that they realized how old the Earth is, and they can rewind to the Big Bang, and they know what took place the 1/1000th of a second after the Big Bang, and that everything that there is came into existence like that, like a snap of a finger. And that is hilarious. That is not a truth. That is not, you have not done anything besides theorize where shit came from. You haven't done any, there's no research done in there. It matches your other stories, but that's it. It's not truth. And people go around telling you it's true. The Big Bang is true. It's not true. There's no way any part of that is true. It just isn't. It's impossible.
Sorry, can I just say something? I think it's very. It's a very human trap we get stuck into, where we as humans, we kind of need to understand what reality is, if you know what I mean. Like, we need to have some explanation for, oh, this is definitely real. Like, there aren't many people who can go out and say, you know what, I don't really know what the world is. Like, I don't really know what's 100% real and what isn't. Like, there aren't many people who are brave enough to go out and say that, right?
Great point.
People need to have this firm idea of what is real and what isn't in their head. Like, it's a human compulsion. We need to know what's real, right?
Right.
Whether that's God, whether that's science, whether that's the world is flat. People need that kind of idea in their head.
Right.
It's almost a human need. But when it comes down to it, with science, there's a difference between scientific fact and truth, if you know what I mean. Like,
yeah, it's something that's not known by very many people, but you nailed it on the head. In fact, all good scientists will tell you that science is not in the business of saying what's true and what isn't.
Yes, it's like, back when Newton was around, and they were, writing down the laws of motion and stuff like that. Like, at that point in history, they had thought, we'd pretty much solved physics.
Right.
Like, we've pretty much gotten all of the laws of physics now. We'll just find a few more, whack them on the end of it, and then we're done.
Right.
And then, they found, when it comes to really small things, like on the quantum level, like atoms and stuff like that, that those laws don't work, or at least don't work as well.
Right.
And when you're tracing the motion of the planets, it doesn't really work properly there either. You need new laws to describe them. And suddenly you open this can of worms where these laws don't really apply, even though they still hold up pretty well today. Like, I did in science class these the experiments where you've got to like drop a ball and see how long it takes to fall or whatever, and you've got to like do all the math with Newton's laws to work out how long it took to fall and stuff like that. And they still work fairly well on simple things. But yeah, that doesn't mean they're 100% true, because there's always something which is going to affect it in a different way.
Well, the biggest thing is we are inside of whatever experiment we're doing. As much as we like to think we're outside, if you were outside of the experiment, you would be God. So no matter what experiment...
Yeah, you're always affecting it in some way.
Right. No matter what experiment we're doing, you are part of it. And so people think that a certain scientific test can prove something one way or the other, and that's never true. There's no test that can prove anything. A person has to make the determination of what the test showed. So in that case, we're always the ones who ultimately decide, what does this test show? And there's many cases where you could have a certain mindset. That's why I love George Ellis, who is he's a physicist. He believes all the mainstream ideas about science, most of them. But one thing that he admits is that science has taken a philosophical approach or a philosophical view and gone in that direction. And it doesn't mean that it's true. That he says, I can construct a spherical universe that has the Earth at its center, and you would never be able to disprove me with observations. Meaning the fact that we believe, or science believes, that the Earth is not at the center of the universe is not an observational proof, or it's not an observational direction that they've gone. It's not like they did observations and said, these observations show us we're not in the center of the universe. In fact, all the observations more closely match us being in the center of the universe. But because science has a mindset that they do not want to be the center of the universe, because then questions come like, why? Who put us here? What would be the possible reason we would be the center of all this? Well, science doesn't want to answer that. They don't want that question to come into play. So they instead looked for other ways to describe it, and they decided to say we're on a balloon, and the balloon is blowing up, and that's why everything looks to be moving away from us. And that's the direction science has gone. I would have no problem if they were truthful about that and said, we don't think we're the center of the universe, so we've gone this direction. But they don't. They actually teach people like it's as if it's a fact. And they teach people that is like observationally true when it simply isn't. That's their philosophical beliefs. They don't want there to be a creator. They want to be the most intelligent beings that ever existed. And so they go in that direction. And that, to me, is a huge problem, because we need to be more truthful with people, especially if we're the ones paying for your research. Well, I would like my tax money to go towards finding the truth, not finding the truth in the direction that you hope the truth is. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, I can understand that. It's See, when I first came across your channel, I thought that you didn't fully understand all of the things that you were refuting properly, like 100%.
And I probably don't. I mean, I'm not...
I thought you had some misconceptions there, which is stopping you from seeing how it does work in theory.
No, I do. I mean, I don't know particle physics, or I don't know quantum physics like a physicist would, but I think that I'm able to look at evidence and make my conclusion based off my reality. And that's what I think people have lost touch with, because now they feel that it's better to put your beliefs in the hands of somebody else and let them tell you what is actually happening. And to me, I feel like we should be equipped to operate in the world that we live in, right? Like, as far as our senses. And my senses, they are what keep me alive. They're what tell me how to operate my life. If I'm about to cross the street, looking both ways, I'm using my eyes to make sure there's no cars coming. I'm using my ears to make sure there's no sounds of cars coming. And then I go across the street and I make it. Well, that's because my senses work for me. And in every facet of life, your senses are usually right on. Now, science comes along and tells me, well, your sensors are not right in a few particular instances. And it just so happens that those instances are ones that I cannot prove that they're wrong. When they tell me that the sun is 1,000,000 times the size of the earth, I cannot test that observationally. I cannot use a tape measure and go measure the sun. And so, to me, the sun is small. I can see it in the sky. It's small. The sun moves across my sky. If I felt like I was spinning and they told me, well, you're actually spinning, then I would say, oh, well, that makes sense. Thanks, science, because I did feel like I have this tug to my left. I have this tug towards the east for some reason. And I couldn't figure out why. And then it would make sense. But it doesn't make sense because not one person in the history of the world has ever felt any spin, has ever felt any movement. And so when you see those things, if there was the kind of evidence that had been brought to me that makes me say, oh, you're right, we're definitely spinning, but there is no evidence of that. In fact, Einstein and other scientists have all said that there is no optical experiment that can prove that the Earth moves. So, it's just like relativity. Relativity says that all motion is relative, right? So that from the Earth, it looks like the sun is moving. But if you were on the sun, it would look like the Earth is moving. Okay, that's fine. I can understand that truth. Again, we're in the experiment. We're not outside of it in a way that we could say what is ultimately happening. We're inside this universe, so therefore it's relative. That makes sense to me. But they teach children that the Earth goes around the sun. Well, then that's not relativity. That's the problem. Is you've gone one direction, said it's relative, and then said we're going to teach children that they move around the sun. Well, sorry, that's not the truth, because you don't know which one is moving around which. We could be the center and the sun moving around us, or the sun could be the center with us moving around it. Either one, it's relative. And yet they admit that, but also say we're moving around the sun. So to me, it's a clear agenda-driven practice of, dare I say, indoctrination. That it is about getting your beliefs, your mindset, your worldview. You want other people to believe that. And so they are no different at all in my book than every religion known to man. And every religion out there is 100%, or not 100%, but every religion out there is mostly wrong. And I just put science into that category. And the fact that they're doing it in a concealed way, they're not telling people that they're a religion. I mean, Mormonism is saying they're a religion, and Catholicism says they're a religion, Hinduism, all these people are at least admitting that they're a religion that comes with beliefs and comes with faith. Science is trying to pretend they're not. And that, to me, is a huge sign of deception.
Science is kind of the belief that the scientific method can show you what is probably true, if you know what I mean. So,
but if that was the case, I
think you're being delusional if you think that widely regarded scientific fact is what's 100% real. I can understand that. I can understand why you'd think that, and I agree for the most part. But when it comes down to it, it's easiest and probably how do I want to say this? It's probably you're probably better off going with the thing which involves the least assumptions than something which involves a lot of assumptions. Because the thing that involves a lot of assumptions is probably not true.
Okay, so so you think that you think we're on a spinning ball, correct? In space.
Yes.
Okay. So we are going 66,000 miles per hour around the sun, and we don't feel it because it's a constant motion or whatever. You believe that, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, so at what number would somebody have to say to you for you to step back and say, maybe I don't believe that? What if I told you were going 300,000 miles per hour? What if I said you were going 3 million miles per hour? How about 3 trillion? The fact is, you have already adopted the mindset that they've given you of this speed that doesn't... So there is no number I could tell you. If science came out tomorrow and said, we're actually moving 3 quadrillion miles per hour, you would have to believe it. Because nothing has changed in your life, and that's the problem. They've just assigned a mathematical number to it that has no relation to your reality at all. None. And yet, people want to call that truth. They've adopted that as their actual beliefs of where they live. To me, I would, and I used to. 5 years ago, I'd be the one in your seat saying, no, I do believe we're going 66,000 miles per hour because men say so, and they've done studies, and they've come to that conclusion. But really, when you deep down look into it, there has been no studies about how fast we're moving. There's no, it could be any speed, and it wouldn't make a difference because we're flying through space, which is a vacuum, which has no effect somehow on the spinning Earth, which is how do those people who believe in Newton's laws, I mean, if you believe that every action has an equal and opposite reaction, what is the equal and opposite reaction to the spinning Earth? There is none. It's
okay, sorry.
Go ahead.
I've got to interject here. With everything as an equal and opposite reaction, that's only with acceleration. So if I push on something, one force is that thing getting pushed, and the opposite force is me pushing it, if you know what I mean.
Well, that's the same thing.
Yeah. So, I'm
saying that what you just said is the same thing. You said, what is the two forces? So, like, let's say, because I've heard people say before that if you're pushing against a wall, the wall is pushing back to you. That's what the people believe.
Yes. So the forces cancel each other out in that case.
But how is the wall pushing back at you?
It's
just a belief that they've taught people. It is not true. It's not true. It's just I love they want to.
Okay. Sorry. The wall pushing back on you, that's probably a little bit misleading. It's more that the wall is resisting your force.
Okay.
Like it's not pushing back on you. It's just not moving because it's resisting the force. The strain of the wood or whatever it's made out of.
Gotcha.
It's flexing and it's resisting that force.
I believe that too. So we're on the same belief there.
So in a sense, it's pushing against you, but it's not literally pushing against you.
Correct.
Okay, but you know how you're saying, if we were spinning around if we were spinning around on a ball, we'd feel that motion.
Yes.
The thing with that is you only feel a motion if it's an acceleration, right? So, you're going down the highway. If you're going at a constant speed down the highway, you don't feel like you're moving. Sorry, you don't feel any force against you. But if you put your foot down to accelerate, you feel yourself pushed back into the chair, right?
So what I'm saying is that you're describing exactly what I was taught in school. I completely understand. And by the way, it is not a constant motion because we are accelerating. We're not moving at the same speed all the time. You have to sweep the same amount of area at the same time. So actually our speed is changing by a couple thousand miles per hour. But if they've taught us that, and what I'm saying to you is that, okay, so once you've adopted that idea that, motion is only felt if there's acceleration, that's why we don't feel flying through the universe. Then if I told you tomorrow that you're going 3 quadrillion miles per hour, you must also believe that. So there is no number that they could tell you that you wouldn't believe because you've already adopted the idea that you wouldn't feel the speed. So I'm just saying we need to be careful of things like that when there is no practical evidence to tell you that, because you would have to accept if I told you were going 3 quadrillion miles. And if you wouldn't, if you would say, well, now I question that, then that's the kind of person I'm like, good. You should question it because it's outrageous and it's ridiculous. And that's the kind of person that will eventually become a flat earther because they'll realize what their beliefs entail. And their beliefs entail magical speeds through magic lands of vacuums where what about all the debris hitting the Earth? What about, wouldn't different things affect its spin or its flying through space? And how does the atmosphere not get ripped to shreds based on the speed that you're flying through the vacuum? Well, because you adopt magic beliefs. You believe it. Well, it just cuts through the vacuum, even though we know a vacuum is very strong and can, if you take a top off of a bottle and hold your hand over it and put that bottle in water and you lift that bottle up, you'll bring that water up with it, right? But if you poked a hole in that top vacuum, it's going to suck all the air out. That's the same thing that would happen to the Earth. There's no reason why the vacuum doesn't.
Okay,
Go ahead.
okay. I can see why you think that, but that's a vacuum on. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out a way to explain this, which doesn't make me sound like an idiot. Okay, so what you're saying to me now? It sounds like Okay, so what it sounds to me like you don't believe that gravity is a thing. Would that be correct?
I think gravity is weight. That things have weight or they have mass, and anything that has more mass than the surrounding medium falls down. So, if you want to call that gravity, I can agree with you, and say we can call that gravity. That
Well, that's not how scientific theories explain gravity as.
Right.
Gravity is like a
it's a force with no equal and opposite. There is no protecting against it or shielding against it. It's a magic force in science, which to me can be explained a lot easier with the
saying it's a force is a bit misleading, to be perfectly honest. It's now I'm probably just going to use a bit of terminology here, which most people won't understand, but it's a warping of space. Now, I'm sure you've heard that before.
Mm-hmm.
So,
okay, so real quick, just so I can, because I understand Newton's gravity. What you're describing is Einsteinian gravity, but
yes.
Okay, so space, which is the absence of everything, correct?
Yes. Well, a void, yes.
Okay, so it's a void, and matter, like the Earth, bends the void. That's what Einsteinian gravity is.
Saying it bends the void is a little bit misleading. It's more like it. Okay, so
the fabric, they call it the fabric of space-time, right? And then they show the
Yes.
picture of the Earth sitting in like a blanket of blackness, and it dips down. Okay, so that's they want us to believe that the nothingness is being bent like a sheet by matter, even though it's nothing. The fabric of space-time, the fabric, this sheet of nothingness is being affected by matter around it and is bending its properties, even though it has no properties.
it's less that it's affecting. So the problem is you have me talking about something which I haven't looked into in depth for ages.
Well,
It's less that it's affecting the void. It's more that it's affecting things going through that void. If you know what I mean.
yeah, and again, I'm not trying to say I understand it, because I don't, and that part of the reason I don't is because it's not logical. It's not a logical understanding of the world to think, because I think when you talk about things being pulled to the center of the Earth, that's kind of a logical thing to me. I could understand where somebody would go there. But they don't even believe that anymore. Now they believe that it's this fabric of space-time, which then makes no sense to me. That why are things being pulled to the center of the ball Earth if gravity is because of us bending that fabric? How is the Earth bending the fabric both directions so that people on the other side of the Earth are being pulled towards the middle, and I'm being pulled towards the middle? Well, then the fabric of space-time has nothing to do with it. So it's not logical, the belief. Now, the Newtonian gravity is logical, in my opinion, if there was evidence that spheres existed that pulled things to their center. But that's not not backed by evidence. There's no test that shows me things get pulled to the center. And people always bring up, well, what about on the ISS when they have those little balls of water? Well, they squeezed the ball of water out of a straw and made a little ball in space. Well, try and pour out a pitcher of water in the space station, and you will quickly find out that things do not make spheres in space.
Okay. So with the space station example, the main reason those balls of water are clumping together isn't because of gravity, right? It's because of water tension. The water itself is holding itself together.
Correct. When you
But of
squeeze
course,
it out of a little
when
straw.
you get a big enough blob of water, it won't be able to hold itself together. It'll break apart. That's because gravity isn't what's causing that. It's just the water tension.
Okay, but gravity says that things of mass, which water has,
Yes.
will tend together.
Yes, but it's a extraordinarily weak force
Right.
compared to water tension at that level. But when you get something as massive as a planet, that's a substantial amount of mass in one place. And that's when you start getting...
Okay, but didn't they have to become planets? They didn't come into existence and be the size that they are. So what you're describing there is again, things that we were told, things that we were taught, but it's not logical to state that. If they had to start from a baseball size, and then
Yes.
they had things attracted to it, and it kept growing and growing and growing until it became a giant planet. Well, you just said that the force is so weak that it doesn't pull water together in the space station. So if the force is so weak, how did planets come to be?
Yeah, okay. So I see what you're saying. It's the kind of thing like if you're pouring a pitcher of water out on the space station, right? It's going to go everywhere because of the force of you pouring it out. But over an extended period of time, assuming that everything has mass and they're all pulling each other together just a tiny bit over a particularly long period of time, eventually you would have to assume that they would start clumping together into bigger and bigger forms.
You can say that. I don't subscribe to that at all. You said eventually you would have to believe. I don't know.
Yeah, okay. I understand. I understand you don't
Okay.
believe that idea, but can you see how that would make sense in theory?
Sure. Again, I'm not saying that I can't see how they could come to these conclusions, but I'm saying if you come to those conclusions and you're going to call them facts, then you have to have ways of showing that to be the case, and not just in words, not just in theory. Because in theory, okay, yeah, the ball Earth in theory works, but in reality, I don't think it works. They have to tell you all kinds of magical fantasy stuff, like when I say, well, isn't somebody in Australia upside down? And they say, no, that you're right side up, and to you, I would be upside down. But they say, no, well, because to me, I'm right side up, so it becomes metaphysical. It is not reality. You and I are level right now. We're level. Your head is in the same direction as my head. Now, they've told you that you're in the opposite direction, that your feet and my feet are together and our heads are at opposite ends. But that's not reality. It's that you can't measure that, you can't show that. Besides, if you take images of the Earth from outside, which are not images, they're admitted composites and CGI. If there is no photograph, nobody's with a camera of the Earth as a ball with Australia at the bottom and the United States at the top. And yet even science admits that like your beach near you and my beach are level. Science admits that the water is level. Well, they just happen to believe that the reason it's level is because it's equal distance to the center of the Earth. Well, again, if there was evidence, if somebody showed me balls pulling things to the center and that this kind of thing worked with people upside down, but not, rain is going from your head towards me, towards my feet, that whole thing is metaphysical. And they always say, well, it's your perspective. It's to your perspective, it's this, or to your, well, if that's the case, if we only had to live life through, from my point of view, then you could just walk by a homeless person sitting on the side of a street who's begging for money because he's hungry. And I could just say, well, in my point of view, he's not hungry. In my point of view, he's very well fed and lives in a great house. And that's just not the way life works. You cannot just go based on your own viewpoint, which is what they do. They say we're all at the top of the ball. All of us. We all are at the top of the ball Earth, and everything falls away from us. Well, it's an idea. So I see what you're saying when you say, do you understand the concept? Yeah, I understand the concept. And it's funny, concept. I just thought of that right now. Funny. I understand the concept, but I think that it needs to have evidence that clearly shows it. And to me, one of the biggest things for me is just to teach something is true, so fundamentally true that we teach children that and then teach the opposite as the dumbest belief somebody can have, which is the way we were all taught, that the earth is a ball, it's round, we've known for thousands of years, and anybody who thinks the earth is flat is an idiot. But if that were the case, then why not teach children in 5th or 6th grade, when they're starting to have a little better head on their shoulders, why not have a week or 2 weeks of class where these things are debated, and then you show children why it is illogical to think that the earth is flat, and why it is very scientific and evidence-backed that the earth is round. No, they don't do that. They gloss over it when you're in 1st grade. They show you the globe. They put in commercials. It's in your every logo. Here's the globe. You live on a globe, around the globe. Everything's about the globe, and anybody who thinks that the earth is flat is an ancient desert wandering idiot. Well, then you better have the kind of evidence when I'm old enough, which now I am, to look back at it. I should see the same thing. I should clearly see that the flat earth idea is imbecilic and the globe earth idea is very smart and scientific. And I don't see that. In fact, I see the concept of the globe earth makes sense to me, but I see a lot of things with the flat earth that make sense. It does not seem like an imbecilic belief. It seems like if it was wrong, then you'd be able to show me clearly why it's wrong. The reason they say it's wrong, the evidence that they give for it, is ridiculous. It is not warranting the dumbest thing you can, or the biggest derogatory thing you can say about somebody should not be that they're a flat earther. There are far stupider beliefs than somebody who believes that the earth is flat. So it seems to me like it's a very much agenda-driven idea. And I think there's reasons for that, obviously. I think that they, whether or not science originally thought that the earth was a ball and came to the conclusion after that it wasn't, and said, well, now we've got a choice to make. What do? We could either tell people the truth, which is not going to look good for us, considering we have propelled ourselves as these geniuses and how stupid religion is, and now we have to come out and say, oh, actually, we were wrong about this, and now our whole paradigm of the universe doesn't really work the way we thought it did. They would never do that. They would have to come to the conclusion that we will continue to propel science by doing the scientific method, like you said, which I agree with. That is the belief in science, is the belief that the scientific method is the best method to get to the truth. So they said, we'll keep pushing that, and we'll just tell this lie. I don't know if that's the case, or if this was intended from the beginning. I wouldn't know that. To me, it seems like, though, it makes logical sense that if they did ever come to the conclusion, even today, if some scientists realized, they would have to lie about it. They would have to protect the scientific enterprise from the repercussions of the truth. And I understand that, because they've done a disservice to people by preaching something as absolutely fact when they should have just remained scientific through the whole thing and said, our current understanding is this. Our current best guess is this. But they didn't do that. They'll tell you that boats go over the edge 3 miles away from you. And in the very next sentence, tell you the earth is so big that we don't see the curve. And then when you go out with a camera and you can just zoom in and see more of the boat that to your eyes is left, they don't explain that. They just dismiss it and say, no, that doesn't happen. No, you're not. Well, it does happen. I've done it myself. So that clearly shows me that, 500 years ago, maybe I would have thought the earth was a ball. I would have saw boats head off from the beach. See, guys, I kept watching it. It would have slowly looked like it was disappearing bottom up. So why is that happening? Then they would disappear. Say, I think they fell off the edge. Then they would come back and I'd say, where the hell did you go? They said, we just went that way. So, oh, we saw you disappear bottom first. And so I could see the conclusion coming at that point would be, well, the earth must be a ball. That must be what it is. Until there was optics, until there was telescopes, until there was cameras with zoom lenses. And then you realize, oh, we thought you left, because when I looked with my eyes, you went over the edge. But when I pulled out this telescope and it looked further, I saw you again. And then sure, you went a little bit further and the same thing happened. Well, geez, that must be an optical thing. Let's think of what other things could explain why things disappear from the bottom up. And then you can watch somebody walk away from you for 200 yards and see that their feet disappear first. And you say, well, why is that happening? It's because that's the closest thing to the line of convergence, to the disappearing point. So, of course, somebody's walking away from you, the very last thing you're going to see is their head, because the things closest to the ground are going to converge with that horizon line. So if I can come up with these things, if I can think of logical reasons why things are happening, my question becomes, why is science not able to address these concerns? They don't address them because addressing them would call into question everything that they believe. It's the same thing with, all of science, that's their problem, is that they won't look at anything. It's just like dark matter and dark energy. That, gravity, which is a great description of what happens here on Earth. Sure, you drop things. We know about gravity. It's 9.8 meters per second square. Okay. But when they looked at the galaxies and they saw that gravity no longer worked as they wanted, they didn't do what science is supposed to do, which is throw out that hypothesis. That if gravity has been accepted as the force that does everything in the universe, then if it doesn't work for galaxies, then you need to go back to the drawing board. They didn't do that. They said there must be some sort of energy or matter out there that we can't see, therefore let's invent it. And they invented something that has never been observed. So now the scientific understanding is that 95% of the universe has never been observed, that we've never observed what makes up 95%. And people go around saying, science is cool, science knows everything, when look what they're doing. Look what they've convinced people. Michio Kaku says in that video, the principle, that if something's off by an order of magnitude of 10 or 20, then that's considered a huge mistake. And observationally, when you're talking about astronomy, they're off by a factor of 10 to the 120. And he says that is the biggest mismatch in the history of science. And yet, people call that their truth. They're off by an order of magnitude of 10 to the 110. That's 10 with 120 zeros after it. That's how far off they are in realizing what makes up this universe. And yet, that's the going belief. So I feel my not my job, but what my point is in all my videos is to try and get people to first wake up to the fact that not everything that we're being told is true, and that it's okay to second guess things. It is okay to follow up and to question things, because there's nothing bad that can come of it. If I question the speed of light, that shouldn't be a problem for anybody, because what it should do is it should allow people to explain it to me to the point where I come out of that and go, okay, now I understand the speed of light, or expose the lie that is the speed of light. And there's nothing bad that can come of that. Questioning things that are told to you is the number one tool we have to go through life. If something is told to you to be true, something is told to you to be a fact, you need to look at it and really question it. When somebody tells me my mom is my mom, I need to look at that situation and say, okay, number one, okay, she tells me that, but is there really any benefit to her to lying about that? Well, no, it cost her thousands of dollars to raise me. I've caused her hours and hours of heartache, and so I'm assuming that she is probably my mom. There's no reason for that lie to be told. But as you go through other things, you start to see, when it comes to some of these scientific facts, when you look at them, you say, okay, is there a reason why they would tell me that? Well, if you can figure out a reason, and then somebody's making money off of it, and then somebody else is making money off that person making money off of it, then you really need to call it into question. And when the worldview is you're not allowed to question that, like you're not allowed to question NASA. You're an idiot if you question NASA. If you think we didn't go to the moon, you're an idiot. Well, then I have to stop and say, hold on a second. What is the problem with questioning whether or not we did the greatest thing that humans have ever done? And when you question it, you should be given the kind of evidence that would make you go, oh, okay, that makes sense. I guess we did go. Not told you're an idiot. Not told you're a crazy conspiracy theorist. That is not evidence. That is ad hominem attacks. That's not anything near evidence. And so these things come up over and time again that clearly they don't have evidence that they went to the moon. In fact, they've lost the videos. In fact, they lost the telemetry. They've clearly covered up the fact that they did not. But you're either in one of two boats. I'm assuming you think people have been to the moon, which is crazy to me that you should know what Americans are like and that they lie and cheat through everything. And the fact that other countries haven't called out bullshit to me is crazy. I mean, you're talking about the American government. The American government will lie to you about it. They test on human beings. They do mind control. They have given drugs. They bring drugs into the country. It's just crazy that anybody would believe we went to the moon. Child trafficking. I mean, these things have been proven in court, and yet people still want to believe just because they have this connection with science. That's the whole thing. Science, we did something great. We went to the moon. No, we did not. Nobody went to the moon. You can't go to the moon. And yet the whole world believes that we did, and it's because of their pride, their personal pride in humanity, that they won't let go of something that clearly is a deception. And neither will NASA. And people, no wonder why NASA wouldn't let that go. That's all NASA's ever done. Look at NASA for 50 years, 60 years. They've taken multiple trillions of dollars, and yet all they have to show for it is we went to the moon. What else have they done? Nothing. They sent a satellite to Saturn. Sure, they did. Where's the video of it? Let me see some video footage from the camera we can clearly put on craft, and yet people believe it. That Wi-Fi signals are being sent through space from 800 million miles away. It's all pretend. It's all fantasy.
Okay, so what you're saying is you can't believe anything that you can't see for yourself.
No, I've never seen Australia. I believe that you're in Australia. I have no reason to doubt that. There's enough independent and separate evidence that it exists. It is exactly the size that they say. I think it exists. My mom's been there, and I've got a friend who's been there. My wife's sister lives there. There's enough evidence for me to build around that and say, you know what, this is the truth. But when it comes to Saturn, who am I to bank on to say Saturn is 10 times the size of the Earth? It's got these rings of rocks. It's got 65 moons. Well, I can look through a telescope and I see that little light thing, little blurry blob with a ring around it. So is that the kind of evidence that I would need to say, yep, I'm going to trust these guys? No. And when you got Neil deGrasse Tyson, who's a PhD in astrophysics, I would say, oh, this guy must be much smarter than everyone else. He's got a PhD in this subject. Neil, how do you know that Saturn exists? Well, it exists because I read it in a book. It exists because I see it in a telescope. Well, I see it in a telescope too. But why have you taken the step to say it's 10 times the size of the Earth? It could be half the distance and still be half the size. And then somebody might say, well, then the whole universe falls apart. Well, that's kind of my point, is that this is just a mathematical concept that we've accepted. There is no proof that the sun is 93 million miles away. It can't even be triangulated at that distance. So where is that distance coming from? Well, if you look back in history and watch the whole progression of things, it is a made-up fantasy story. They tell you that some scientist in 1700 went down to South America and he measured the transit of Venus, and some other scientist in France did the same thing at the same time, and they came together and got the parallax of Venus. Well, how did they know what size Venus was? How did they know? They didn't have clocks. They used pendulum clocks. How did they sync their times? How would they know? How would you sync those things? Well, science doesn't explain that. They just say it happened because it's part of their story, and it's not logical. It's not true. It's not evidence. It is a story that you can buy into or you can challenge, and I have no problem with anybody challenging it. And anything I say, if I say something, somebody should challenge me, make me show evidence, make me show proof of what I'm saying. And I understand that, yet science doesn't. Science doesn't understand that you should be able to question the things that they say are true, because they just teach people to call other people idiots. If you don't think we went to the moon, you're an idiot. Well, why don't they go towards the evidence way? The reason why is because there is no evidence. You cannot possibly explain how something was done 50 years ago with the computer power of a Game Boy. It's when it was done back then, they were thinking ahead, like, oh, we'll say that this had this much memory power. Well, they had no idea where the world was going. They had no idea that today the amount of memory that I can keep in a memory card at 64 gigs or whatever is a billion or 100 billion times as much memory power as that computer had that went to the moon. They didn't know that. And so I don't know how they've gotten away with it this long, other than they've told people you're smart if you believe this way and you're dumb if you believe this way. And there's so many people in this world that care more about what others think of their intelligence than they care about the truth. And that's what I think the world is, exactly what that would, exactly what we have, or exactly what we see is a direct result of that mentality. Is people who don't care about the truth, they care about how they look in front of people. And I hate to say it, but I said it before, that science allows people to be dumb. It allows people to be stupid because they don't have to have any understanding of anything. And that's what I saw when I was debating Christians, is these people who are backing science don't have a clue about what they're saying. They just simply like the idea of being right all the time. So they say, well, we just back science. You're an idiot if you believe in religion. You're an idiot if you believe in a 10,000-year-old Earth. Science knows the age of the Earth. Well, how do they know? Well, because they've dated it, idiot. Because they know, because they have specialized processes, you fool. That's their evidence. And so to me, that's a glaring red mark on science's back, and it's their own fault. I mean, it's their own fault. They didn't, Neil deGrasse Tyson says all the time, oh, it's a failure of our education system. Well, you think? Who's in charge of teaching science? Pretty sure it's scientists. It's pretty sure it's whoever makes the textbooks. So if people are not believing in what you've told them, you can't just say, oh, that's a failure of the education system. No, it's a failure of the subject being taught. That if you can't convince people of your truths, then they're probably not true.
Okay. I don't disagree. Okay, so there's this mentality of people to attack people who don't align with their worldview. Now, you can see this with science, you can see this with religion, you can see this with social justice warriors.
Everywhere, yeah.
On every spectrum of every political view, there are people who will go and attack people who don't agree with them. And that's not... I don't think that's a discreditation of that view. I just think it's humans being humans. They're just attacking people because they don't like what the other person's saying, and they're not willing to listen to that person, if you know what I mean.
That's a good point. Yeah, I mean,
and I don't think that kind of discourse is helpful. And I agree with you that it's not helping anyone, and it's not like I hear you and you say the world is flat. I'm like, okay, so you think the world is flat? That's fine. I'll talk to you about it rather than writing you off as some raving lunatic, because you're not. You're a human being, and you've come to this conclusion. And I want to come and talk to you to work out how you came to this conclusion.
Let me tell you how rare that is, though. I mean, it's very rare. And the reason that I'm talking to you is because most of the emails I get or comments I get are, you're a moron, don't breed, go drink bleach. So, when I do get the one-off from somebody who says, hey, I disagree with your belief, and let's talk about it, I'm all for that because, one thing I don't have in this whole debate situation or whatever is there's really nobody who believes in the globe that I talk to, because they've all written me off as an idiot. And not to say that's like more evidence of my point, but it is kind of, in a way, evidence of exactly what I'm saying, is that if science is true, then people shouldn't have a problem with me questioning it, because, I mean, I don't know if you saw, but the other day I was doing a
questioning it is the whole point of science.
Thank you. Oh, man, I'm going to play that over and over. No, exactly my point. And if people saw it that way and said, okay, well, what is Jaron doing? He's questioning science. He's questioning these truths that we were taught at such a young age that we were never really given the ability to understand them fully before we accepted them as our truths. Then they would see the benefit of it, that there's nothing bad that can come of it. Because either one, I'm going to prove that, or I'm going to get the evidence that proves to me that it is true, and then everyone who watches my videos can feel the same way, that, okay, well, we didn't believe in this, and now we do. Or we didn't understand this, and now we do. Or the alternative is that we can free up, if you want to call this a deception, or if you want to call it a trap, or an enslavement of humanity, that we could expose the people behind it. So, irregardless of which one is actually true, there is nothing bad that can come of it. People out there think for some reason that what I'm saying is going to wreck the world because children are going to grow up with a different belief. Well, guess what? If me just speaking about these scientific facts changes people's mind and they're adopting a new truth, then there's a problem with the truth that we were taught. There should be the amount of evidence that makes somebody go, well, this guy questioned whether the earth was flat or round, and here he's been clearly shown that it's round. So the fact that they're so scared and that they're so drink bleach, don't breed, that to me is a huge sign of something being wrong. These things are taught to people as a reaction to anybody questioning science, and that should be a red flag to people. That it should not be such a big deal that somebody's just questioning things that they were taught, yet it is. So I appreciate you saying what you say, and you're right. Science is questioning everything, and yet people call themselves skeptics, right? But skeptics mean you believe in science. That's what a skeptic, like Michael Shermer and these guys, they're not skeptics as in they're questioning science. They're skeptics as in they question everything but science, and they consider themselves skeptics. And people just need to learn to look at evidence and then make up their own mind. And so I guess the difference between what you're saying and what you just said, like, okay, so people call each other names for disbelief or having a different belief, but they do that with like sport teams, right? Oh, you like this team, I like this team, and let's yell at each other and hate each other because we have different favorite teams. But there's nothing taught in that belief that's like, if somebody questions what team you like, then they're idiots. That's a decision people have made on their own, or for me, I'm a Giants fan in baseball, and I can't stand the Dodgers. So now I don't have no one ever told me, hey, if somebody believes in likes the Dodgers, they're idiots. They're fools. They're less than you. You're smarter than them. That would build up a very bravado kind of cocky attitude that I would go about my life with. And so luckily that's not the way that we teach people how to like sport teams. I'm sure no parent is telling their kid that that's why they should like a certain team. The problem is with science that they are teaching this idea of you're better than somebody. If you believe in science, they are teaching that you are logical, you are intelligent, versus somebody that's religious is an idiot, and they believe in books, and they believe in desert wandering writings. Well, I'm not even saying completely that I don't disagree with that idea, but I do say, well, no, I'm going to listen to everyone's opinion. And if somebody does tell me, well, I believe the Bible, word for word, is from God, well, then I can make up my own decision about that person's intelligence or their attachment to something that they were taught as a dogma. That's up to me. But, when you're teaching people science is so smart and religion is so dumb, well, then you have to be real careful that you better have good evidence for everything that you're telling them is true, and I don't think that they do. And that's what's going to create, I think the world will change a lot in the next 50 years. That there's going to be huge changes because of the way that science has operated itself, and it's a disgrace because science and the scientific method is the best way to come to the truth. It is the best way to find the truth of where we live. It absolutely is. So the thing that sucks is because of the way they've operated themselves, science is going to take a knock. Science is going to take it's going to get worse before it gets better because of the way that they've operated. And if people just would have realized that it's men, it's not, the idea of science is great, but it's men who are operating it. And that's my whole thing on my channel is don't trust men. That there's nobody, and if I asked you, if anybody in your life never lied to you, I'm assuming you would say no. That even your parents have lied to you, your brother or sister, your aunt and uncle, everybody in your life has lied to you. So why are we then able to say, except for those scientists? Those guys tell the truth, but everyone else that I've ever known has lied to you. Well, I think we should look a little bit deeper, that if there's any benefit to somebody telling you a lie, to them, they might do it. And that's why I think we need to just call into question some of these scientific truths, some of these evidences. And when you look at it, why would Neil deGrasse ever come out if he found out tomorrow that he was wrong, that the earth is flat? I mean, if you really think he would come out and say it, man, I just think people don't understand humans then. They don't understand that could never come out of his mouth because it's saying, I'm an idiot. I've been lying to you for 30 years. It doesn't happen. I mean, people that are liars will tell you, like Richard Nixon, I'm not a liar. I'm not a crook. And he was. And, Bill Clinton said I didn't have sexual relations with that woman, and he did. And, George Bush said Iraq has weapons of mass destruction, and they didn't. Anytime that somebody can tell a lie that benefits them or moves their agenda, they probably will. And so that's why I tell people don't trust me. Because if I told people to trust me, then I'm going against my own advice. Don't trust me. Look into what I'm saying. Don't trust a word I say. If you ever just listen to me and say, yeah, this guy makes a good point, Earth is flat, then you're an idiot. Because you're doing exactly what I'm saying not to do. That is the reason that we are in the place we are, because we all sat in school, got told something about the world, and didn't question it. Now, it's not really our fault because that's what they intended it for. Nobody said question these things, so we all just went into school and said, okay, this must be the truth. But when you really think about that alone, is that how you would teach a society? Is that how you would teach science? By knowing that science is not true, like you said, it's not about finding the facts, right? Or it's not about finding the truth. It's more about getting closer to it. Then would you have science tests in school? Name the planets. How far? Well, what if you're wrong? What if you're going to take Pluto out of the planets in a couple years? So science is taught as if it's a fact. It is told to you as if these things have been discovered and will never change. They should have taught science and said every scientist that has ever lived was wrong. Newton, who was the genius of his day, was wrong. That all these guys have been wrong. So guess what? The scientists today are wrong. We don't now live in the time where now science is all right. It's still wrong.
See, on that point, I agree with you. So science is discovering the closest thing to the truth. But I don't think until perhaps maybe very, very, very far in the future that we'll ever 100% be fully able to describe everything in reality.
No way.
Whether that's through mathematical expressions or whatever. Like, there's always going to be a situation that's the exception.
Right, or
like
uncertainty.
The concept that we understand reality completely through science is a delusion.
I'm glad you say that, because there's a lot of people who don't have that opinion.
And you know how you were saying that often people just disregard you because he's an idiot, he believes in flat earth. Right. That's more of a failing of society than a failing of science, in my opinion.
But I think, I'm not sure that whole idea, that belief or that mindset, I'm not sure it was really here before science took over as the main belief or the main intellectual understanding. But I mean, you could be right. I mean, I'm not saying that is only a scientific thing, that it is a failure of humanity that we, rather than respect each other, it's like the things that are different about all of us are nowhere near the things that are the same. I mean, we're all human beings. We all breathe the same air. We all eat the same foods. We all, basically think in our heads the same way, and dream the same and walk the same. So there's so many things that we have in common that because somebody has a different opinion of something is not reason for you to make them your enemy, to hate them. And I think that if we had this kind of idea that let's hear people out, I've said before, so I think that NASA is telling huge lies. I think that they are faking a majority of their missions. I don't even think they can really go to space. So if I was the only one saying that, then I would look around and say, okay, well, obviously I might be confused or something. But as more people look at the same evidence and say, wait a second, there is no evidence that they're in space, that there is no proof that they're in space. This could be fabricated, considering you can do CGI, augmented reality of a pen floating in the air. You can do that in CGI. So once people see that, if as a human race, and let's say you and I are indicative of the human race, you believe NASA, I don't. But if you just said, okay, Jaron, you don't believe them, let's find out. And you turned to NASA and said, hey, NASA, this guy here doesn't believe what you're doing, and I think I do believe it, but can you prove it to him? Can you prove these things? Can you show him this, this, and this? Can you do this for him so that he sees it? Then as a human race, if we did that, if we all turned to NASA and said, hey, these idiots over here don't believe you, NASA, can you please show them that what you're doing is true? That this would be over, that this would be done. Either it would be proven that we didn't know what we were talking about and that we were wrong, or it would be proven that we were right and that now we've, basically exposed this huge deception. But instead, we get fighting from people who just believe in NASA. They don't even care to turn and ask NASA a question. They would rather demean and put us down, where it's like, dude, what we're doing is for you too. I'm not doing this for myself. I'm not saying, hey, NASA, you're faking things and I want my life to be better, and I'm doing it for humanity. That I think they're lying to the world. Not just me, the world. So I wish the world saw that and said, hey, wait, this guy he's trying to say that NASA's lying to all of us. So let's find out if that's true. We don't get that. We get put down, demeaned, which is really sad from our perspective, because we're looking at it like, man, it's not like I'm doing something for myself. I'm trying to expose this to the world. And, I had a guy email me yesterday, and he actually asked me on Ask.fm, and he was talking about, tell me something that you have a problem with in space. Tell me this and that. And I just told him, well, why isn't there a camera pointed at the Earth? Why isn't the ISS have a 24/7 camera? And his response to that was so typical. It was, why would they do that? Why? What does it matter? What they have so much better things to do than. It's like, well, I'm done talking to you. If you don't understand me saying that people had a lot of questions about what's going on during eclipses. A lot of people asking about it. That they've been to the moon. So they could easily send a camera to the moon, drop it there, and give a 24/7 feed of the Earth in space, spinning, showing the Earth coming between the moon and the sun, showing everything that we see. And then imagine that going out to all the classrooms in the world, showing where we are in space. This is a no frickin' brainer. It is. And then I said, you could have companies, Taco Bell, Target, putting ads on the 24/7 feed, and it would make money for NASA. It wouldn't even cost them a penny. And yet people ask the question, why would they do that? Why? Well, you're saying that because you deep down inside, for some strange reason, have adopted the mentality that it's not important for them to prove what they're doing. It's the fact that they say it is enough for you, and you don't want me questioning your worldview. And that's the only thing I can come up with there. It doesn't make any sense to me. And one thing that was said recently is, everything in our lives have changed from our parents. Maybe they got divorced, maybe they separated, or maybe they died. Your grandparents died. Your friends change, your schools change, your teacher changes every year. Everything in our lives constantly changes. The one thing that has remained constant has been the ball Earth. And, that's a scary thought to people. I think that that's why they hold on to it so tight, is because that's something that they've always fundamentally believed. And if you take that away from them, for instance, I just want to ask you, did you grow up at all religious?
Well, I'm in an Anglican family, so yeah, I suppose so, yes.
Okay. So, and that's what I think most people are. I think most people grew up with some sort of religion. And for me personally, since I grew up Catholic, and I think I say that I'm a better person because of it, because I was taught about being a good person. It's kind of how I was raised, right? If we saw some homeless person, my dad would give him $1. If my mom would help at the soup kitchens once a year during Thanksgiving. But at least those things were good observational role models growing up. And yeah, I grew out of that idea, and I don't think that I was taught the truth about the world I live in from my parents. But at least I became a better person because of it, and I see the reasons for it. So as much as I don't like religion, and I wish everybody would get out of organized religions, because I think ultimately they are man-run, and so they're money-making schemes, and they are deception. But ultimately that idea, that worldview is what's best for the world. That the whole idea of you will be judged. I don't think that you will be judged and sent to heaven or hell. But I think that that idea is a better way to live your life, that you should care about how you treat other people, and you should think somebody's always watching you. Just because nobody's watching you doesn't mean it's okay to take money out of a register at a store. You have to realize that you have to live your life like somebody's always watching you. Well, science teaches a different kind of upbringing and a different kind of opinion of the world, to where we all die. We're all we're just a speck in the middle of the universe. And you know what? If it was true, then I would say, we do want to teach the truth. If we are just a speck in this endless universe, then you should tell people that. You should never lie to them. But when you get to the kind of research I've done, you start to realize, hold on a second, why does this seem like there isn't the kind of evidence that would necessitate them teaching that as truth? That's the thing, is you just said, like, science isn't about being true, right? You just said that. So the problem is they're teaching people that they are an insignificant speck in space, that they will live and die, their life will mean nothing. That's what they teach people. So to me, it's like, what do you expect the world would be? And I've seen this, and I was born in the 80s. I grew up in the 80s. The world is far worse today. And so when I look at it, I do look and say, well, what has happened in the last 35 years that is differently than I grew up? And the difference is religion has taken a beating from scientific believers and scientific understanding. Science is... Go ahead.
Sorry, I disagree with that notion that the world's got worse there.
Really?
Yes, because okay, so I think there's something. You know how when you think back on something, it seems better than it would have actually been at the time. Like, not only is when you're younger, you're not as exposed to world events and all horrible things that happen around you, right? You're shielded from that.
That's a good point.
You're a child, and you're not supposed to be exposed to that kind of stuff, right? Blissful ignorance, I suppose you could say.
Right.
It's So even if bad things were happening around you, you probably wouldn't know. When you're younger, and as you get older, you start hearing more things on the news and stuff like that, and you start hearing about all these terrible things that are happening. Oh, civil wars and Russia invading Ukraine. Oh, I suppose not technically, but anyway.
So you would say you don't think that the morality of people is any different today than 40 years ago? Because I do see what you're saying. I do. When I look back, I'm like, you're right. Things probably were almost as bad, and I was young, so I was shielded from those things. And then I kind of look at it, I'm like, okay, well, yeah. And even the 1900s and 1800s, there was wars, and there was, I'm sure people were conning other people. So I could see where you're saying that. Okay, to say that it's gotten worse, but I do think that if you look at the morals of the world and what is going into people's minds, like millennials are a problem. I mean, it's, and I'm sure every generation for all time has said that this upcoming generation is dumber than them, and is, so I'm sure that those things happen. But I do look at, I mean, I don't know if you saw the Bill Nye Saves the World special, where he had that.
I really didn't like that, actually. I watched the first two episodes.
Well,
no.
No, and I would hope, and the thing that surprised me the most is when he did that sex junk video. When I saw that, I'm like, oh my goodness, I cannot believe I'm going to have to listen to people talk about how this is a good thing. And I have never heard one person, not one, say they agreed with that song, which is basically, doesn't matter what, you can be gender different, you may not feel it's just so weird. Give a hand job to some clown behind a store. I don't know, it's just ridiculous nonsense to come out of a scientist's mouth. But that is a sign to me that that's the direction they're trying to move the world. The morality of the world is getting more lax. Let's put it that way. It's that in 1980, you couldn't have a video like that. I mean, you would have been, ostracized. And I think what they do is they try to introduce new things to us. Like Poltergeist at the time was an extremely scary movie, risque movie. So they put it out there and people kind of watch it and they accept it. And they say, oh, it's a scary movie. Oh, wow, Poltergeist, have you seen it? And then the next movie that comes out is even worse. And the next movie that comes out is even worse. And they do that because they slowly introduce these thoughts and ideas to people. And then when people accept them as okay, then they go further. And I think it's the same thing with our governments. I don't know what your government's down like down there. But for us, we are noticing it get worse and worse, that they introduce these things and they want you to say the things like, right now we have this problem with police kind of overdoing their jobs, and they will just act like they're in charge of you and they will just boss you around and everything. But we have this thing where people right now are showing on their camera when they get pulled over by the police, that they're trying to tell the police their rights and everything like that. And I think that those things are good. But what happens is a lot of people in this world say, well, that guy shouldn't have been like that to that cop, or all they did was ask to search the car. Just let him search the car. Well, it's because these things are introduced like that people then just say, oh, okay, I guess I understand. Or you go into baseball games right now and they search your body, right? And check your body. Okay, that's fine. I understand. I am going into a public place. Well, these things just increase. They increase. They never get better. Like, for instance, when 9/11 happened, now we all have to go through TSA at every airport, or you've got to wait in the big line and you've got to take your shoes off. Like, that'll never get better. They'll never say, now you don't have to go through that anymore. Now you don't have to take your shoes off. It will only get more and more like a police state. And that's the direction we're going. So when I say morals is kind of the same way, that it's going to be tough to get morality back once you've let it go. With the internet, it's introduced trolls, right? People telling me to drink bleach. Well, I'll tell you what, in 1980, nobody was going to come to my face and tell me to drink bleach. But because there's the internet now, and because people feel like they can hide behind computer screens, and because They think it's okay just to call people fat and demean people. That is happening in the world, and it will continue unless we as people realize what we're doing. And I'm afraid that because of, and I do blame science. I think that a lot of it has to do with this scientific mindset of, they're smarter than you. That if you believe in science, you're smart. You don't, you're dumb. There's no creator. You don't need to be judged for your life.
See,
go ahead.
sorry for interrupting you there, but
No, I know. I keep talking
that's
like over and over.
a kind of a concept that society as a group has kind of accepted and made.
Which part?
So the idea that, you should listen to scientists because they're smart and they've got PhDs, and if you don't believe what they believe, then you're dumb, like that kind of stuff. That's more of something that society made. Like everyone as a whole, kind of. It's how can I explain this?
I think I disagree with you.
It's an idea of.
Go ahead.
Kind of everyone. It's kind of like.
You don't think it has anything to do with Neil deGrasse saying science is true whether or not you believe in it? These guys propel themselves as smarter than everyone. So it's not a society decision of like, you know what, Neil deGrasse really is coming across as a smart person to me, so we should probably believe in scientists. It comes across as scientists push their intelligence on people. Your professors believe in science. Your teachers believe in science. Every teacher believes in evolution. That's not because every teacher believes in evolution. It's because you have to basically believe in evolution to be a teacher. That if you become a teacher and you don't believe in evolution, well, you're not allowed to say your opinion. So a lot of people, I'm assuming, that are science teachers that teach biology believe in evolution. So it's by design that science has put itself into these positions. And when you really look at it, all these schools are, if you really want to, are usually religious schools that have brought these Jesuits in that really push the science agenda and push science on people. And I know it sounds weird when I'm saying that because I do think religion is responsible ultimately for both. Science is the opposite of religion, but it's run by the religious. It always was. Copernicus, religious. Galileo, religious. All these guys were Jesuits, were religious. And it looks like they knew, hey, we're going to lose control of people here. So let's be the opposite of ourselves. Let's go and be scientific. And if we are both ends, then we have got people trapped no matter which direction they go. That's my ultimate belief, that it's all about those who know have power, right? Knowledge is power. So the opposite of knowledge is not having power. So if you think you know about God and Jesus, then you feel comfortable in that opinion. And if you think you know about the universe and the Big Bang, then you feel comfortable in that position. And in both areas, I think you're completely trapped because you trust men. You believe in what somebody else has told you the world is made up of or is about. I think that the middle road is where you need to be. You need to look at religion and say, what is good here? And look at science. What is good here? And operate your life from a position of not just buying into a certain storyline and going with it. So for me, it looks like science, it doesn't want you to be okay with looking at science and taking what you want from it, which is what I want to do, right? I want to look at science. I want to weigh it for its own merits. I want to look at the things that are coming out of it and decide for myself which things work and which things don't. And when science tells you, you have to believe in evolution or you're an idiot. Science does not allow me to say, well, I believe a lot of computer science and I believe in this kind of science, but I don't believe your evolution at all. Then I am shunned by that religion. I am excommunicated. That's heresy because science says you have to believe it. To me, the moon landing and evolution are the two things that if it wasn't for that, I would probably be a backer of science. Because I would say, well, look, here's science, and here's, for the most part, they get everything right, and we're advancing through the world with it. Well, yeah, that's true, but there's two things in science that are clearly, in my opinion, false. And the fact that you can't question them tells me it's not about science. That if there's a moon landing and you cannot question it, then that's not scientific. And if
Okay,
there's... Go ahead.
Can I just so I agree with you is that I don't believe that people should blindly accept scientific theory as fact. Okay? But that said, I believe that there is significant enough evidence to warrant saying, the world is probably round and the planets probably revolve around the sun. I believe there's enough evidence to warrant that. Like, I feel like assuming that the world is round and gravity exists and all the planets revolve around the sun involves less assumptions than assuming that the world is flat and the planets revolve and the moon and stuff revolve and the sun all spin around the top of the plane.
But but to say that, do you just realize that you're just saying it because you were taught the explanations for one and not the other? I'm not really sure how you can say that the heliocentric model.
Here's what you've got me, right? I'll be completely honest. I understand the scientific theory, the main scientific theory, better than I understand your theory.
Right.
Okay, I'll fully admit that. And if you want to go ahead and explain to me how everything works in a flat Earth, I'll listen to you. Okay, that's fine. And if I believe that your theory has less assumptions than mine, I'll more than happily abandon mine and go to yours. Okay, this is what you have to understand. But at the time being, you haven't given me enough evidence. And to be fair, I've been watching all your videos. They're pretty long. Honestly, I can respect your dedication. Like you've spent a lot of time on this. I can see that, and I can respect that. No matter, even if I don't agree with it, I can respect that you spent a lot of time on this.
So let me ask you this though: why do you watch my videos then? Because let me explain this. Like if somebody made videos about something I didn't agree with, I wouldn't watch their videos. So the fact that you say you watch my videos tells me, and I don't know if you would admit this if it's the truth or not, but tells me that there's enough doubt or something in your mind about the current beliefs that you're open to hearing me talk about an alternative belief. Now, you can tell me what it is really, but I'm just saying it's always kind of confused me because if somebody was making videos about something I completely didn't agree with, I would not watch more than 1 minute of one of their videos, let alone be able to talk to them and say, hey, I've watched many of your videos, because I would draw the line at watching many of anything I didn't agree with or didn't buy into. So I guess my question to you would be, what about my videos has made you watch more than 10 minutes of one? And whether or not you'd be honest with me, I don't know. But let me ask you that.
Okay, so I should be 100% clear here. I watched your videos 1-2 years ago. I watched a handful of them. I thought, that's curious that he believes that. I want to find out why he believes that, which is when I started the email chain. But I haven't watched them recently.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something I've got to understand. Like, I believe that you're not doing justice as a philosopher, or as a I don't want to put myself on a pedestal as a philosopher. No, I don't think you're doing a justice to yourself if you go ahead and believe in a system without going to the other side, even if that other side is, let's say, not mainstream, not widely accepted by a large group of people. I think that if you don't spend the time to go to the other side, hear them out, and listen to their thoughts, you're not doing a good job to ground yourself in what is true and what isn't. You're just
believing in the words of others, whatever.
That's correct.
Yeah.
If you don't hear both sides of the story, you're going to be biased. I don't want to be biased. I want to listen to everyone's side, which is probably impossible, but I'll do my best.
Well, yeah, and I totally agree with you. I wanted to too, and that's what my wife and I came to, right, when I said at the beginning that we realized that we just believed in the religions we were brought up in. I had bad things to say about her. She had bad things to say about mine, not because we had looked into them, but because of what we were told and because of our religion. Religion teaches you anything coming from outside your religion is Satan. So I was always a little bit apprehensive about really looking into things further. When I heard about evolution growing up, I kind of just dismissed it in my head as, okay, I'm not going to listen to this because it's going against my religion. But then when I freed up myself from religion, that was the most liberating moment of my life, because for the first time I said, now I can believe things because I believe in them. And so I see what you're saying. You have to hear both sides to really feel that way. If I just said, I don't believe in science and I'm not going to look into it, that's a problem. You need to, if you don't believe in science or some scientific understandings, then I hope that you've at least gone through what I have, which is doing the research on it and hearing things from actual scientists and reading quotes and reading books, and then you can build for yourself your opinion of what you think the world, is. But where I want to go back to is, you said earlier that the heliocentric model has less assumptions than the flat Earth model. And what I'm trying to say is that that's because they've taught you in class how their things work. And then for the flat Earth, well, since we don't know exactly how it works because we're fighting from a position of being lied to and from not knowing fully, that of course there would be some, and they're not so much assumptions, but unknowns. And that doesn't dismiss it as, because then what you're basically saying is, if somebody tells you a lie, as long as they build up a really good lie, it's better to believe that than the truth, because the truth may be missing, have some holes in it. And that's why I just was a little bit, I don't think that that's true when you say there's less assumptions in a heliocentric model. I mean, you have to assume, like you said, it's easier to pick heliocentricity. Okay, so you can just accept that this sun is 899,000 miles wide. And you just have to accept that we're flying through space at 66,000 miles per hour. And you have to accept that gravity is holding all these planets in place. Whereas if you just, I don't know if you have like a Universe Sandbox, I have a game on Steam. And if you pull your camera outside of the Earth and you look at the whole system in real time, everything's just still. There's nothing moving. We're taught about orbits and things swinging around, and get a ball and put it at the end of a string and swing it around a stick. And everything kind of makes sense like that. Okay, everything's swinging and you've got all this, it's flowing but when you look at the universe from the outside perspective, everything's just sitting there. Nothing, now.
From a human perspective, real time.
Yes.
Okay, see, this is what I want you to understand, right? From a completely human perspective, like, we've come from tribes and stuff. Our minds are built so we understand the world around us the best we can. Mm-hmm. Our minds are not built to be able to comprehend reality outside of the planet, outside of Earth, outside of our little communities, right?
But do you realize that what you're saying there, you don't have evidence for besides what somebody taught you? This is what I'm saying is, what I was going to say is, when I say remove myself...
That doesn't make it dismissible. Okay.
Okay, but here's the thing, is that you just said that we are built to understand the world we live in. You just said that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so why do you abandon that and then say, but when it comes to outside of this world, we don't understand, it's on a different scale, we don't get it, okay, well, you should question that and say, why do I believe that there's this other viewpoint? Why do I believe? Because that's not something you have ever seen. You just trust people. And if those people had been there, if those people understood it better, then I could see that. But when I go looking, astrophysicists don't have an outside view of the Earth. They just believe in the same idea that you do. So it really isn't just truth that there's this other view that, well, from a cosmic perspective, and there's 10 billion planets, and, well, that's what somebody's told you. I mean, it's just like stars. The stars, I mean, you believe that the closest star to us is 25 trillion miles away. 25 trillion. I mean, go outside tonight and really think about that. Really look at the stars above your head and think to yourself, why do I believe that the closest star to me is 25 trillion? You only believe it because somebody told you. And like you said, that's not reason enough to dismiss it. Okay, maybe it's not. But you can see the stars. They're right there. They're right above you. They're not 25. I mean, do you know how many a trillion seconds? A trillion seconds is 33,000 years. Okay. That's how long a trillion seconds is. And yet we let people tell us that the stars are 25 trillion miles away at the minimum. That's the closest star. That is complete and total horseshit. It's not true. There would need to be evidence of that other than go back in time and look at when that came into play. It was when Tycho Brahe told people when they were saying, well, what if this is true? What if heliocentric? And he said, that's outrageous. What you're saying could only be true if the stars themselves were trillions of miles away. And then shortly after that, he dies. Here comes Kepler, who takes over all his paperwork and says, guess what, guys? The stars are so far away, they're trillions of miles. Because that's what was needed to allow their whole system to work. So when I look at it and I say, well, when you're talking about assumptions, to just assume that that is a correct statement, to just assume that the stars are at minimum 25 trillion miles away. Let me explain this. So the sun is 8 minutes away from us, right? They say it's 8 light minutes. Basically, it would take light to get 8 minutes to get here. Okay, so think of the size of the sun. Now, if we doubled that distance, so say we're now 180 million miles away from the sun, picture how small the sun would get, okay? That's now 16 light minutes. Double that, okay? That's now 32 light minutes. Would you still be able to see the sun? Be pretty damn difficult. Now double that. Okay, now you're at an hour of light time. Now double that, you're at 2 hours. Think of how many times you would have to reduce the size of the sun to get to be, I don't know, what's the closest star? 5 light years or something? 6 light years? Whatever.
I don't know.
I think it's 4. But whatever. That you would not see the sun. That you from your own observations, you can come to that conclusion. That, I mean, especially when you see how tiny the sun is really, like during the eclipse, when you actually see that the sun is tiny, we see a big glare, but when you look at the sun itself, it's very tiny. The little moon moves in front of it, it's just very tiny. So at double the distance, you'd have to be half as small, and double it again, half as small. And like I said, you're at a light hour, and you have to get to light years. You would not see stars. And the fact that they say stars are suns, how does anybody believe that? There's no evidence that a star is a sun. I mean, the sun is nothing like stars, and yet.
See, I think you're underestimating the brightness of the sun. So even if I was a ridiculous distance away, I'd still be able to see it because it's just putting out so much light that it's still visible to the naked eye. Do you understand what I mean by that?
Yeah, except for, okay, if that was true, then where's the video? So we just got done with the Cassini mission. There's Juno spacecraft right now. Why don't they ever just turn and look at the sun? Why not just turn and take a picture of the sun? Why not show the sun from another planet? They don't show the sun. And most people, I know Eric Dollard is one of them, but some people believe that the sun is not visible in space. So, I mean, that's an alternative belief. But I tend to understand that belief because I know the higher you get up, the less of the stars you see. So I'm assuming that if you were to get far enough away from the Earth, you probably don't see the sun anymore. But again, I don't have proof of those things, so I don't really claim that to be true. I just have my own opinion of how the world works, which is nothing close to what NASA tells us. I mean, NASA shows them being in the ISS. I don't know if they're really up there or not. Regardless, there's no stars in any of their videos. And those are the things that make me think, well, if they were just making this big production, if this was just a big fake production, well, then they would have stars. Then they would show you stars. They would fake everything. But I think when they don't do certain things, like when they have to use GoPro cameras every time, that tends to make me think, well, if this was just fake, you would fake the ball Earth and not use a GoPro camera. Because the GoPro camera itself just gives me evidence that you're trying to round something that is not round. So sometimes I think that it may not be the astronauts themselves that are up there, that it may be like a camera on a high-altitude vehicle of some type that's filming the Earth, and so it needs to use a GoPro camera. And if it's up there, it doesn't see stars, which we see in balloon footage. If a balloon gets up 120,000 feet, the stars are gone. You might see one or two or a planet. But I don't know why I got off on that trip. Anyway, so I guess the whole thing about assumptions to me is the problem, is that think if you're saying that, it's because you've accepted what they've told you is true. And so you're saying, okay, I accept all these things. And I think that the basis to get to the point where I'm at, you have to feel okay with questioning everything that you don't have direct evidence for. So to just say, well, it makes more sense to me that the Earth goes around the sun and that this, well, if somebody proved to me that the sun was 93 million miles away and that it's 899,000 miles wide, then I totally agree with you. I totally agree. Oh, you know what? That makes more sense that we go around the sun. And okay, then I agree with you. The problem is, I don't think those things have been proven. I think that they are inferred. So when you say assumptions, well, no. In order to believe in the heliocentric model, you've made a hell of a lot of assumptions, like stars or suns, like the closest one is 25 trillion miles away, like we don't see them change year to year because of their distance, like the sun is this far away, and we're traveling this fast, and we are a ball, and we don't feel it, and people are upside down, but they don't know it, and all these things that go together with the heliocentric model, I think, is definitely full of assumptions, more than the flat Earth, which is, I'm not making a lot of assumptions in my belief that the Earth is flat because it's what I observe. So there's no assumption for me to say that the Earth doesn't have curvature because I've never seen it have curvature. So I guess the assumption would be that that same thing holds true no matter where I go, which is I've been to the Philippines, I've been to other places in the world, and it still didn't ever look like a ball. So I just think there's less assumptions in the flat Earth. Now, is there more unknowns? Sure. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know the size of the sun. I don't know the size of the moon. I don't know how far away they are. I don't know, their exact courses, or I don't know exactly how they work. Or if they're, is the moon a ball? Is it a rock in space? Is it a projection? I don't know those things. I don't know. But I think it's safer for me to investigate things with an open mind than to believe in what I'm taught and not be able to investigate things because my mind has been closed. So I at least applaud you for being open to hearing another side, because there's a lot of people that are not open to hearing anything outside of what they currently believe. And I think that's the scariest thing. It's just like false flag attacks. And I don't know, how much you've looked into those, but if somebody wants to tell me that they believe in Sandy Hook and that it actually happened, that these children died and got shot by this guy, then my question to them would be, have you done research on it? Have you looked into it beyond what the mainstream media has told you? And if they say no, I believe it because then I don't have respect for that person's opinion. I only have respect for their opinion if they're willing to say that they put in the effort and researched it. If somebody says, I looked into Sandy Hook, Jaron, I spent 2 days researching it, and I've come to the conclusion that it was a real event, then I would accept and appreciate and respect their opinion. The problem with it is I've never met that person, because anybody who spends the time to actually do the research will come to the conclusion, because it's plain as day, that it did not happen. Now, same thing with the moon landings. I've never met somebody who has really spent any time researching it and come to the conclusion that we went, because you can't research it and come to that conclusion. So that's a scary thought for me, to know that scientific followers, science believers, believe in the moon landings, when anybody who's ever done any research into the moon landings comes to the conclusion that we didn't go. Because then it's like, well, wait a second. So this almost looks to me to be that anybody who believes in science doesn't look at evidence. And that's a scary thought.
Okay.
I'll just ask you, have you spent any time looking into the moon landings at all, or you just believe it happened because you were told to happen?
No, I haven't had a proper look into it. Okay, look, see, the problem with what you're saying, in my opinion, is that you're saying that everyone needs to research everything before they pass it off as truth. I don't think that's feasible in a society. Like, we as society was developing over time, from tribes to cities to empires, people have gotten more specialized, and they have specialized jobs to do each thing, right? So we have people whose job it is to find the truth, and they're scientists, right? And we pay them to do that. We can't expect, and we have people whose job it is to find out is to make sure that politicians are doing the right thing. They're called journalists. They're supposed to go out and, find all the corrupt politicians and to let the world know and things like that. Okay, we can't have the idea that everyone has to research everything before they pass it off as truth is a little bit unfeasible, because
I agree with you. I do.
Do you see what I'm kind of saying?
Totally.
Because you can't research everything. Like,
okay,
you can't expect everyone to research everything, because that's just unreasonable.
I agree with you, but then when you get to a point where you see that there are lies being told, then what other choice do you have? Because what you're basically saying is everyone can't research everything. Okay, I agree. But we've got people who basically decide what is true and what is not, who are not being totally honest. For instance, the whole idea of dinosaurs. Yeah, everybody can't research everything. And so I want to leave paleontology to paleontologists. But when I find out that there is dinosaur bones, and I don't mean just that guy Mark, there's other ones, multiple others. When other people are finding the same thing, that there's soft tissue in dinosaur bones, that is not getting out to people because science is shutting it down. So to me, that's a big problem. That means that the entire idea of our past is wrong. That these dinosaurs did not go extinct 67 million years ago because they were still here 20,000 years ago. So that is not getting out to people. Now, I mean, you might be dismissing that as saying, well, this guy must be crazy or this guy's not understanding science. And that's the problem, is that rather than go look at what I just said, you would just rather probably believe that dinosaurs are 67 million years old. Not because you have any direct knowledge of that, but because you've already been given a lifeline of the history of this earth that you've accepted and feel comfortable with. And so you don't want to go down, and I don't mean to be speaking for you, I'm just saying in my mind that I'm assuming that you don't want to go down this rabbit hole. And to me, that's a problem. And the problem with that is because of science, is because you have to make the decision now of to go against scientific understanding and intellectuals and research why these people are finding soft tissue in dinosaur bones. And it probably scares you a little that you don't want to be considered a conspiracy theorist. You don't want to find out that it's true and then have to be in the position that I'm in where you're going up against science. So this is the problem I see, is that how do I convince people that the truth is better than knowing the details of a lie? Like, I'd rather know that dinosaurs lived 20,000 years ago and know that that's the truth based on evidence, than to just say, I'm not going to believe that because it goes against scientific understanding, when I know that science is terminating people from their jobs when their job is to find dinosaur bones because you found in that dinosaur bone something that doesn't match their world. So to me, that's why I'm so doing what I'm doing. That's why I'm so afraid of science, because that is a problem, man. I mean, that is a huge problem that anybody has to call into question their ability to research something. And that's what the whole government is. That's what our government in the United States is. People are afraid to look into 9/11 because they've seen what happens when people look into it. And what happens when people look into it is they come to the conclusion that we were lied to on the biggest scale by media, by everybody, by governments. And they don't want to come to that conclusion because it sucks. My sister is still... She's listened to a couple things I've said, and she looked into the flat earth a little while, and then she just came back one day and said, you know what, I see what you're saying, and I understand your opinion, but I just, I tend to think that it makes more sense to me that a couple guys on YouTube got some stuff wrong than all of scientists have got stuff wrong. That was her final conclusion that she came to. And she actually, more and more I talk to her, is really starting to see some of the things I'm saying and saying, there's definitely a problem in science. She's coming along. But I just say when you come to that conclusion of like, I can't picture science being wrong. Well, I just think that's scary because they clearly they're firing people for doing science. It's just the whole thing with like a Tesla or free energy. I mean, these kind of things would never come out. People think they would come out. If somebody knew how to do free energy, it would come out. There's no way. There's no way. The world runs on the backs of oil business, on the backs of these rich people. They're not going to let free energy come about. In fact, there's evidence that it is about, that it could be done now, but they don't want to let that happen. I mean, we know that cars can run on more efficient things than gasoline, but it's not going to change because of who runs this world. So to me, it just seems like science is a tool of the elite to keep the current kind of materialistic viewpoint of the world. I don't know how you feel about spirituality. I don't know if you are you now an atheist or what, but and that's one thing I didn't tell you, that I became an atheist. That when I got out of religion, my wife and I were atheists for maybe 6 months or so. And then looking into evolution and everything like that, when we came out of that, it was because I saw it as a religion, and I really ultimately saw it as a masking for what could be a God. Now, I don't know who God is at all. I don't know what it is. I just can look at the earth now, look at the world, and say there's far too much complexity and design for it to be an accidental explosion, which makes zero sense to me. In fact, I think the whole idea of the Big Bang.
So,
go ahead.
So the argument you're saying there is the intelligent design idea that the way everything interacts to make life happen, humans and dogs and cats and cows and horses, it happening by a pure randomness of just a bang, oh, there it is. You can't accept that. You have to have something there something had to have made that. That's your argument.
There's an order to the universe that cannot be accidental. I mean, you could crash cars into each other 1,000 times, and they'll never make something other than a mangled mess. So no matter how many times you do that, even though the cars are made themselves, you can't crash them together and out of it come a birdhouse. It's just not going to happen. And when I look at intricate things like an apple seed, go look at an apple seed next time and look at it under a microscope, do whatever you have to do. An apple seed, there's so much intelligence in the apple seed to know exactly what it is, to know to grow with water, to grow with sun. It grows, it gives of itself, it gives more apples, and inside those apples are more seeds to grow more apples. That idea is not a random chance in a random universe. And that's just one seed I just talked about. There's every seed of every kind of plant and fruit and vegetable, that all the seeds are encoded with their unique abilities. And to me, I don't believe in a God that watches us. I don't believe there's a God above us that's watching or playing chess with people and talks to Satan or anything like that. I just believe that there's something far beyond my knowledge. And so it's best to be I don't know what you would call it, appreciative of what I've been given, and enjoy my time here and try and do what's best for others and for the world, and leave it at that. I don't really think there's much beyond that to really. I think that there's so much we don't know. That's kind of the thing, is that it's not fair to make judgments about something that you don't know about. And I think that's what science has done, right? Science has taken ancient Christians who wrote about a God who was all powerful and who came down and who punished children and killed firstborns, and they've made a blanket statement about the idea of a God. And I think that is naive. It's an idiotic idea, because I also don't agree with the Christian version of God. So that doesn't mean then I dismiss all the ideas of God. And I feel like that's what science did. Science came along and recognized that the Christian God is not the God of this world. And they very much demean him and say he's evil and wicked and what a joke he is. And I tend to agree with them. But then I say, well, then let's help people. Let's refine the idea that everybody has spiritual experiences. Everybody feels like there's something else, that we don't really feel like we belong here. There's something weird. So let's embrace that and let's work around that. And I try and explain to Christians all the time why I think it's not a smart decision to say I believe in the Bible, or I believe that, because I look at it and I say, guys, and I try and play from their perspective. I say, look at, if God created this world and he knew that men would eventually write books, do you really think that he would communicate with you through books? Do you really think that knowing that at this day and age that people write books, do you really think he would want you to make the assumption that people write all books except for this one book? So I try and argue from a position of, but yes, if you're talking about the complexity of the world, the DNA structure that's in all of us. How does the cell in my leg know to be in my leg and not in my arm? We all breathe at night. These things are when we're sleeping, I mean, and it's just, these things are all examples to me that there is I guess you can call it a cosmic mover. There is something driving humanity, driving the world. But yeah, I'm totally different. I know a lot of people have different beliefs on, who the creator is and I embrace those. That's the thing about it, is I look at it and I say, I'll read the Bible. I'll read what these people thought of God, and it describes to me, the Bible, the history of mankind. That, at the beginning, people thought God was angry and sending bad weather like floods. And then they thought that he went to the top of the mountain and talked to Moses, and he now gives us these laws. And then throughout time, people kind of started to be bad again. They started to lose touch with morals, and people were like, well, it's because God's threatening people, but he's not really doing anything. And then they said, well, people need a God they can touch. People need a God they can see. So then here comes Jesus, and now let's call him God. And so it's like a story of like humanity, and then humans needed God here. They needed to see him rise from the dead. Okay, now we understand the afterlife, whatever. That's a story of mankind. The Bible to me is a story of mankind. Now I think we're at a position now that we need to evolve to the next level, to where we now understand that there is a ever-present spirit of some type in everybody, because I feel like there's that morality is in you. I had somebody tell me one time, they called me a blasphemer and said that they wouldn't know that theft was wrong. They wouldn't know adultery was wrong if it wasn't for the Bible. And I thought, that's the kind of shit that I think religion puts out. Just like I have a problem with science. Well, the people that come out of religion are the kind that say, I wouldn't know that lying was wrong. What do you mean? You know lying's wrong because you wouldn't want to be lied to. And if you grew up 2 children in a forest with no parental vision at all, they just grew up 2 children from the age of whatever they could live on their own, 3 months, I don't know. And they grow up together and they get to be like 10 years old and they've never seen anybody from outside. If you walked into that situation and gave one of them flowers and punched the other one in the face, they're going to recognize which of those actions was nice and which one was mean. That morality comes from an appreciation for each other and for life. You should know when you've stolen something. You should feel that pit in your stomach. To me, that is God. That feeling that you've done something wrong. When people say like God's will, doing God's will, well, I believe that's doing anything for the good of people, doing anything for the good of the world. You are doing God's will. You are helping prolong the existence of the earth. If you do anything towards the light and liberty and justice and happiness and joy, that stuff is all doing God's will. And when you do against that, you're the adversary. This. I think it's all coded in the language. Satan is the adversary. He's the antithesis, because you can't have one without the other. And that's why I know things like heaven aren't real, because people think heaven is real, and they don't understand that you can't have a heaven, because heaven, you're saying, is all good. Well, things are only good because things are bad. You can't. People think that there'd be such thing as heaven. Well, what are you going to do there? What are you going to eat? Because all food will taste the same. You can't have some food taste better than other food, or else you've just debunked your own heaven. If I go golfing with people, you can do whatever you want. If I go golfing with my 4 buddies, who's going to win? We'll all shoot 18. We'll all get a hole in one on every hole. And why would I want to get a 2? Because my friend might get a 1, and then I'd lose. So there is no. You enjoy doing things on earth because you enjoy, or you have a lot of time where you can't do them. I used to like going to baseball games, only because there was a lot of days I didn't go to baseball games. If I went to baseball games every single day, believe me, it wouldn't be very fun for very long. So I just think that there's 2 different aspects here. There's the religious aspect that is trying to push people into a fake understanding of who God is. And there's the scientific understanding, which is to remove any thought of there being a God. And like I said before, when I said, it looks to me like somebody is trying to make sure you're in one of 2 buckets. And I think the reason for that is because both buckets are extremely wrong. And that's what science to me is doing with teaching people that because these people are idiots and they don't understand God, well, why aren't we open? If we're really scientific, why aren't we open to all things? But science is, what do they call it? That things have to be tangible, or science seems to me to be a materialistic is the only existence in the world, which means that they have to go by the Big Bang, right? They have to say it was all accidental, that there can be no design involved. And to me, I don't think that is actually researching the truth of where we live. So I have a big problem with science because I feel like they are like okay, we're going to find the truth. The scientific method is the best way to find the truth. Okay, I agree with you. But if we can't test or measure it, then it doesn't exist. And I'm not really sure that that is the case. That doesn't mean that something doesn't exist. And you said earlier about, I believe you were talking about the sun and the moon, and were you saying that you didn't understand how they work? I'm trying to remember exactly what you said. But you said, you said that people need to know things, right? So people need to know how things operate. And I agree with you that it's a desire of humanity to always be researching and always be discovering. And the problem to me is science came along and ended people's pursuit of that by saying, we will be in charge of doing this and we will tell you, because they understood that you're fulfilling people's wants. People have to know, what is the sun? What is the moon? What are they doing? So when science says the sun is nuclear fusion and the moon is a rock and it's orbiting, and so now people are happy with that because they've been explained and so they can operate their lives. But I think the problem is, if that's not true, then you've completely held back humanity. And that's ultimately what I think about science. They have absolutely, for 500 years, caused humanity. We would be so far ahead. We would be so much further than we are now. But because they've removed the idea of, I don't know, have you ever heard of the rice experiment?
No.
Okay, so this is an experiment you can do it tomorrow, whatever you want, and it should change your life. That if you just take cooked rice and put it in 2 jars, measure a cup of rice, put it in 1 jar, a cup of rice to the other jar, close both tops, and then mark 1 jar love and 1 jar hate, and put them in separate rooms, and set your alarm on your phone or whatever for every day at the same time, and go to the jar that says love and hug it, tell it you love it, I love you, you're my friend, you're a good little rice, and then go to the hate jar and tell it it's a fucking piece of shit. Cuss at it, tell it it's ugly, tell it it's disgusting, and within it happened for me around 2 weeks, but less than a month, you will start to see the hate rice turn moldy, turn black, turn disgusting. And the good rice, the one that you love, will never change. So you can, and we've been doing it it's been about, over a year, I think now, where the love rice looks edible. And the other rice looks black. It's disgusting. So that is something that science needs to understand and embrace and say, tell people. Because that's earth-shattering. That means that our thoughts, our mental not capacity, but our mental aura around us, the things that we say, the way that we approach people, the way that we talk, changes reality. It actually affects other things. So if science was really about being science, this is something that would be on the news. This would be something that they would tell people like, hey, if you yell at people, if you get mad at your wife or you get mad at your dog my dog used to bark from my backyard and I would always turn and say, shut up, da, da, da. I'd yell at him until I did the rice experiment because I realized it's the same thing as the rice. If I yell like that and I'm angry at my dog, I'm probably destroying his insides. I'm probably affecting his well-being and affecting my wife, affecting people around the house. So it's changed the way my wife and I operate our lives because obviously we've proven to ourselves, now these are the things that bother me. Why hasn't science taken this but the reason why is because you can't measure it. You cannot measure the nice things you say to something. It's not a scientific test. Science would not accept my test. So when I tell you to do it, you can do it. You'll come back to me and say, wow, that's the craziest thing ever. But science won't accept your test because in scientific understanding, what we're doing is not a measurable thing. You can't measure the blackness of rice. You can't, maybe you could measure the mold amount or whatever, but how are you going to measure the nice things being said? So there's so many things about reality that are not quantifiable in a way that science dictates has to be done. And so to me, they're a hindrance to people because for all I know, we can communicate telepathically. And when I say that, I'm just saying we wouldn't know because we're not even told that it's possible. And the reason we're not told it's possible is because science says it's not. So when you've got that kind of thinking going around and people associate science with intellectualism, we may be missing our whole purpose here. We may be missing the abilities that we have they're far greater than what we think. Now we're just I have to go to work, I pay my taxes, I drive my car home, I take care of my kids, I fuck my wife, and that's how you think life is. And maybe there's so much more. I'm not able to say that there is. I'm not able to say that there isn't. But if the dictator of what is true in life is refusing to look into that side of life, then, I'll stand up for science or against science until my last day here, because I refuse to say that that is the correct way we should be teaching people. The way I learned science in school is not correct. That you need to be open with children and tell them, think outside the box. Right now, cars run on gasoline, but you could invent the car that runs on seawater. Imagine if we had a car that ran on ocean water. These kind of things, you need to give people the opportunity to grow, get better, get greater. But science just interjected and said, we know the answers. The sun is made of this, the moon does this, and it's this big. And so people stop investigating. People stop researching. And one good thing, I don't know if you've seen it, but I don't think there's anybody in the flat earth that would say anything different than they've learned more about the world that they live in since they've questioned where they live. And I think that that's hugely important to say that before people started talking about flat earth, nobody knew about where they lived. As far as they may have believed like you did or like I did, that we were on a ball flying through space, whatever. But there's no reason to look into it. There's no reason to learn about how fast you're going, to learn about what they say about orbits, to learn, because somebody already told you, and I think that's by design, that they don't want you looking into it because that's their job. We'll look into it, we'll make money from it, we'll do scientific papers, but you don't need to. We got this. And to me, you have completely wrecked the world, that people should be open to looking into everything. And I guarantee, find one flat earther who says they don't know more about the heliocentric model. So if anything, if come to find out we are on a ball, which I don't think there's any possible way, but if come to find out that is the truth, then even this movement has done more for that practice or that branch of science than that branch of science ever did. Talking about the flat earth has caused more people to learn about the ball earth than would have ever been done without it. So to me, I just see so many benefits to what we're doing, and it's, I'm willing to put up with the hate and the emails and the threats and everything, because it doesn't matter to me. I think if I saw something like, by doing this, I could be doing damage to this, or I could be doing damage to that, then I wouldn't do it. I don't think I don't want to ever hurt anybody. I don't want to ever hurt the progress of humanity or anything. This is not hurting the progress. If anything, it's going to help it.
Okay. My one problem with the rice experiment thing that you mentioned.
Uh-huh.
Did you repeat it?
I have not. No.
Okay.
But I should, absolutely. And but I think the reason I heard about it is because I saw somebody do it on YouTube or whatever. So you're right, because there's a bias there. The fact that, but again, and somebody said one to you, well, it's because you thought it was going to happen. Well, that's my point. Shouldn't science tell us that if we think something's going to happen, that it might? But no. But I will repeat it just because you said that. There's somebody else, this guy Ramsey, that calls in on Raw that wants me to do it live, and I told him, I said, I don't know how I do that, and he says, well, what if instead of doing it once a day, you did it every 10 minutes and had both of them on camera? So I could try it. I don't know if it would work, if it would break down the makeup. And then, I've had a lot of people ask me, do you think you can create things in the world with that? I'm like, no, I don't think that. I don't think that my wife and I, when we came to the conclusion, because I don't know if you've heard a lot of New Age people, they'll say that our consciousness creates the world. Have you ever heard that? Like people,
bits and pieces, yes.
Yeah, and so like I said, I'm open to listening to anybody's opinions, and then I kind of make my own decision. But my wife and I kind of did a thought experiment, which was simply thinking, if a gas bomb hit the Earth and killed every human immediately, but there was one guy in China that happened to be in his wine cellar or something, and for some reason he didn't die. Okay, so that's theoretically believable that some sort of gas cyanide bomb goes off, and for whatever reason he's in the cellar for like a month. I don't know what he's doing there, but okay, so now there's one person alive left, and no matter where you are in the world, everything would have to remain the way it was, meaning my house, if my wife and I dropped dead right here in this room, that we would remain here while our body decomposed, while animals came in, while the house broke down. Nothing could change that. It doesn't matter if that guy 50 years from now in China walks over to my house. He couldn't imagine it being a glass palace and show up and it be a glass palace. That no matter what, it still remains here. And so, that really tells me a lot about the physical nature of the world, that as much as I may think we're spiritual beings or we're, regardless of that, we live in a physical world that's physically real, that is physical. It's not a simulation. I've also heard people talk about simulations or that we're part of a matrix or you can think that, but there's it's not true. This is a real physical place. It is, it's here. And so it does get confusing, as far as are we a ball in space or no, I think that for the most part, we are at a place that's all there is. So there's not, well, what's below the flat earth? Well, what do you mean? That what's below earth? There isn't, we live on earth. There's nothing here. There's nothing else. You can see in the sky. Yeah. But they told me that that's other planets and I can go there and they can travel there. But I haven't seen evidence of that. Certainly haven't seen evidence of that. So when you talk about the idea of the rice experiment, I don't think that you can I can't think of there being another quarter on my desk here and then there appear another physical quarter. But I think that we can affect other things that exist. So, maybe speaking nice to the quarter and then telling the other quarter it's weak and feeble, maybe eventually I could bend the quarter that I said was weak and feeble because I've affected its molecular structure. I've broken down the makeup of that quarter. Now, I'm not saying I can do that. I'm just saying that that's possible. So I think that's what's going on with the rice, is that the rice has a molecular structure, it's got a makeup. And by me yelling and demeaning it, it's breaking down the fibers that hold it together. It's corrupting that environment, which causes mold, and it got gross. The other one, when you speak, it's like the whole idea of harmonics, right? Or vibration, that the nice words and the lovingness and that is actually building that up. And it's funny because I think that has implications all over. I tend to would want to do research on Alzheimer's. Is it possible that old people who get Alzheimer's is because they have a strained relationship with their husband or wife, and that by thinking badly about that person, by ignoring that person, by not being loving to that person, that you are breaking up their mind, their memories. You're destroying that person. Unbeknownst to you. You don't know that. You just think they're getting Alzheimer's. They're forgetting things. Oh, my mom's forgetting things. But I think there's so much research that can be done on things like that. That are those things happening? And we say, oh, there's no cure for Alzheimer's, and we don't know where it comes from. Well, that's because science doesn't believe in things like that we can affect reality. I mean, what if we looked into it and saw that all of people who are getting Alzheimer's had a questionable or non-loving relationship with their husband or wife the last 10 or 20 years? Those are things that could change the world. My wife and I tell each other every day now, how long you look so young, you look so beautiful. Just since we learned the rice experiment, because we said maybe that's why people die. Because people think of them as old and people think of them as ugly, and they might just kind of wither away. Old people get all small and crinkly and wrinkly. Well, is it like the rice? I'm not saying you could live forever. I'm not even coming close to that. I'm just saying that there's so much investigative work that could be done if science was really about science. Science isn't about science. Science is about its version of the world, its idea of how the world works, which if they admitted that and said, we think the world is materiality, we think that there's nothing that we can't measure, then we're going to do these tests, and people accepted that and said, okay, you go do those tests, that's fine if you think the world's that way. But they say that is the way the world is. That's the problem.
Okay, that's interesting. It's the kind of thing science can't fix, though, because again, it's this idea that society's kind of made, not any individual scientist or group of scientists. It's a what's the word I'm looking for? It's again that kind of group mentality that enough people agreed with it that because. Okay, here's something I wanted to touch on earlier. Humans, to a point, are lazy. It's much easier to keep with the status quo than it is to question everything. way easier, way easier.
Absolutely.
So I can understand, people dismissing you immediately because, it's much easier just to dismiss you than to look into it, look at the evidence, do all that stuff. Like, it would be much easier for me if I just had seen your videos, oh, okay then, and then just ignored you.
Right.
It would be way easier. But I don't do that. Because I believe that if you get in the habit of doing that to everyone you disagree with, you're not going to expand your horizons. You're not going to understand people better.
Right.
Which I think is important. I think it's important that everyone, as best as they can,
like we said,
tries to understand as many people as they possibly can, because that makes them a better person. It makes them more understandable. Blah blah blah.
Empathetic.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah.
Because it's we're so much alike that the differences, it's good to learn about why there's those little differences and what makes us different. Because there's so many things that are alike. But when you say humans are lazy and that they keep the status quo, which I totally agree with, but are they that way because of how science has taught us? Are they lazy because they feel like everything's already been discovered and explored and researched? That's my opinion. I think that humans don't want to be lazy. They don't want to be, and that's why the government, the powers that be, make us have jobs, and you have to have a job to live here. You have to do, because they know that we have to keep busy. And so it's not a matter of humans want to be lazy. I don't even believe in the Dark Ages, like they say, because of that exact reason. I don't think there was a period of time from 400 AD to 1600 AD where humans didn't do anything. I think that is a complete lie, because I know humans want to discover, want to research, want to explore, want to go hiking, want to go discovering.
Didn't do anything is a bit misleading. It's
did they discover
the
anything?
Dark Ages? That was after the. I'm just trying to make sure we're thinking of the same thing. That was after the Bronze Age collapse, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Or am I thinking of something else? Yeah,
no,
yeah.
That's Dark
so
Ages.
that's like all of the big empires got destroyed or whatever.
Right. Yeah, you can consider it like the Middle Ages, I think is what they call it.
Yeah. So that would have been
like after the Roman
doubt
Empire.
Nothing would have happened. I think that was just there's lots of theories around it, but it's a lot of disasters happened in a short period of time, which destroyed all of the major civilizations around at that time. Egypt.
Yeah,
Persia.
but if you look into that, I mean, the stories don't even work. I mean, they say that, like, the Library of Alexandria burned down. All of the human knowledge went with it, and I mean, that's a fabrication of a story.
That's
the library.
I don't agree with that, to be clear. The idea that all of human knowledge went away, that's misleading. All of the
books, all
society
the books
which pushed scientific project forward, they would have gotten destroyed. Absolutely. Because all of the major civilizations fell that we know of at that time. It was a very long time ago. This is what you have to understand.
Mm-hmm.
We have, destroyed cities and stuff that we've dug up. And, most of the things we know about it is either through second-hand evidence, from other historians writing about it, or things that we've concluded through, sorting through all of those destroyed cities and stuff like that.
When I said human knowledge, I meant
deciphering hieroglyphics and stuff like that.
Right, because they say that all of the books of human knowledge was in the Library of Alexandria, and then it burned down. And they say it burned for, I think I've said before, 6 months, and maybe it was 6 weeks, but whatever it is, it's just nonsense. They don't have any proof of that. They don't have any evidence. It's an easy way to keep erasing our history, because they keep saying, humans, we lost all of our know-how, our scientific know-how and our knowledge. And then there became a period that they call the Dark Ages of, a couple hundred years at least, maybe 1,000 years at most. But that humans really they didn't invent anything. They didn't discover anything. It was just a very down period of human history, which I tend to think didn't happen.
I want to contrast this with another period of history. It's, the Renaissance period.
Right.
A period where scientific discovery and art just exploded.
Right.
Well, when you look at it, when you really look at it, this is over an extraordinarily large period of time for humans. Like, this would have been multiple generations that the Renaissance period went over.
200 or 300 years, I think.
Yeah. So during that time, you wouldn't see it as this explosion of science and knowledge and art.
No, it wouldn't have been the Renaissance to them.
Yeah,
right.
yeah, it wouldn't seem extraordinary to them. And at the same time, during the Dark Period, it wouldn't seem like the world has kind of stopped for them.
No,
You know,
but looking back at that
it's all
period,
relative.
True, but I think looking back at any period of time, you should see kind of the same idea of a want for people to discover and research. I mean, I don't know. It's not worth talking history with me because I really have a different opinion of history. I mean, when you even talk about the Renaissance, I mean, that's when they say that people who painted learned how to use perspective. And then they show you drawings before that where like figures were like really big in front of, they couldn't draw with, which is, in my opinion, a complete fabrication. Because again, they're trying to tell us that people were like so stupid that they couldn't look at the world and draw, which is just ridiculous.
I don't think that's what they're trying to say.
Well, but that's what it basically says.
I think that would have been the popular art style at the time. It is what they were saying. Like, doing all these realistic drawings only became really popular during the Renaissance. I think that's what they're saying, not that. Not that.
I just think that a lot of that stuff
people
is
were
a
too
lie
stupid
because,
to do it before.
No, I just think our history has been hidden from us on purpose. Because I mean, if you look at it, I mean, what do you think the oldest book there is?
The oldest book.
Actual book, and which is hard to say because with dating it's kind of weird, but
well, I don't want to answer that because every book is just a recreation of a book which used to exist.
Right. So I mean, really, when you're talking about the oldest, I mean, you might be talking 1400, 1300. I think Fomenko says that you can reliably date something from 1100, but we're not taught that. We're taught that like we have ancient story. Well, everything was rewritten. It's like they said, the Library of Alexandria burned up in 300 AD or something, whatever it was. But yet we still have all the books from before then. So people might say, well, how did we lose all of written history if it's because they rewrote everything. So everything that they rewrote would have been just by memorization. How else would you rewrite? How could you rewrite Euclid's postulates if everything burned down?
Like I said, history that far back,
it's hard.
It was all secondhand evidence.
Right. Which is, exactly. And that's why a lot of people don't line up, and it gets difficult because somebody will describe somebody at a certain time period, then somebody else will describe them at a later time period, so it gets confusing. But you're like, well, if it's secondhand knowledge, somebody may have remembered him being from... I mean, imagine, like, for instance, if we had to write about George Washington's life today. I mean, imagine all of our books burned, and then somebody said, here, Jaron, write about George Washington. I mean, it's not going to come out very good. I'm not going to be able to tell you much about him. So any knowledge that we have, I guess, is interesting because it would have been tough. But I know we're getting off the subject there. What I was trying to say is that with the history, though, it seems like to me that there was a period of time. We talked about the Dark Ages, talked about the Renaissance. Then there became this time period where scientific discovery became the topic, right? So that would be about 1700s, or 1600s, 1700s. And it just seems to me like it's strange that it coincides with the invention of the book, of a printing press. Because then you're talking about, so nobody before that really had books. If you had a book, it was handwritten. Yeah. It was copied by a scribe. And you had to be educated, which, probably 90% of the world was not. So very select few people could read books and could understand what was going on. So then science comes along, and now the printing press comes along. And now the world goes on this belief in the heliocentric model, Copernican model, physics, and mathematics, and that becomes the mainstream beliefs. But it's just coincidence, I guess, that it just so happens to be the same time that you would have been able to print books, meaning pass out to the world knowledge. And if you know how life works and you know how this world works, that knowledge is always tried to be kept from people. That's how history works. It's how that only the select few knew the truth and that the masses were dumb. Up until 70 years ago in the Catholic Church, the priest said the Mass in Latin with his back turned to the crowd because they wanted people to think you needed to go through him to get to heaven. He has all the connection with God, you don't. So why, I don't know, but for some reason people now feel like, oh, well, now the whole goal of the world is to hand out knowledge. Now they want to put it in textbooks and teach children in school. And to me, I think it's just naive of us to realize that there's people at the very top of this world who do not give a shit about you or your children or their learning. And so shouldn't we look into things to be careful that we're not allowing things to happen that would allow some people to stay in knowledge and other people to remain dumb? And when I look at the education system, I can't speak on behalf of Australia. I'll speak on behalf of the United States. We don't learn anything that we should. In fact, everything we learn is agenda-driven, that you learn things that would make you become part of the slave class, that you need to get a job. You have to go to school so you get a good job. You have to make money so you can get married. You have to have kids. They cost money. Everything is meant to put you in this rut of, and then, it's like credit card debt and things like that. They put these tables at college signups that are like, get $100 cash free for signing up for a credit card. All these things are traps. They're all gross traps for humans. And I think we need to look at that on a wider scale and say, okay, so people are willing to screw you over whenever possible. And I think we all do kind of know that when you take your car in to get fixed, or there's lots of times where you have to watch out because you never know if somebody's trying to take advantage of you. But for some reason, when it comes to science and education, we drop that skeptical eye. And to me, I think people are going to take advantage of that, and they might have already. And so I guess this goes back to what you're saying about, do we question everything? How, you can't question everything. You have to just fundamentally believe some things. I agree, until you find reasons to doubt them. It's like my wife, at this point, she could tell me anything when she comes through the door, and I'm going to believe her because she has not given me reason to doubt her. If she ever did come home and, where were you? I was at the store. Okay. And then her friend called and said, hey, I was with your wife at the bar earlier today. Then I'm going to say, okay, hold on a second. Now, it seems like why'd she lie to me? And then I may approach future situations differently. I may listen carefully and make sure that she's telling the truth. Well, I feel like people aren't doing that with science or NASA, despite them being outed and you being shown that there's problems. It's like the guy I told you that said, well, why would they put a moon? Who wants to put a camera on the moon? It would cost too much. That's the equivalent of me continuing to hear stories about my wife lying to me. And I just say, well, why would I look into it? Why would she tell me she was at this, her friends, if she was really at the store? It'd be like me just making excuses for my wife. Well, why would I really do that? Why am I? And that's what I see with science. I see people making excuses. They don't need to. Science is supposed to be true. The ball Earth is supposed to be true. It doesn't need your help explaining it to be true, or not explaining it, but proving it to be true. It's already been proven technically, right? So to me, it's like I wish as humans we join the side of trying to debunk the current going belief. There's people out there that are, for instance, I was reading Metabunk today, this website that is talking about distant observations. And so, we've been seeing mountains at 160 miles away, and there's pictures of mountains at 200 miles away, that when you do the calculation of the ball Earth, that you shouldn't be able to see them, and they just apply refraction and give whatever. But one of the things I saw from this forum was this guy, he's talking about his own observations, and he says, well, here's the Earth, and here's how much it's supposed to curve, and here's my picture, and it curves. Bingo. So that's the equivalent of me finding a bird that flies with no wings. Okay, this bird just flies with shoulders and his feet. He's just flying around. I find him and I take him to a scientist and say, look at this bird. He doesn't fly with wings. The scientist saying, let me see that bird. Okay, well, here's this bird I have, and he does fly with wings. And I would say, great. I have this bird, and it doesn't. And he would say, nope, well, it doesn't matter what you found. I have a bird that does fly with wings. That's how people protect the globe model. That doesn't matter that there's a bunch of things that don't work. They will find the one thing that proves the globe. You're like, cool. I didn't ever expected there to be no birds that fly without wings. I found a bird that flies without wings. that's more important than the fact that you can find a bird with wings. The fact that there is a bird that flies without wings should make people question everything they know about birds. And so that's what we're saying about the ball Earth, is that there's so many things wrong with it, so many things that we're showing are wrong with it, with distances seen, with curvature tests, with different explanations of things, and yet people will just say, nope, well, this works on the globe Earth, so therefore it's a globe. It's like, okay, great. That should be expected. If the lie is good, well, a lot of the things about the lie are going to work. They're going to explain a lot of things. It's a deception. So it's not like you can just go look up on the internet and find a page that's like, we fooled you. Ha ha ha. Oh, I found this proof here that they fooled us. No, you're not going to find that. It's like the people who go to prove the moon landings, and they go to NASA's site and they basically print off everything from the page and then send it to me and say, here's the proof that we went to the moon. It's like, well, what do you expect? What do you think you're going to get? Did you really think you were going to go there and click on proof of moon landing and there was going to be nothing there? And then you'd be like, oh shit, maybe maybe we didn't go because there's no proof here on their page. Well, no, it's a deception. So people, I don't think enough about the possibility of being fooled when it doesn't make any sense to me that they don't. Because in every facet of life, you are fooled. In every you are lied to. We have Columbus Day in the United States. Columbus Day for when Christopher Columbus discovered America, even though he's never stepped foot in the country, and killed people and chopped off the heads of babies. And that's all corroborated by evidence from other writers at the time. People on his ship. He got jailed in Spain. The guy's a mess. He came over here. He told the natives he was God, and then predicted an eclipse, and they all worshipped him. These are things that we should look at and call him a dirtball. Yet we have a whole day, a holiday for him. And these are the kind of things where people need to wake up and think, well, why do we have? What's going on here? Why are we celebrating this man? We have President's Day, which is like for all the president's birthdays, but we've got Columbus Day. It's like people really need to wake up to everything that we're given is an on-purpose deception. From religion to science to our language. Look at our language, the Son of God and the sun in the sky. There's a reason for that. God spelled backwards is dog. There's a reason for that. You would not come up with that word unless it was by design. You don't name God, the head of all, the creator of everything, any word that's spelled backwards is dog. You don't. And the language was it's not like the language is old. The language was just made. It was, 500 years old. So these things are by design. That's why they are the way they are. People need to, like I said, like a concept. All these words are by design. And so it just seems to me like we're being manipulated and fooled by pretty sinister men. I don't like to call them satanic. I'm not sure. I don't think they believe in Satan. I think that they may on the outskirts look like they do because that makes people feel like, well, if they believe in Satan, then I have to believe in God and Jesus. And again, that's all by design. I think the elite use the Bible for their own good. It says the meek will inherit the earth. I don't see the meek inheriting the earth. It's a pretty good thing to say if you want to be dictators and want to rule people. Tell them that the meek will inherit the earth. Tell them that it's harder for a rich man to get through the eye of a needle than to go. A camel to go through an eye of a needle than a rich man to go to heaven, because then they stay away from money. Well, what does that do? It makes the rich get richer. It makes the poor people feel like they're going to get rewarded in heaven. We don't know that. So I don't know. I talk too much, I know.
That's all right. To be honest, I do enjoy hearing your views. Okay, that I appreciate that you're taking the time to talk to me, and because again, it's a good thing to see other people's view, even if you don't agree with them. So I appreciate that you're taking time with me.
Well, I guess it feels differently. It feels comfortable to at least believe what you say. And that's, growing up religious, I couldn't say that. I might have been able to talk to you about religion, but I would have been apprehensive because I never really felt like I believed it. It was something that was my beliefs because my parents taught me, and I went to church, and I was an altar boy, and I went to Catholic school. And so but I would have struggled talking. So it feels so much better to actually, at least I'm being honest. I tell people, or like a little moniker that Nathan Stolman came up with, but is usually right, always honest. It's like, I can't promise you I'm right about anything. I could be completely wrong, but I can promise you that I'm being honest about my opinions of what they are. And I think that's more than people get from anywhere else. You don't get that when you watch the nightly news, because the people that are talking to you are reading from a script. They've been given a script of what to say. It's not their opinion of the event. They're just reporting the event. A lot of mainstream radio hosts and things like that are told what to say or what to talk about or what they're not allowed to talk about. The one thing I have going for me is that at least when we got our radio show, the first question I asked is, I said, well, before we accepted, is I said, what's the content rules? What are the rules about what I can talk to and what I can talk about, what I can say? He's like, no, you have 100% control. And I'm like, oh, then I'm in. Because I'm not going to be told by anybody, you can't say this, or you're not allowed to talk about this subject. And I know you've got laws in your country, I think, right, about what you can and can't say. Isn't that true or no?
Yes and no. I do remember hearing a story about a reporter who wrote up an article about I think it was 4 people who were claiming they were Aboriginal, and he was saying, look, they're not really Aboriginal. Look, Aboriginal, they don't act Aboriginal. They're not Aboriginal. They shouldn't be getting these government benefits for being Aboriginal.
Mm-hmm.
And he got taken to court for hate speech because of that. And he didn't say anything particularly hateful.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he was just showing his views. Like, I don't think these people are.
Yeah, that's the thing and that's the way the world's going. Like I was talking about earlier, right? That once we let them do that a little bit, it's only going to get worse. And YouTube, I can't really say much about them because at least they're giving me a platform to speak. But I got a strike the other day. And I was just doing a live stream and was just talking about NASA and showing their recent Soyuz craft went up there and connected with the ISS. And I was just saying, this looks fake. Look at this. Look at this. Look at the way this craft moves. To me, it's cut and dry obvious that it's done with models. They don't ever show you the people that are in the craft. There's 3 people in this little spaceship we see flying by. But I said that, and then I got a warning on my screen, or a strike on my screen that says for bullying and hate speech. And, I've listened back to it because I can still listen to the video. Nobody else can. They took it down. But I'm listening to the video, and I'm like, man, I mean, I didn't say anybody's name. I didn't say, like, go get NASA, go hurt them, or go hunt them out. I didn't say anything like that. So to call it, like, bullying or hate speech is like, well, this is what the world's coming to, is that if NASA wants to put fake space missions on TV, if you're not allowed to question it, what is the world going to become? If I'm not allowed to just say, look at this, is this real? Look how fake this looks. Then the world's done. I mean, because it may be true. Maybe I'm wrong, right? Maybe that NASA mission is real. But if you're not allowed to question things because it's considered hate speech, then somebody will surely come along and will surely fool you and will surely take you to the bank. Because
I don't disagree with you there, because you see the same thing with I'm gonna oversimplify something and put 3 people into 3 groups,
okay.
But there's like social justice warrior people who try to, like the overly feminist people who try to, like, give women more rights,
right,
than men, and, like, they ignore the fact that there are some things that society expects men to be like,
right,
and because that's not really equality. Like, we don't treat men and women equally,
right, on purpose.
There are differences in every society, and these people just don't see that. And then there's, like, the other side, which is, the white supremacists and things like that.
Right.
And then there's another group, which is, they call themselves skeptics, right? And they go, okay, you social justice warrior, I don't think you're seeing our point of view. We think that you're giving more rights than I was doing, and we think that you're shutting down the conversation because you're trying to silence, the white supremacists, which they are. They are trying to do that. And it's like, we think you shouldn't do that because that's stopping free speech. Like, right. Even if we don't agree with those white supremacists, we don't think you should do that because that's stopping free speech. And those kind of people, they can also get flagged on YouTube for just saying that.
Right, which is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And it
Like,
sucks
even
'cause
if you don't agree with them, even if you don't agree with either side of that party, either side of that argument, you could see that we shouldn't shut down discourse. Okay, it's
Never.
not something we should do,
The other thing I think
even if you don't agree with the other person.
what has gotten away from people is you have a choice of what you watch. So let's say YouTube was what I would hope it would be, but it's not. And I understand it's their platform, so they can choose what people can and can't say, which is unfortunate, but at the same time, it's their platform. You're choosing. They can't stop my free speech in the front of my house, so I can't really complain about them. But what I do think is possible, or what they should have done, is that if I make a video and I put it on my channel, and people have a choice of whether to watch me or not. That's the thing, is that if somebody doesn't like me saying that NASA's fake, then they don't have to watch my videos. In fact, you can just click block and you'll never see another video of mine. That is how it should be handled, because that's how you really use what supply and demand, right? That if people want to hear me talk, if people want to hear my opinion, then they will come to my channel and they will want to hear more and say, do another video. And that's how we should, weigh people out. It shouldn't be about, this is going against what we want people to talk about. Like feminists, if feminists want to go on their channel and talk all they want about that, that's fine by me, because I believe in free speech. And I think that people should, if you're saying something ridiculous, then people won't watch you. It's kind of unfortunate, because I think that's not really the case in real life. People like to hear people get angry, and crazy people, and they like to hear racism. And I don't know why. I'm not one of those. Like I said, I don't watch any video I don't like. I won't comment on a video. I see so many comments from people who just hate me and hate all my videos. And it's like, I don't think I've ever watched a video and then said, I hate this video. Let me go down to the comments and tell this person a piece of my mind. Because my way of responding to that is by not giving them any more of my time, my energy, my effort, my views. I just don't watch them. And I feel like that would police itself, rather than YouTube giving people strikes and things for speaking their opinions. You can't, it's my opinion. You can't tell me my opinion is right or wrong, because it's my opinion. If I'm saying things, I think there is something to say for if you're making news reports and saying, Trump today dropped a nuclear weapon on so-and-so. Well, I think you've kind of overstepped your free speech a little bit, because you can't make people afraid of something if for a fact it's not true. Now, if you said, I think what Trump did today may be a precursor for a nuclear war, whatever. I don't see that so much as a problem, because you're telling people, again, you should look into it. That's why I say it in every one of my videos. I'm trying to protect myself from somebody ever saying, well, I thought the earth was flat because he said it. It's like, well, then you're an idiot, because I've told you, don't listen to me. I could easily be very wrong. The one thing I'm not wrong about is it's my opinion. And I think people should feel comfortable in voicing their opinion. That's one thing that I noticed real early on, and it may have even propelled me, is I got so many emails from people who said, I've always felt what you're saying. I've always thought NASA was fake, but I couldn't say it. And so thank you for speaking out and giving me a place to go. So I think this is what scares me about getting this strike. Now I can't live stream for 6 months. It scares me, because if there is people out there that really can't say the things that I'm saying, then I feel I am in a position where, okay, well, since I work from home and I don't have a job that somebody can just wreck. I mean, there's a guy, Brian Mullen, I don't know if you know who he is. He's a physics, not physics, he's a engineer. And he had a channel where he was talking flat earth and doing things on whiteboards and things. Well, a bunch of guys called his place of employment when they found out where he worked and issued ethics complaints to the head of the engineering department, and he had to remove his channel and go away, because he would have lost his job and would have lost. Well, that's a problem to me, because you really can start policing the world that way. You can make it so that only the things, if you are an elite group, and this is what I'm always saying, is I'm just putting, you have to look at things sometimes in the worst case scenario. Like, if there is an elite group who wants to enslave humanity, then they would take certain steps. And when you see those steps happening, you should have red flags going up. And the science backers, they don't see it. They don't see that everything that's happening is a stifling of free thought, free speech. And if people are wrong, let them be wrong. They'll learn they're wrong. They'll learn that it's not good to go and make false statements on YouTube videos. That I'm responsible for what happens to me. Meaning, if I get, I'm using my real name. If I get shown that I'm wrong and that the Earth's a ball, I have to live with that my whole life. And it should mean something to people that I'm actually okay with that. That I'm firm enough in my opinion, and I think there's enough good coming from what I'm saying that I think it outweighs the possibility of me having to spend the rest of my life being that guy who spoke for 2 years saying the Earth was flat. But I think when you get strikes for that and get called hate speech, bullying, well, now it's hate speech and bullying if you question scientific entity like NASA. I'm not sure that's the right way the world should go. In fact, I think it absolutely sets you up for charlatans. Yeah, I mean, that's just the way that I think the world's going. And I don't know how to protect that because, somebody said, well, why don't you make your own website where you can put your own videos? Yeah, I will. I can do that. But the good thing about YouTube is it is a place where everybody goes and can watch videos there. And it's nice. You can subscribe and you get all your subscriptions. But if they're going to start dictating the conversation, like now I feel weird. Like now I feel like totally weird. Like on my next video, let's say in 6 months when I can go live again, do I have to be careful about saying something NASA's doing is fake?
Yeah.
That's scary. Because I don't think that's how you get to the truth and I could be wrong, but if I'm wrong, then somebody should make a video showing why I'm wrong, and then people will see that video, and then guess what? People maybe won't watch me anymore because they'll say, hey, this guy was wrong about that. And that's what I think should happen is a self-policing. I was just bringing up a Carl Sagan quote here, which is funny because Carl Sagan is talking about watching out for religious people, and what it now can be read as, to me at least, is he didn't even realize that he could be on the side of the charlatans, because he says one of the saddest lessons of history is this: if we've been bamboozled long enough, we tend to reject any evidence of the bamboozle. We're no longer interested in finding the truth. The bamboozle has captured us. It simply is too painful to acknowledge, even to ourselves, that we've been taken. Once you give a charlatan power over you, you almost never get it back. And I feel like that is such an important quote, but people need to look at it from a position of, if we're being lied to about these scientific understandings, that after we've been fooled long enough, we tend to reject any evidence of that bamboozle. We no longer are interested in finding the truth. I'm not sure people who believe in the ball Earth are interested in the truth because the bamboozle has captured us. It's simply too painful to acknowledge, even to ourselves, that we've been taken. That absolutely looks like what I see from people who believe in the ball Earth, that they have adopted it as their belief of where they live, and they're not willing to even think that they could have been fooled because the story's great. I've watched so many science and space and universe documentaries. My wife and I used to sit there and watch them 5 years ago, 6 years ago, and it is kind of mesmerizing. The idea of endless space and all these planets and all these suns and flying through galaxies and all that stuff is very enticing. And I feel like it's all just that. It's just a story. It's meant to entice you. It's meant to draw you in to this idea. You've got people talking about we should send people to Mars. We need to go colonize Mars. Why? So we can F up that planet? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, look at what we've done here. We still have people that die every day from hunger. And yet we've got an orbiting tin can going around the Earth every 90 minutes. There's a problem there. That until we have everybody here on Earth fed, which can easily be done, people can easily have drinking water, have food, and have clothing and shelter for everybody who lives on Earth, is fully in the realm of possibilities with the amount of money we have and with the resources we have. Yet we put our resources into space travel. We put our resources into stupid things. We pay money to go see a movie with an actor that gets paid millions of dollars to sit there and lie to you. Like, there's so many things wrong with this world that I think we need to take care of first. And after everybody's fed and clothed and everybody's housed and everybody's happy, then if you want to go spend money in your space world, go ahead. But until then, when I hear $53 million a day for NASA, $53 million a day. If I gave you $53 million at once, if I said, here you go, here's $53 million. Think of how much I would expect from you. Think of how much you would have to show me in a year what you did. And then look at NASA. They get that amount a day. And they do nothing. They had this Cassini mission with a bunch of scientists who sent this craft to... It didn't do anything. It didn't benefit humanity in the least bit. There's nothing we learned from Saturn that is going to help us on Earth, yet people back it. people love it. Well, I think it's because the bamboozle has captured them. They love the idea of space. They love the idea of Saturn. Why? It's a gas planet. Gas in a ball with a ring around it, and people are willing to spend billions sending a craft that you can't even see to go there and do what? Go around it? I mean, it's such a joke what people have accepted in this world for being a proper expenditure. I mean, there's homeless people who don't have places to live. It's just so crazy to me that I'm not sure how we get people to see it. And it's because I know you have a different opinion on this, but I think it has a lot to do with science. Science has convinced people that this pursuit of this pursuit of the universe is more important than the people that live next to them, than more important than children getting bad education or not eating properly. Like, you can get to space travel when everything else is good, and we're nowhere near there. We still have wars. We're killing people. I mean, it's like, it's baffling to me.
Sorry?
I said it's baffling to me.
Yeah. It's, although when you look at it, in the whole scheme of things, less people are dying today than 1,000 years ago. Like, we've gotten better. It could still be better, but I think we're still making progress on that front. I'd have to check this, but I'm pretty sure we're spending, well, I say where, I'm pretty sure, again, I haven't checked this, so fact correct me if you want, that the US government's spending more on foreign aid than they are on space travel. Is that correct?
Oh, I'm sure, because space travel is only 0.5%. But I think that, that's a thing that they push, because saying 0.5% or 1 year of spending in military is more than all of NASA combined, it's easy to make people dismiss it like, oh, okay, you're right. But I think when you hear that number 53, that's what you need to think. Is that, okay, that's great that we're spending more on foreign aid, but we're spending $53 million a day. A day on space.
I think this is probably, you probably think that's bad in your opinion because you believe it's all a charade.
Well, if I thought it was completely real, if I thought that all of space travel was real exactly as NASA tells us, $53 million a day, they haven't produced anything. So I still think it's the most ridiculous. What have they done? What have they done to benefit people? Now, I don't know if you know this too, but our taxes pay for them, right? And then they set up around the United States. There's probably, I don't know, 5 or 6 of these space centers where you can go there and look at all the artifacts, but you have to pay like $100 to get in. So you've taken my money and built a theme park with it, and then charged me to go see it. The other thing they do is it's my money that they're hiring all these scientists who are discovering things. Well, when they discover things and they make these patents, you would think they go back to the community, right? Here's a patent. At the end of when the NASA doesn't need that patent anymore, they sell it to the highest bidder. So now my research, my money has given us research. The person has discovered something. They've sold it to a company who then hides that secret and then sells me products for huge markups. Like, the way this world is going is just completely wrong. That's not how you reward people for. I mean, the whole idea of taxes is because none of us can afford a rocket, right? I can't afford a rocket to go to space. Nobody can. But there's enough people in the United States that if we all throw in a few bucks, now there's enough money for rockets. So that should be a community building thing, a collection of all of our money. NASA goes, they build the rocket, they send it up, they show us all what happened. There's no reason in there for secrecy. There's no reason for people tell me all the time, like, well, I don't think we went to the moon, but I think they went in a secret space mission. I'm like, secret? What? I'm not giving my money to people so they can keep secrets from me. And the big difference here is I don't get a choice of whether to donate to NASA. Because you know what? I believe in donations is nobody's business. Like, if you want to have money donated to you, and people are choosing to donate to you, that's not my business. I cannot say, you shouldn't donate to him, he's faking you out. Like, if people are donating money to NASA, by all means, have at it. The problem is NASA gets all of our money taken from us. We don't have a choice. And then they're putting it in school books where we don't get to vote. It's not like we vote on what goes in school books. And they're teaching it to our children. And again, we don't get a vote on whether our children have to show up that day. So They are taking my money. They're telling me lies. They are faking things, and then they're teaching it to my children. To me, that is a huge deal. But even if it were true, everything that they're doing, I would still, number one, have problems with why are they teaching things are facts? Why are they not teaching people that this is our current best understanding? Why are they selling my patents? Why not open those up to open source? Why would you give companies who just have a lot of money? Again, you're rewarding people who have a lot of money with more money. It's like, who has the highest bid on this thing you can hide from people and make more money off of? Oh, I do. I can bid 10 billion on it. Okay. Now I can charge this much and I'll make 20 billion next month. So that's the mentality of the world. And people just go along with it. They still think NASA's doing a good job. Look how great NASA is. And it just seems like to me, then I would have hoped to see, like you said, maybe it's just because you don't believe in NASA. Well, if I did believe in them, I still have a problem with what they're doing. I mean, I don't know if you've heard me say this before, but think of this shuttle, right? We had a total of 6 shuttles and 2 of them crashed or, whatever. So there was 4 shuttles. Okay. The shuttle could take us to and from space. Went to the space station. It would dock with the space station. It would come back. So after a certain period of time, I don't know if it was 2011 or 2012, they sent the last mission and they ended the shuttles. So now we have to pay $86 million a seat to fly to the space station from the Soyuz capsule. Well, excuse me, you had 4 crafts that flew to space and back. It's such a theft of people's money because then they had to ask Congress for more money to give to Russia to fly up on their crafts. It's like, what happened to the money? I mean, people aren't thinking like it's your money. That's my money. My money bought shuttles. So why did you just get rid? Now they're in museums. But they flew to space. So what are you doing? What? There's no way it would have cost. They couldn't have had so much wrong with it that you couldn't have spent that $86 million on repairing it and then send it back to space. They just retired him because it's all a scam. That's what a scam would do. You would not. I mean, where are the shuttles? Why aren't we flying them to space? You had a craft that could fly to space and back, and you just got rid of it. I mean, there's nobody in the world that should not look at that and say, "Wait a second, why would they do that? Like, why would we have no shuttles now?" Well, it's because they have to pay Russia now, and believe me, it's all part of a deal. Russia gets this $86 million. I'm not saying the United States gives them $86 million. For all we know, it's a deal where, hey, we're going to fly up on yours. Here's $20 million. We're going to keep this $66 million. Whatever it is, I don't know. But the fact that we don't question that, the fact that people just go along with it and then still back NASA. It's like NASA is the biggest bunch of idiots. What happened to our shuttle? Why would you get rid of it? Why would you have this tin can in orbit of the Earth for 17 years that's done nothing? It's done nothing. It's discovered nothing. It's proven nothing. They're up there, even when they have videos now, they blow bubbles and they put little water things and show children and they float around and tell people how great space is. That's all it's just a propaganda. It's just a complete and total ruse.
I would need to look into it, but there are benefits from the space station that aren't obvious to day-to-day lives.
You can't think of one example, but you can say that.
I know, it sounds super hypocritical. Again, I would need to look into it.
Well, we can talk again. You can have that for me because I'd love to hear what that is. Because, they grow lettuce up there or something. I mean, they talk about, we're sequencing the genome in space. Well, what the hell would you possibly be doing that for? There's no reason to sequence the genome in space. It just doesn't make any sense. It's not logical. Now, again, this is one of the weird things, is that I'm not saying that if you go looking, you're not going to find things, because that would make no sense, right? That's not a very good deception. If you go looking and say, you know what, they admit they've never done anything. Well, then that would be a ridiculous lie. So I'm sure there'll be something, but I would love to hear what it is, because I would love to follow up on it and figure out, was that discovered in space? I mean, NASA says they invented the microwave. That's actually in their little claim to fame. As if we didn't have NASA, there would never be a microwave. It's like, no, because somebody worked for you. So what? The microwave would have come around 2 years later. I mean, that's not. You can't say, well, I discovered the microwave, and so if it wasn't, well, big deal. Like if somebody would have discovered the microwave, it's not. They say they discovered.
It's a side benefit of spending money on space travel. See, it's
But if we
none
didn't
of the betterments
spend-
we get from space travel are.
But if we didn't spend the money on space travel, somebody would have invented the microwave. It's not
I'm sure in the future somebody probably would have,
right.
and then they would have sold it and made a lot of money. See, with you saying them selling patents, I'm sure they don't. Again, I'd have to check, but
I guarantee. What do you mean?
know,
Sure?
I'm probably making your point for you, but but
I'm looking up right now. I'm just looking up NASA sells patents and to see if there's any. Yeah, I mean, this is NASA.gov. I'm on their website. Yeah, NASA is unveiling new opportunities for startup companies to license patent NASA technology with no upfront payment. Let me see. Is this the thing here? NASA research to develop innovative technologies. Let me see. These are just stories about NASA lands $75,000 in patent auction. Okay, so they actually sell the patents. This one here, California. The market can be cruel, but it doesn't lie. Software development. I hate these little pop-ups. Software development algorithms are worth more than cool nanotechnology, swarming technologies. That's what the National Aeronautics and Space Administration found out this week when it tried to auction 3 lots of its Goddard Space Flight Center software patents at an event run by ICAP Patent Brokerage. The software development patents sold for $75,000 with a starting price of $50,000. Nobody bid on the nanotechnology stuff, and they also steered clear of a bargain basement $30,000 NASA patent that covered a fancy way of reporting a broken smoke detector. The lot of 7 patents that NASA sold cover ways of generating software specifications and even software computer code from spoken words. So I mean, basically, what I mean, this is actual news that they're selling these patents, but my money discovered whatever they've discovered. So that software, I paid for it. So how can you go sell what I paid for to some other company who's going to take that software to make a product to sell to me? I mean, it's just ridiculous to me. It's like, I thought NASA, if they were really about science and making life better for people, then these kind of things would be open source, because that's how you have, when you have open source, that's how you have competition. If you gave out this software to everybody, then everybody out there would have a better product, which would drive down prices. But when you give it out to one company, you drive up prices, because that one company is the only one who has that software, so they can do things in a unique way, which is going to cause prices to rise. Like, I don't see how people don't recognize what's going on here. If NASA cared about people, then you would release everything that discovered, because like, hey, all your money discovered this new thing, so now we release it to everybody can use it, and then all the companies using it would cause prices to go down, because they're all going to make products cheaper, and that's how you have competition. What they're setting up is monopolies. That's just ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, problem is, with the way NASA is set up, when it comes down to it, and it's its own entity, and it has the right to do it. It's not like a government-run agency.
It is government-run.
It's government-funded. This is my understanding. It's government-funded, but when it comes down to it,
the president of the United States picks the head of it. It's not like we have open elections.
They pick the head of it, but when it comes down to it, they can, like, the Congress, again, I haven't looked into this. I haven't looked into NASA that much.
Dare I say that is a mistake? You should definitely look into them, because they seem to ride underneath the radar. But I'm telling you, there's every space agency in the world goes through them. There's nobody who's just getting to go to space and doesn't go through NASA to get their algorithms. And even SpaceX, which people say, oh, SpaceX is private. I've got Elon Musk on video talking to Congress, and he says, we've done all these things for the Air Force, and we've already given them over 30,000 documents and full backroom access to our software to 300 government officials. At that point, anybody who says that they're private, they've given backroom, and it plays into exactly what I say. That I say that the simulations that they run through the computers is what makes people think it's real, because you have all these scientists sitting in front of their computers and say, oh, there's a little blip, and there's this thing says that this level's up. Well, if somebody has access to your computer systems, then they can clearly fabricate the results of rocket launches. They can fabricate the path of satellites because it's all mathematical. And then every once in a while, you throw a little blip in there, right? Like instead of the Cassini satellite responding right on time, have it wait 15 seconds so that the scientist is at his desk thinking, what? Oh, no, did we lose it? And then ding, oh, okay, good. Ooh, that was close. I thought that it got lost. That would be how easy it would be to fool, because those people are not going to question it. You're a scientist. You've built this satellite. You've handed it off to NASA. You see the video of the launch going off. You're like, my satellite's in space now. I'll sit at my computer and watch all this return data. Well, they're not going to question it. They're not going to think to themselves, I wonder if that's really up there. I wonder if this is really the data from... They're not going to question that, because that means they're questioning all the work they did in building it. And question, it's just not... That's why I think it's the worst trick of all that they've ever done to anybody, is to fool them about space. People think satellites are in the sky. People think their phones talk to satellites. And they don't even realize that when you go up in a hill, usually you lose satellite connectivity or your phone goes out. Well, it's like, why? Well, because we use ground-based stations. If we use satellites, they would be better. MH370 got lost. Well, where the hell did that plane go? Well, why don't we have tracking on airplanes from satellites? Oh, well, it's because they don't. There's no satellites there. It's just crazy that...
Okay. If that was true, how does GPS work then?
It's ground-based tracking.
Well, the whole idea of... The whole theory about how... Well, I say theory. The whole idea of how GPS functions relies on the fact that there are satellites in orbit. That's the only way that it could work.
What do you mean?
Okay, so do you know?
Let me show you.
Do you know how GPS works?
Well, I know how it works. I don't know if you're talking about with satellite dishes, or were you talking? I mean, with satellites, or are you talking about just in general?
Just like normal GPS in your car. Like how does that work out where it is on the planet?
Let me. Can you see my screen if I share? Let me see if I. Tell me if you see. You should see a little. Oops. Start. Do you see a little blue blip here? Blue square.
Yep.
Okay, so if you have, let's say you've got three cell towers. Okay, so just ground-based tracking towers, and you've got here. So we got one here, and you've got one here, and you got one here. Okay, and then a person is this orange guy, and he's standing, I don't know, here. Okay, so to get their location, you take 3 radiuses of circles. So if you have, here and this white thing, so then you go, all right, so we have a radius of this circle. Don't do that. And do that. Okay, so then you say, where does this person show up on the blip? So it's like, okay, well, boom, he's at, oops, this should be a circle. And so when he shows up and come on. So when he reaches that radius of the circle, then the thing goes off and, okay, now we know that he's there, right? But you don't know, you just know he's on this line. Because he's a certain distance away from that tower.
Point.
Right. So then you have to send another, let's pretend that's on the line. So then you do another circle from this one. And even that one, when it crosses this guy, will still only tell you he's one of 2 places. Right? I can't really get it down, but from here, okay, well now you know that he's either at here or here. And then you send the third one, and the third one proves where you're at.
Yeah.
Okay, so why do you need satellites for that? So look at what I just described. 3 circles, 3 radiuses, and pinpointing your location on Earth. Is that take less assumptions, or the satellite belief that there's a beam coming from space going through the atmosphere that we have to measure the speed of light to get the answer? Which one do you think takes less assumptions?
Well, for both situations, you'd still need to measure the speed of light. You'd also need to know where each of the stations are.
Why would you need to measure the speed of light?
Because that's how... Okay, so with the signal which comes from the GPS satellites or ground-based stations, I suppose, in your idea, it's for the little GPS computer to know where it is, it needs to know where the signal originated from, what time it originated from, and then there are 2 bits of information it needs. That's all it needs. And then I can work, okay, so it's over there, and it took this long for the signal to get to me. So I must be at least this far away from that station.
Hold on a second. So this is where I think that they've convinced you of something that isn't true. Why would it need to know what time if it knows the distance away from the station? The time is not involved.
The time is how it calculates the distance from the station. Because the satellite they put out the signal they put out has its time encoded into it, and the GPS then goes, okay, so it was that time when that was sent to me, and it's this time at the moment, so it must have taken, however many seconds it takes for that signal to get to them.
Okay, I got you.
So then it compares that to all of the other signals and how long it took them to get to us. Okay, so that took a fraction of a second longer to get to me, so that must be this far away.
Okay.
And then it can triangulate it from that.
Okay.
So what you're saying with ground-based stations, that could work, but it wouldn't work everywhere like GPS does.
Right, well...
I could be in the middle of the ocean, and the GPS would still work. It would say, oh, you're in the middle of the Pacific Ocean.
But it doesn't know that. I mean, have you seen the plane tracking that... I know you're still looking at my screen, but we can go to... If you go to Flight 24, I think it's called, I have a membership here at this Flight Radar live tracking place, and any plane in the... Well, definitely in the southern hemisphere, or hemiplane, depending on what you believe. But, these planes will stay tracking, right? But if you go down here, let's go down here. Okay, so when these planes come up here in a second. So, like, if we watched these planes in the south, which you'll notice that there's no planes really that fly here or here. That's because I think that the Earth's flat, and obviously this is a much wider place than we've been told. But these planes will disappear. In fact, if you go to any kind of a data history and we search, let me do like Santiago, Chile, Santiago, Chile to Auckland, and Santiago, Chile. Okay, no direct flights. Oh, whatever. Santiago to Sydney. There you go. Okay, so one of these planes here, and you go to any of these play buttons, which are flights that happen down here. So we'll just press play, and you'll see here that when these dotted lines mean that they're out of connectivity.
Yep.
Yeah. So you just said if you're in the middle of the ocean that the GPS knows where you're at. Well, it doesn't, because if you... This works off radars, right? I think so.
So this works off radars. So the radar can only detect
200
where the
miles
plane
or
is
something
when it's in range of the radar.
Right.
So the GPS throughout that entire flight would always know where it is, but that's only stored on the plane. Like if you got a flight recorder out of a plane, it would tell you.
Okay, got what you're saying. Okay.
The GPS knows where it is all the time. But because this is going off radars,
right?
It only knows where the planes are when they're in radar range.
So we lost MH370 because it only keeps the GPS data on the plane.
Yes.
So why would that be?
Why would that be? Because
why wouldn't we have that transmit to the ground so we always know where planes are?
Why would you do that?
Because we lost a plane. We lost a plane in the ocean because we don't do that. Wouldn't it be better if every plane transmitted its GPS location to a base computer?
I mean, maybe, but at that point...
Well, I'm not sure you can say maybe about that. I mean, that to me, again, it goes back to, I feel like you are protecting science just because you feel there must be a reason. So just to say, when you should say, absolutely. There's no reason why you shouldn't be transmitting your GPS data to we've lost planes. I'm sure it's not that expensive. They're already transmitting data, include the GPS data. See, those are the questions that I ask that when there's no good answer for them from people, then I go looking further and try and uncover what could possibly be the reasons for these things.
The problem, they can't always submit... Okay, so they could only submit that information if they were in range of a radio tower, right? Otherwise, they'll need to do it through satellites, which would be expensive.
Why is that expensive?
Because it's expensive to get something into orbit.
No, okay, well, there's already satellites up there, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And they're all very busy, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what they say. It just seems like that would be something simple The satellite wouldn't even need to send that information back to Earth if it doesn't need it. Just, I mean, if we don't need it, the plane lands, everything's fine, then it can erase that data. I don't know. Just seems to me like we're making excuses for the fact that, and I'm not saying that there's no GPS, because I think there is GPS like balloons that keep track of things too. You just send it off. They call it satellites. You've seen these balloons that have landed, right? That look like satellites. Have you seen these?
No, I haven't.
Let me see. NASA balloon crashes. Because they just did something else they just didn't tell us. They didn't tell us they were sending up so many balloons every day. They send like 50 balloons up a day because this is what
some
tells
of
us,
NASA's latest space dreams.
But these are what crashes to the ground all the time, and they're like, these are satellites that they've put on balloons that are not actual satellites. People think they're satellites, but they send them up on balloons, and then they just fake it. They just fake the transmission of data. Let me see another one. There's another, let me see, videos. There's one of these people that find it in a field, and then, I don't know if you've heard, there's tons of reports of military guys that say that their job is in a plane. They go out, and when they get a report, like they'll get told, go get this balloon, and they'll have to fly and go capture a balloon before it hits the ground, and they're not allowed to know what it is at all. They just have to put it in the back of here's this one like this. So these things are crashing on Earth, and these things, this is like a satellite. It's transmitting something. They just crash on the Earth. It's obviously fell out of the sky or for whatever reason. And then people just ignore it. They just say, oh, okay, well, that's fine. But it's like, no, but these things come out after the fact. Like, people need to realize that they're being hidden. It's just like all the things that come out from the government. It's not like the government's releasing information. It's something comes out, somebody says something, and then after the fact, then the government says, oh, yeah, we were doing that. Oh, yeah, we were putting these things on balloons, but we've been doing it the whole time, and, it's just a weather tracking system or something. But it should warn people that, like, okay, they're doing things that they're not telling us about, and then once they crash on Earth, then they're telling us, oh, yeah, we had a balloon up there that transmitted this data. But, it's just crazy that people don't question, and it happens a lot. There's... it happens more often than people think. These things, look at it, they're just crashing big old... It's just, I don't know, it's insane to me that... and again, I can understand why you haven't heard of that, because it's the kind of thing that doesn't make the news. Did you hear... I don't know if you know this. Did you know, and these are things... You still see my screen, right? So hopefully, I'm not just making stuff up. But if you look up plankton, okay, plankton, little fishes or whatever that whales eat, plankton on ISS... Okay, so you would think this is crazy, right? They've discovered plankton on the windows on the ISS. Okay, so this is something Russia has admitted, that they're scraping the windows of the ISS, and there's plankton. And then what's the reason? What's the explanation? Space.com. Russian officials claim it's so that they're finding this plankton. They say it went up with the wind. So now we've got wind blowing plankton out of the ocean up to space and landing on the windows of the ISS. And I don't know, things like this to me are like, and it's funny because NASA and Russia are going back and forth arguing about it, because I don't think NASA wanted it released for whatever reason. I don't know why Russia would want it released, but it's still funny that people just don't care. Seaplane found in space living on the surface of the ISS. They were living. So now we got sea plankton that can, it's so funny because they talk about, we might go out and find another creature on Mars. Well, yeah, if plankton can live in I wouldn't be surprised if you find plankton on Mars then, because it's blowing up there in the wind and sticking to the windows. So I'm sure some of it is getting past the windows and going to Mars. So it's crazy. And the other thing I tell people to do all the time.
Well, there's a difference from plankton getting, I don't know whether it was blown up during a storm or whatever, on the ISS. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a small amount of bacterial life or whatever getting into space. There's a difference between getting into space and then actually going from one planet to another.
Yeah, because Van Allen belts, etc. One thing you should do one day, if you haven't looked into NASA, just go NASA Discovers and then go Tools and change the date. Go to Custom Range and just put in random dates. Usually I'll start. The internet came out like 1990, so you can go 1990 to 95. and then just look at the things that NASA discovered, and then from there keep going and changing your date. It's so funny because it's just constantly, and it's the same thing over and over again. Or like if you put NASA grows plants in space. Okay, so they've announced 10 times that they've done it for the first time, and you can just tell by just looking it up. Here's one, growth of potatoes, in space. Then once you've seen that, and you've seen, okay, they've grown plants, then just change the dates. Change the dates to 96 to 2000. And they will, again, they just keep replaying stories, and people don't realize it. People just keep going with it. Here's a plant growth during greenhouse experiment on the Mir orbital. Okay, so now they've grown plants in space, and then change your date again to 2001 to 2005. And again, they will discover for the first time that they're growing plants in space. Are learning how to grow plants in space. Taking food, greenhouses for Mars, and NASA LED grow light report, a space garden. But then just recently, now I'm going to take the date off anytime, and I'm going to say NASA grows lettuce in space. And it'll say, like, for the first time, and you're like, wait, how do people not...
It's some plants are easier to grow in space than others.
Right.
This is the problem they're having, because
yeah, but look at this. It's December 19th.
When there's no gravity to hold all the dirt and stuff together, it'll just fly everywhere. So
I understand that, but this is what I'm saying is that if you look here, this is December 19, 2016. NASA successfully grows lettuce in space. Well, we just saw that was in 1990. So this is a 26-year-old. I'm saying they did it 26 years ago. So why are we now? Huh?
With potatoes.
Yeah, and then we saw, in 1995 it said something else, and it's like, now they grew lettuce in space. And they make it seem like everything is so new, and this is the first, successfully grows. Well, why wouldn't you? They've done it before. Look at this. Take first bites of lettuce in space. Well, they were doing so it's because it's the first bite of lettuce, so now we can do first bite of carrot in space, and then next time it'll be first bite of cauliflower in space. Like, this is not exciting shit. This is not impressive. To me, it's not impressive. It's just...
Well, no, it's not impressive to me either. It's just...
Oh, good.
Good job.
How in the world did astronauts grow lettuce in space? I don't know. Did the whole idea of... And I know what you're saying about it being a societal thing. I do get what you're saying. But I also think it is perpetrated by those in charge of said industry. That, these things are not like NASA's doing this and then somebody's making these... NASA's putting out press releases like it's a big deal. Because they have to. They have to keep people interested in what they're doing because they have to have more money, right? I mean, that's the... Now, I don't know if it'll say... So this does say NASA astronauts take first bites of lettuce. So let's see if they've ever grown lettuce in space. Since it's the first bite, there shouldn't be any time before. So we'll go custom range. Let's go to... we'll go 2000 to 2010. Let's see if there's any other lettuce in space or whatever. NASA growing plants and vegetables in space garden, farming for the future, gardening at home in space, space seeds return to Earth, progressive plant growth is blooming business, greenhouses for Mars, scientists grow meat in the lab. This looks like lettuce in space.
It's lettuce in space. Doesn't mean it's growing necessarily. Wait, is that lettuce?
Yeah, it says Mizuna lettuce growing aboard the International Space Station before being harvested. So, I mean, it's crazy to me that it's like these people are clearly deceptive, at the very least, by making it seem... And the thing is, they know people. And I don't mean to say that people are dumb, but people are very forgetful. Meaning, if you announce that you grew lettuce in space in 2000, you can get away with saying it again in 2010. And people just... because of the way that we just kind of forgot, or it's, okay. But it makes people think NASA keeps doing stuff. Like, they grew lettuce in space. So they could say it in another 10 years, and people won't recognize that it's already happened. And so this, to me, is just like deceptive. Like, it shouldn't be... The only reason they do this is so that they keep getting more money. Because then people, when it comes time to, NASA, well, they're doing stuff. They're growing lettuce in space. I don't know. Everything space to me is becoming a clear hoax. And I mean, you can go to Kickstarter, something I showed before. Kickstarter, and this is what's sad. This is what's starting to happen to people. Is people are starting to realize, you can lie about space. because nobody can go there. Nobody can. Oops, I don't want images. Nobody can go there. So if you just go to Kickstarter and look up space-related Kickstarters, which are people saying, "Hey, this is what we're going to do. Give us money to do this." It's just filled with fraud. And because people love space so much, where's my search bar? Because people love space so much, they don't do anything about it. They don't care. They get over it because it's like, oh well, they tried real hard and this and that. But if you, I think one of them was like Planetary Society. I'm trying to think if it's space or not video games. I mean, that's obviously they can do that. But anything that says that it's going to space or I guess I know like Bill Nye did one for the Planetary Society where they were going to fly some space kite or something. And it's so sad for the people who, maybe I'll do like a satellite. That's what I'll put. I can't do that from Earth. People just lose a bunch of money. And it's like nobody says anything because it's about space. And that just scares me because I know it's going to continue. Look at what Richard Branson has done. Richard Branson is taking $250,000 from people to pre-book flights on the Virgin Galactic. So he's already admitted to taking like 700 people have purchased tickets. Can you imagine if I charged somebody $250,000 for something and I took it from 700 people? So that's what? I don't even know math on that. 700 times 250,000. So he just took from people $175 million. That's a crime. If I did that, I'd be in jail in a day. And this guy gets televised. He gets put on the news to talk about what is Virgin Galactic doing next. Well, you should probably send one craft into space before you take one person's money. That's probably what you should do if you're a legit business. You probably shouldn't glorify the fact that you've taken 700 people's money. You've never sent one craft into space. In fact, he sent 4 crafts up and killed 4 people. I mean, that's the kind of company that needs to be erased quickly and, put out of business, not glorified, because next thing they'll do, they'll test some other craft and it will be all over the news. Richard Branson today tested this craft. It landed from, and people are like, oh yeah, Richard Branson. And it's like, this guy's a thief. It's a con artist. And people just don't see these things. They don't see it. Let me see which ones these are. Okay, CubeSat for disclosure, low Earth orbit satellite. Okay, so these people are going to put up some satellite or whatever. How much money have they made? $10,000. And when was this one? So they've had $10,000 donated. And if you go to like here, you can look at the updates or look at comments. It's always going to be people. Let's see. In the name of science. Okay, so this project is much needed endeavor. So this must be recent. I can't see the date because these people don't seem. Thank you for your donation. Keep up the amazing work. Your innovative team is pushing. But I mean, the thing is, they haven't done anything. I guarantee that. This is such a great idea. So it's just an idea. 9 days, only 321, January 19th. So it's if you just look, and I'm just telling people, never trust me. Go to the site and try and find a space-related Kickstarter that is not a concept that they've taken the money for and nothing ever happened. The Bill Nye one, I felt so bad for those people because I've heard how much they made for the space kite. And Bill Nye just ignored them. Like, this Bill Nye, this is, people trust this guy. And, hello, I did hit enter, didn't I? Bill Nye. Okay, so Bill Nye film, this light sail thing. Light sail, it's supposed to be some kite or something, I don't know. 23,331 backers pledged $1.2 million. And when you go to like the comments, there's 1,700 comments. All these people are pissed because they've not gotten anything. They didn't even give them the things that they're supposed to get. Like, we joined to support the vision of the Planetary Society and all those involved to further space exploration. The gifts of pins and T-shirts and decals and a centimeter of sail are great incentives, but was not our incentive to be a member and part of the society and family. It's just people are pissed, and I feel so bad for them because here's this guy. I received no reply for an email for a month ago telling me my membership would be extended, though I have yet to receive membership info to begin with and other rewards. That was a month ago. No follow-up since. It's just scams. They're just scamming people. This person, I never got my centimeter of sail. This is part of the thing. Donate money to us, and we'll give you a centimeter of the sail. Like, I just feel so bad for people because they love space. And so, and people have learned if you donate $10, if you get $10 donations from somebody and you screw them, guess what? Nobody's going to make a big stink about $10. And when it's about space, that people like the idea of space, they don't. This for 2 years, no centimeter of sail, no membership. Any update for those affected by data corruption? So now they've complained that there's data corruption. So it's always going to be this way. It's like until people wake up and stop believing in these people that are, I hate to say that Bill Nye's a liar or that he's it's funny, an honest liar. That's great. I don't want to say those things because I really do think they're just believers. I really do think Bill Nye just believes in space, and so he's out. But when you see things like that and he won't respond to people, because he's like the head of the Planetary Society who ran this little deal. And I just saw people saying, like, can we get a response? It was like 6 months since they'd had any contact with, they've donated a $1.2 million. And, if somebody donates $5 to me, $10 to me, if I don't respond to them within a couple of days, I'm like, I feel like a dirtbag. Like if I don't send them an email saying, thank you so much, appreciate that. And these guys are getting $1.2 million and go 6 months without all they have to do is come here probably and put announcement, post. Hey, sorry guys, we've been busy with this and this. 6 months, they can't do that. So, I mean, to me, it just seems like everywhere I look, I'm not seeing space being real. I mean, one other thing is I saw, I'll just do a couple ideas. So there's this Axe Apollo commercial spray something, Axe Apollo. Yeah, there's an Apollo Axe deodorant spray or something. But they had a contest, and it was like they had all these people from all over the world. This one launched 22 people into space. So they're going to launch these 22 people, and they had this contest where all these people from all over the world came, and they all won. 22 of them won trips to space. Well, I kept following along, and I could never see that come true. It never happened. They never sent anybody to space. Well, I could never get anybody to email me back that was actually a winner of the thing, but I got one of these writers, and I don't remember if it was this person, one of the person who wrote the story, and they finally called me back, and I said, what happened to this whole thing? They're like, oh, well, the company Lynx kind of went out of business, and I'm like, so that's just it? That's, this company, Lynx, Spaceplane. The winner space travelers will launch aboard a suborbital Lynx spaceplane built by the U.S. company X-Corp, and they just basically said, yeah, they went out of business, they stopped. So it's like all this space stuff is constantly leading people into nothingness. It's never coming true. And at a certain point, aren't we required to stand up and say, hold on a second. Like, can we get one proof of space before we continue to pump money into these companies? I mean, the other one is that Worldview. Worldview, there's somebody new. And I just feel like, man, you are just giving wide open opportunities for theft. And this one here, worldview.space, this company here. So, sometimes you have to break new ground. You have to leave it. Okay, so they're going to send these balloons up with this pod people sit in or whatever. So then you can go here to, let's see, where's overview, team advisors history, Stratolites, Voyager. Okay, so this thing here, the Voyager, I think is the craft, and you can request info. So with reservations building rapidly, bullshit, and flight capacity limited in the early years, customers are advised to secure a flight position now to minimize the wait time. Okay, so they want you to buy a position now. Early bird ticket price of $75,000. Registration fee is $7,500. Non-refundable handling fee included. Excuse me? They've never sent one of these fucking crafts to space. They've never sent one. And they're charging people $75,000 with a $7,500 non-refundable, and people are paying it. It's absolutely insane that people cannot see that. Why would you need to charge me $7,500 non-refundable? For what? Unless you're stealing money. So, I mean, and they don't even have a video. Like, did you send up a mock thing so I can watch your mock video? Did you do anything? No. If you look up this company, I'm trying to think. I thought they had a video on here. Voyager overview. Maybe it's the overview. They have a craft, and the video. Oh, here it is. View the animated experience. Well, thank you very much. I'm not paying for animation. Okay, I don't want to pay my $7,500 when you can't even show me that you can send people up to space. I mean, this is ridiculous. It's an animation. It's like, well, this is what we're going to do. We're going to launch these people up, and you made a movie. What is this? It? Or is this a commercial? Oh, it's a commercial, sorry. I thought it was the video. Is this not? Maybe it doesn't even take you to a video. That would be sad. Should be the worldview thing. Well, that's weird. So they don't even link to the actual video? Hold on, something's got to be wrong here. View the animated experience. Yes. How funny. It doesn't even link you to the video anymore. You can go, but if you go worldview, YouTube. I'm sure they have a YouTube animated experience. What is worldview? Is this it? I don't know. Truth Project? Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't look like this is it. It's supposed to be this craft. I thought the company's name was Worldview. And you know who's in charge of it is Scott. What's the guy's name? Scott Kelly. Or he's like one of the big wigs. You know, a scientist. I mean, an astronaut. Worldview. I thought that was the name of it. Balloon. Oh, it said Voyager. Worldview Voyager. Yeah, this thing here. So, you know, all I would see is before you're going to charge people money, can I see an actual launch? But this is all done. This is CGI. Oops, sorry. And, you know, this is a cartoon. And so they're taking money from people to show a cartoon and tell people they're going to space. And again, if I saw any evidence of these things starting to come to fruition, but I look back and I remember when I was in school that they're talking about flying cars. We would have flying cars. We would have one of the things that's classic. So this thing is just this is not real. This is just fake people inside of a cartoon. So it's just crazy that they're charging people. The other one is Richard Branson. That if you look up Richard Branson and hotels in space, like at a certain point, people need to be called out for lying to people. You know, this guy, Richard Branson, envisions sexy hotels in space. And he's been, now this is 2016, but he's been saying that for 10 years. You know, Virgin Galactic plans space hotels. This is giving people an improper, they've never sent a craft to space. Not once. Yet, it's just like Elon Musk telling people he's going to send people around the moon. He's never put a person in space. He's never put a person in orbit. And yet, people believe that Elon Musk is going to send people around the moon. Like, let's take baby steps, but you know why they don't have to? Just like NASA didn't take baby steps. NASA didn't send a craft in orbit and then send one around the moon with nobody in it and then send a few. No, they just sent people to the moon. Maybe we just send people to the moon. There you go. Nobody dies. Nobody gets hurt. Like, that's how exploration works. I guarantee you a bunch of people died in ships on the way to the New World. They didn't just, like, sail a ship and that went fine. Okay, now we'll just all sail all these ships there and there'll never be a problem. You know, people have to die in exploration. That's what's amazing about it. Well, there's nobody died in space.
That. Look, I'm not going to sit here and defend business practices of.
But do you notice yeah, but that's the thing. But do you notice that nobody's speaking out about it because it's part of this science thing? It's part of, you can't question space. You can't question NASA. So since that's becoming the norm, people are taking advantage of it. And they will continue to do it until people realize that it's worth humanity questioning it. It's so worth it. There's nothing bad that can come of it. If we question it and find out this is a ruse, then we get rid of the people making money off of it and we readjust our ideas of what the world is. Big deal. Or we find out that this is all true and then we shut up flat earthers who are speaking out against it because then they won't speak out against it anymore. It'll be proven as true. There's nothing bad that can come of it. The only bad thing is when people tell you to shut up. Don't talk about it. Don't say that. You know, I'm sure these people are being fine. I'm not going to question business practices. Well, you should question business practices. You should question them.
I've never said I wouldn't question
Sorry,
them.
you wouldn't.
I just said I'm not going to sit here and defend them.
Good. And I would hope you wouldn't. I don't think anybody would. You know, but when you say these things, it goes right over people's head.
Even when it comes to pre-ordering video games, I think that's a bad business practice, and you shouldn't involve yourself in it.
Right. Yeah, no, I totally agree. So anyway, but you said that you were going to... maybe we'll talk again. And if you have, because you said you had some questions about how the flat Earth works. So if you want to, write down 10 or so questions, and then we can talk again. And next time you can do, the talking, or at least ask me about the flat Earth, because I don't mind answering the questions. And I'm also somebody that will say I don't know if I don't know. There's a lot of things I don't know. I'm trying to get people to question what we've been taught. And in that process, prove to me that things, because I have to say, originally when I started this, I think I was going to get the information that was going to prove it to me. And now I'm realizing that those proofs aren't coming.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so you give me a lot to think about. There's just one more thing I wanted to touch on.
Okay.
Because you're saying how you don't believe in evolution. You don't think evolution is a thing which happens.
I'll just say that I don't think it should be taught in schools as fact. That it's a viable idea, So if we taught it as such, as, hey, this is science's best guess of what happened, that would be okay. But no, because you got Lawrence Krauss telling people in one sentence that science isn't about proving anything's true. There is no absolute truths in science. The very next sentence saying evolution is a fact. There's no ifs, ands, or discussions about it. That's a problem, because there is no evidence of it as far as like speciation, at least in my opinion, that should be, that would necessitate calling it a fact. I mean, I just feel like things that we're going to teach people are facts should be facts, not ideas. I shouldn't have...
Well, then there's a question of where's the line between fact and theory?
Well, but
where do you draw it?
Well, isn't science's main point, didn't we have come up with, that science is not about saying what's fact? So they probably should never say that word, because they should teach people the right way, which is, hey, this is our best guess, and hey, it is corruptible. Hey, humans are in charge of these experiments, so you should always doubt them. Like, that's a real way to teach children. Like, we've taught children instead that science is this otherworldly thing, and that they do peer review, and so they're so great and everything's right. And whether people want to admit it or not, that is how it's coming out of schools in people's minds. That's their beliefs. That's what these children are coming out thinking, because I know I did. You know, it's kind of like you realize it slowly with time. Okay, well, there are people there, but it's still like you really have to think. I mean, do you know that there's not a complete skeleton of any dinosaur ever found? I mean, things like that are crazy for me to hear, and then you go look them up and you find out that's a fact, that they've never found a complete dinosaur skeleton of any dinosaur. And I'm not saying that it means that dinosaurs are fake or that they're this or that. What I'm saying is that they give a wrong impression when they teach children about dinosaurs and they show them these skeletons in museums and things. People think like, oh, those skeletons are real. Those skeletons are actual bones, and they're not. They maybe found a leg and an arm, and then they constructed a cast iron model. And you're like, well, these aren't real. There's just so many things that science has gone forward and kind of themselves come to the conclusion that they must be right about. And, well, these dinosaurs must have looked like this. I mean, I just heard a story recently that they had to erase 1/3 of the total dinosaur species because they realized that the dinosaurs that they thought were different species were just younger versions of the other dinosaurs.
Yeah, I did hear about this, actually.
Yeah, that's like funny. It's just
because see, the problem is we don't have any genetic material of dinosaurs, which makes
and that's a big point, right?
Separating them species-wise difficult, because we don't know how drastically they can change over a period of a dinosaur's life.
Right, and that's what I wish it was just taught correctly, because it's taught like it's an exact science. But I mean, if we had two dogs, and one was a Chihuahua and one was a Great Dane, let's say, and they both died in 2017, and 1,000 years from now, dogs are extinct, and scientists find these two dogs, would they think they were different species? What are they going to do? Are they going to think that, well, really, they're the same species? What if one's just a puppy? What if it's a puppy Great Dane and the other one's an adult Great Dane? That you cannot make determinations from fossils and bones like people think that they can. They can make great assumptions. They can make great correlations, but none of that is truth. It's not, you can't say things are true. They talk about like, and the one thing I don't like when they talk about, there's no transitional fossils. It's like, well, every fossil is transitional, if there were such thing, right? I mean,
yeah.
But because they find this skull and this skull, and they say, well, these are two different skulls. Well, what about all the skulls in between those? That there is no cut and dry species anyway, other than, I guess, that if you can't procreate with another species, but they are basing that off time periods that are impossible to detect, meaning how do we know we could even procreate with a person from 2000 BC? We don't know that. Maybe we couldn't even procreate with them. Well, then that would be, by science's dictate, a new species. So these are the kind of things where they're incorrectly teaching people as if these things are cut and dry. Like, we know the species. We were Australopithecus, and then we became Neanderthal, and they've got all these different distinguishing characteristics, but they're not evidence of anything. You can't prove anything from even a fossil. You can't even prove I guess you can prove that it lived, the animal. Could you prove that it could procreate? No. Can you prove anything about it? I mean, what can you prove from a fossil? And they make it seem like they've proven all these things. It's just like dating methods. I mean, I've actually seen them date lava that came out of a volcano, came down and hardened, and then they dated it, and it came back at 30 million years old. And so that is evidence enough for me to say, okay, I'm not going to believe in dating anymore. Because if that's the kind of mistake you can make, that it's because it just cooled or whatever reason, it just came back at 30 million years, then why would we trust anything that they're dating? Because it's just a story. It fits their idea of the world. It's their paradigm. It's their worldview. But it's a religion because you're not allowed to go against it, and because they need it. They need evolution to be real. They need evolution to be on a time period. Can you imagine if somebody discovered something that would, it's like Richard Dawkins says, the biggest blow to evolution would be finding an animal that didn't fit in the geologic time frame. It's already been found. They've already found dinosaur bones, 20,000 years old. So what would it be? He's basically saying it will never happen, because if people can find it, but you're not allowed to bring it to the attention, I don't know. It's just crazy to me that people, I just wish the world saw science for what it was and its benefits and its goods and celebrated those. But it looks to me, and I know you feel differently, you think it's a society thing. I think science pushes that on purpose. They push it as if they're always right. And if they're not right, well, it's because they found a new emerging truth, and so now they're right. It's like, no, that's not, teach people the downfall of science. I mean, I don't know if you've seen, there's a recent story that some computer program, some guy just to mess around, had a computer make up a bunch of scientific papers. And he sent them all in, and like out of the 375 were accepted. They're complete and total nonsense. The computer made up things just by combining words, and they got accepted in scientific journals. I mean, things like that. And the guy did it to prove a point. Like what we think is happening behind the closed doors of science is not happening. It's not, because they're just men. They're just men. And whoever's in charge of reviewing the journals obviously looked at the papers and saw a bunch of fancy words and checked it off. Like, that's not okay. And it is okay, because every industry has fraud. Every industry. That's what I'm trying to point out, is that science is not impervious to corruption. And for some reason, they're teaching it as if they is. Neil deGrasse talking about my rival scientist, and he tries to challenge me, and he's talking about a fictional entity of science that doesn't, it's not real. So why not teach, if you're all about truth and you're all about evidence and you're all about proof and you're scientific, then you need to teach people the truth about science. Not that it's this perfect, look at the Copernicus, right? They always talk about Copernicus. He was, or Galileo, these guys were house arrested because they were speaking out against well, then why are you saying not to listen to people? Now they say, somebody says the earth's flat, don't listen to them. Ignore those idiots. Well, do you not realize you're doing the exact same thing that you're saying was so impressive about Galileo, that he stepped away from the church and spoke out about it? Well, then what's different about now? Now, because you feel you have the truth, like, how do these people not see what they're doing? I don't know. It drives me crazy. As you can tell, I get passionate about it. But I just...
Yeah, that's fine.
I just think that things could be better.
Look, honestly, I don't see any harm in what you're doing. Like, even if I don't think it's true. Like, when it comes down to it, you believing the world is flat isn't going to affect me. It isn't going to affect anyone around you, really. It's only going to affect your worldview and the worldview of people you spread it to. Like, it doesn't really... It's not harming anyone, if you know what I mean. Like,
right. I mean,
believing evolution isn't real, or there isn't enough evidence for evolution to be confirmed is... Like, there's nothing... I can't...
So let me challenge you here, because if you think evolution's real, right? You think evolution happened?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So if I asked you then, from your knowledge of evolution, to explain to me how one species goes to another, which should be the basic understanding of evolution. If that's, we all came from one thing and we branched out into new species. So explain to me how one species can go to another. And I'll just say, like, because where I get lost is if you have, let's say humanity right now was going to evolve into a new species. Okay. So right. I'm not sure if it would mean that during one of our lifetimes we would become a new species, or at birth, or because they say it's over a long period of time.
Well, then there needs to be, if you became a new species, there needs to be a female near you that also is a new species that you can procreate with, and then you can have this new species continue. But then your baby needs to also be with a new, another person to have another baby. So where is the?
It's
Yeah, explain that for me.
Okay. So the idea of evolution is it's an extremely slow process. Like it requires history to be billions of years
Exactly. Okay.
time for it to make any sense. Because so every animal has DNA, right?
Okay.
And the DNA comes encoded with how the cells are going to build your body, right?
Okay.
And every now and again, maybe some stray chemical or some radiation or something hits a bit of that DNA, breaks it, right? And then the cell will go, oh, that's broken, and then it'll come and try to fix it. Now, most of the time, it'll fix it and put the correct DNA sequence back in. But every now and again, it'll go by and it'll put the wrong sequence in. And then that different sequence will then get passed to their offspring. And if that change helps that creature in some way, then creatures without that change will be more likely to die. So just through probability of the creatures with this change in their system having that change, they're slightly more likely to survive. That will the what it used to be without that change will slowly die out. So over millions and billions of years, there'll be small changes everywhere in different ways, and that'll slowly change that species in subtle ways. Like on a human timescale, it would be unnoticeable.
Right.
But over an extremely long period of time, that species will look different from what it used to be billions of years ago, because it's because of these small changes, which makes it slightly better at living in its environment. And if that environment it lives in slowly changes, that also forces that change in the species as well. And when you have two species split off, it's because that usually happens when they're split off by some kind of environmental thing, like a mountain range or something, where maybe a handful got across, but then they don't really reproduce with each other. So the little defects that start becoming prevalent in one area might not become prevalent in the other, and they'll have some other kind of changes in their DNA which change them in different ways, and so then they will become, over a period of millions, billions of years, they will become different species because of these small little changes that, to you and I, will barely change anything. Will slowly change how that species is.
Okay, so you're describing billions of years and like that. But if the dinosaurs died 67 million years ago, and anything that was of normal size mammal, so you think in 67 million years though humans evolved from like hamster size animals? So it's not really billions of years; it's in less than 100 million years.
So I say billions of years. At first, it would have been billions of years when there was just
right.
bacteria.
I'm just saying that this is where I think that they describe it in a way that's fantastical, because there's also ants. So you've seen an ant before. What's going on with the ants' life? Are they evolving? Did they ever evolve? Has there been ants since life began, or is this a new thing? What did it come from? Why?
Well, okay, so bugs don't really fossilize, so there's no evidence of bugs unless they were like particularly large bugs. There's no evidence of them existing that long ago, if you know what I mean.
Right, but no animal comes in. You don't believe in spontaneous, generation. So,
it's not like a couple of animals breed. Oh, look, new species. But no, that's not how it works. It's more.
No, I'm saying
it's more subtle.
So what would happen with ants? Are we to believe that they don't have changes, or why are they on the evolutionary path? Are they growing? Are they doing anything?
Well, yes. Yeah, well, they would have to be. Like,
okay, but they all
even,
came from the beginning, right? They couldn't have emerged from a monkey. That's not okay. So where did ants come from? They would have to be from the very beginning. In which case they're not evolving. Well, because if the animal is branching off and so an ant is very tiny, and I'm assuming it's got a very basic chromosomal structure. I don't know. It could be extremely intense. I don't know. But what I'm saying is that the whole story of the way they teach evolution is like these branching off animals. Well, if there's a little tiny ant, then I'm assuming that must have been way at the beginning. He couldn't have come from a more complex life form. He didn't come from, a small squirrel or something. So that would mean that ants were from the very beginning, yet they're not evolving.
I think you're underestimating the complexity of an ant.
I'm sure I am. I think they even communicate telepathically. But I'm saying that why are they not evolving? So some animals decide to get bigger and stronger, and other animals remain the most susceptible animal that there is?
It's not a choice. It's not like they choose, I'm going to evolve. That's not how it works. It's what's another example I can give? It's like the
because giraffes. There were no giraffes with short necks, right?
There would have been creatures before giraffes which had shorter necks, and then later on, there will have a change in the gene sequence which made it so they grew longer necks, and then those ones with longer necks were able to, get to the higher trees, which allowed them to eat more food, which then made them more likely to survive than the ones with the shorter necks. And so over a period of time, eventually we have giraffes with long necks.
Do you see that that's not... Okay, you're describing something that is on a short term, meaning I need to get food, so my neck's going to grow. No, that's not how animals work. You can't grow your neck because you need to get to tall food. So this is where I'm saying you are... The idea of evolution that they're teaching is not true. There is no... Animals need to get high food so that they get longer necks. That would take generations. It wouldn't help them. If I can't get to the food today, I can't get to the food today. So there's no, I need to get to the higher food so I survive because my neck keeps growing. That's ridiculous. That'd be like saying humans would evolve to have longer arms if we needed them to reach something. Well, no, if we can't reach something, we can't reach it. Then our arms are not going to grow. My offspring is not going to have longer arms because I can't reach it. It just doesn't work that way.
No, it doesn't. Okay, so this isn't, it's not...
So explain to me how giraffes, go back to giraffes.
It's a random change in their gene sequence, right? Like, it doesn't get encoded properly.
But growing a longer neck is not a random change. You said it's to get food, higher food. This is what I'm saying. You can't, if it's random, then it's random.
I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
It's, So these random changes to the gene sequence, like some of them will help the creature, some of them will hinder the creature. The ones which hinder them tend to get bred out because the negative ones, they die before they reproduce. But the ones that help them survive, there's a bias towards them because they're less likely to die because they have some kind of biological advantage.
Right, and that's where I'm saying that the idea of a giraffe's neck is not part of that. There is no giraffes with a 1-inch shorter neck died, but the ones with a 1-inch longer neck lived. They'd just pull down the tree a little further, or they'd go eat something else. These are the kind of stories that are told in evolution that they're not actual truths. It's not the way evolution works. You cannot have one animal that's got and it wouldn't even be an inch. If you're talking about in a lifetime or in a couple generations, you're talking about a half inch. So now these animals are going to continue on and grow and get longer necks because these other animals, they can't eat the leaves. What are you talking about? It's a 1/4 inch. It's like, if I just got any closer, I'd be able to grab that leaf. I mean, it's just giraffes are giraffes. They've had long necks since they were here. I mean, there's no half giraffe skeleton that we've ever found that has a half neck. So I mean, it's like not. It's a story. It's not real. Ants are ants. They've been ants from the beginning. They'll never be anything else. Will they adapt? Sure. You have fire ants, right? You've got big ants. You've got lots of different types of ants that adapt to their location, but that's not speciation. That's not evolution. I mean, just like people have adapted. People can live in hot climates, cold climates. My wife, for instance, she needs a lot of sun because she's Filipino. So those people who are from mid-latitudes, they need more sun than, say, white people who were from northern latitudes. Those are just adaptations. It will never be because she survives better in the sun that she would become a new species because I can't survive in the sun or whatever. It's just adaptation is what all of it is. And in fact, they've shown that time and time again that animals adapt. Fantastic. That's crazy. It's impressive. And if you put two animals, like let's say there's a lemur monkey and whatever, they go on the side of a hill. Yeah, over time, that one animal may change because it's no longer like its brother that stayed on the other side of the mountain. But then they say, oh, well, eventually those two animals can't reproduce. But that's not a provable thing because are you taking those two monkeys and putting them together? How do you know that an animal can't reproduce? Like I said, how do you know I can't reproduce with a 2,000-year-old human? Maybe I could, maybe I couldn't. Regardless, to then teach that process as some sort of scientific fact is incorrect. We don't know. So a lot of things science should say, we don't know. We don't know. But they don't say that. They say evolution is a fact. That there's no ifs, ands, or buts. But you're able to just make comments on it that don't work. They don't. The idea of a giraffe's neck doesn't work. The ideas of dogs and wolves and what happens with them, they're not becoming new species. They're the same species, right? A dog and a wolf, I think, is the same species. So, and there's some dogs that can't procreate with other dogs. I don't know if could a Great Dane reproduce with a mini pincher? I don't know. I don't know what the distinguishing things are because I've never put those dogs together, but I don't think science has either. I don't think science has trapped dogs, and if they didn't have sex, that doesn't mean it's a fact. Just because maybe the poodle doesn't like the Great Dane, maybe their anatomy doesn't quite work together. But I don't think it's okay to then say, well, these two animals are new species now because they don't have sex. And I'm not saying science does say that. I'm just saying these kind of examples tell me there's a problem there because they do say, well, these animals couldn't reproduce. That's what makes a new species. How do you know that? You just told me that it takes...
That's not the best way to define a species, though.
What would you say?
Well, it's... This is like the biggest debate in the scientific community when it comes to evolution. It's where do you draw the line between one species from another? Mm-hmm. Like frogs. There are thousands and thousands of species of frogs. I'm sure a lot of them could breed with each other. So where do you draw the line?
Right, because we don't know.
Do you just branch frogs into one big, this is one species, it's called frog. There you go.
Right.
And then there's different subsections of that species. Like it's impossible to draw the line where one species starts and another one ends.
Well, that's almost the best, what you just said there is probably the best I've heard. Why don't they describe it that way? That'd be great to just say, hey, every animal started from the same animal and there is no... we all emerged from the same animal and we became what we are, whatever. Just describe it like that then. Because when you start talking about species and speciation and there's no species that's ever changed into another species, it's because there's no way to even differentiate what a species is. So if there's no way, but science goes around saying that there is, and we've got this species and this turned into a new species and back in time, or, that dinosaurs were around 67 million years ago. And then after that, they got wiped out. Then what, like a mole rat must have become a human eventually, or whatever animal. It's just, that's not where humans came from. It's like really clear, like there will be no animal that learns to talk. It's not going to happen. It's not a part of evolution. Monkeys are not going to learn to talk to each other with voice box. Doesn't matter if it's 100 billion years. That's not how things work. Now, if you believe in evolution, like they teach it, then you would have to believe that within 67 million years for sure, that chimpanzees and apes will be able to build jet aircraft, build ticketing systems and airports, and then fly each other around the world. That you would have to believe that, because why? How could you not?
Why would you have to believe that, though?
Because we came from something so much simpler, right? I mean, we must have come from, there's nothing that survived, they say, when the dinosaurs got wiped out, bigger than, let's say, a squirrel.
Well, yeah, the idea is we come from, like, the great apes or whatever.
But what about before that?
Before that, it would have been a kind of monkey, and then before that, it would have been some other mammal. I don't know.
Okay, so if in 67 million years we are doing what we're doing today, then why would you not believe in 67 million years that an animal similar to the size that we started at today would be doing what we're doing? I don't understand.
The main reason is because we're here. We're kind of like,
So if we came from great apes, then why are the great apes still here? If they die off, they just haven't, because we've been here obviously a long time, 10,000 years, 5,000 years, whatever. I know they say.
Well, the idea is like humans or something looking very similar to humans evolved around Africa or somewhere between Africa and Europe, that kind of area. And we expanded from there. So if there were apes around the world in different areas that weren't breeding with the apes in that area, they wouldn't have the same traits.
Okay.
So they wouldn't get those traits because they're separated from each other. Because that's where deviation comes in. It's when one part of the population is split off from the other. And
that's adaptation, yes. I mean,
and they adapt to each of the different things, right?
Right.
The different environments.
The Eskimos adapted
and eventually
to the cold
they get
weather.
so different that you probably wouldn't call them the same species. They probably still breed with each other, but they don't because they're blocked by this environmental barrier.
But there would be no way to prove whether it was possible to breed or not. And if they breeded, would that be an automatic new species? Let's say Eskimos go up
it's like a mule. A mix between a donkey and a horse. Like you can breed a donkey and a horse, and it makes a mule.
Right.
That mule can't breed. But
it's a lame.
It's called a mule. It's a different species, but
right.
It can't breed. So is it a new species?
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, if an Eskimo lives up in the north for hundreds of thousands of years, whatever, and then they can still have a baby with a person that's not an Eskimo, then their baby would be lame too. I don't know. And is that a new species? I don't know. I mean, the whole thing is that I think it should be taught as a question and leave children the opportunity to think outside the box, think of other ways. But when it's taught as an absolute fact, when there's so many holes, and I mean, I've played before on my channel, Richard Dawkins, somebody asks him, hey, I can understand the transition between apes and humans, but I can't understand the transition from a bacteria to an ape. Can you please explain it? And he takes 4 or 5 minutes and sounds like a complete fool, because what he's saying, he doesn't even know. He's just saying, well, there was these bacteria, and then there was groups of bacteria, and then those bacteria became something like a small sea anemone, and then they wanted to get out of the water, so they grew legs, and then they became reptile-like creatures that walked on all fours, and then they wanted to reach up to the trees, so they became monkeys, and then here comes us. And that was his serious explanation for evolution. This is an evolutionary biologist.
The problem with that is it's a question asked to somebody who's tried. You're trying to get somebody to generalize just billions of years of evolution.
But it's not billions of years if we're talking about
this is extremely simplified, and that's why it comes up as kind of ridiculous, because like you're missing the that's not the word I'm looking for. It's you're ignoring the amount of time which has been spent there.
And you're just leading to my whole thing that I was saying, is that they need that time. So once science has said evolution is a fact, then there can be no discovery that changes our timeline. This is what the problem with science is that they back themselves into numerous corners, just like gravity. Gravity has to be true, because if it's not, then there's a chance we're not a ball, that there is no explanation for the Earth being a sphere. So when they go out to the galaxies and they see that gravity is not responsible for, or is not enough to move the galaxies as they're being moved, science is handicapped. Science can't say, oh, maybe gravity's wrong, because then we don't live on a ball. So all of a sudden, you get inventions like dark matter and dark energy. And this is the problem with science. The reason they have to do that is because they're dogmatic, because it's a religion. If they were scientific, they would go back to the drawing board and say possibly gravity isn't right. But because they like the idea of gravity and they've built an entire mental world around it, or entire galaxies around it, they can't ever get rid of it. So they're completely wrecking the pursuit of truth.
Well, I disagree with that, because with dark matter and dark energy, these are things which are okay. So there is something which is holding these universes together, which in theory shouldn't be able to hold together. So there must be some other force here, some other thing which is creating this. Because on our solar system level, this is how it works, and all of the light we can predict. The orbits of the planets using these, but when we try to apply it to this universe, it doesn't work. So there must be some other force there doing that. So that, okay, we'll call that extra gravity dark matter. And then, they looked at, so the universe is expanding. It's like, okay, so what's making the universe expand?
And you think that's the best way to get to truth? We're not sure.
We'll call it dark energy. Like, they're not saying, dark energy is real. They're saying, okay, there's something we're calling dark energy, which is forcing this expansion. They're not saying we know what it is. We're not saying we've been able to see it. It's just this concept of eventually we'll work it out. Because we don't know. They don't know. They never said they did. It's the same with evolution. I've never heard evolution be called anything but a theory. I've only heard it being called a theory. Now, whether in your school system they teach it as fact, I don't know. But whenever I've been in a class about evolution, they'll say, okay, so this is the theory of evolution, and this is how it works. And they describe how the theory, okay? So they don't say, okay, this is evolution. They never say, okay, this is evolution. This is how it works. There you go. Except for life. No, they say, okay, this is the theory of how evolution works.
Right, but have you ever tried to get somebody to admit that it's a theory? What do they say? They say, oh, well, in everyday usage, theory refers to a hunch or speculation. When people say I have a theory about why something happened, then they're talking about drawing a conclusion with just some inconclusive evidence. But the scientific definition of theory means that it refers to a comprehensive explanation of something supported by the vast amount of scientific evidence. That's what they will do. So, okay, you can say that, but their idea of theory is not the same as mine. Yeah, it sounds great. Evolution is a theory. Okay, but science doesn't believe that. Science says, when we say theory, we mean all the evidence supports it. So, I mean, it's kind of weird for you to say that, it was described as a theory. Well, yeah, but how do they describe theories? They certainly don't describe it like, I've got a theory about how life was here, and I'm going to postulate on a couple things.
How can I say this? It's a theory which is widely accepted, which is why it's taught in schools. It happens over such a grand time scale that we can't see it unless you find a TARDIS and go back and forth through time. So, look, we can see evolution because we're going back and forth and we can see the enemy changing. No,
right.
We don't have a TARDIS. We can't go and see it. Same with the dinosaurs. We can't go back in time and say, hey, look, it's a dinosaur. We can see how it acts. We can see, how it's similar to animals in our time. Like, no, everything about dinosaurs is speculation except their bone structure, right?
Well, that's good that you at least describe that, because I think that's missing from a lot of people who believe in science, and I think it's because a lot of them found science after religion.
Yes. Okay. I can understand why you wouldn't like that. It's the same with the Big Bang. I've never heard... It's always the Big Bang theory. Okay? It's nobody's saying that the Big Bang definitely happened. It's a theory. It's a widely accepted theory, but it's still just a theory. And anyone who says that the Big Bang definitely happened is deluding themselves.
Well, let me just say this. The way you describe science, I can't even argue with you, because that's fine. I don't have a problem with it. The thing is that I think you're a little naive about what mainstream science says. Like, I mean, if you, I mean, I'm sure I could find you in no time a Lawrence Krauss quote of telling that the Big Bang is a fact, which should be a problem. That, the guy is, he's not even a scientist to me. He's a bad philosopher. I mean, he's just terrible. I mean, he's just terrible. And I think it's the reason I feel that is because he constantly says things that contradict the very idea of science. Then he refers to Richard Feynman all the time. And Richard Feynman was a great scientist. Richard Feynman did say things correctly, that if, go to work every day and try to prove your theories wrong and try and prove what the current beliefs are is wrong. And it doesn't matter how pretty a theory is or whatever. If it doesn't meet the evidence of experiment, then it's false. And those things, okay, so if gravity doesn't meet the experiments that we're doing in the galaxy, then it's false. But they didn't do that. They've changed the rules of science. Now, like you said, if something matches, well, it matches in this case, so we'll keep it, and we'll just apply something as an unknown to the... Well, if that was possible, then imagine how differently the world would operate. If we had ideas about how something worked, and then something else didn't really work that way, and we said, well, okay, now we'll apply an unknown to that, but we'll still keep the old paradigm, that the world would be a disaster. That you need to erase bad information and bad science. And if gravity is bad science, which, just read the Wikipedia for it, is the worst Wikipedia article that there is, because it basically, you could replace the word gravity with God and the whole sentence would make sense, because they've given it, rather than just admit, hey, we don't know what gravity is, it's like they just make up all kinds of... This one here, I'll read this part to you. This is from the Wikipedia, right out of Gravity, because it says that gravity is the weakest of the four fundamental forces of physics, approximately 10 to the 38 times weaker than the strong force, 10 to the 36 times weaker than electromagnetic force, 10 to the 29th times weaker than the weak force. As a consequence, it has no significant influence at the level of subatomic particles. Okay, so now gravity doesn't affect small things. In contrast, it is the dominant force at the macroscopic scale, and it is the cause of the formation, shape, trajectory, orbit of astronomical bodies. It gives the Earth its shape and the other planets, causes the Earth and other planets to orbit the Sun. It also causes the Moon to orbit the Earth, causes the formation of tides, the formation and evolution of the solar system, stars and galaxies. It's just, they're just giving it all reign, and yet it has no equal and opposite. What is the opposite force? What can block it? How can it be interrupted? So they don't even have the right idea. And I understand it's a great. Newton did a great job, right? I think Newton did a fantastic thing in coming up with a way that explained it. It allowed us to discover some things. Okay, then you move forward from there. And when you find out that it's no longer the case, that those things, that's why we got rid of Newton's idea of gravity, right? Is because Einstein came around. Well, I think they really did it to save the ball Earth. I mean, that's how desperate they've got now, that they cannot go back on their fundamentals. They can't check their foundations, which is what you should always do. And science, just when somebody discovers something and calls it a fact, it gets put on their shelf as fact, and then other scientists come along and base new things off the book of facts. Well, at no time are people going back and challenging the foundations. And science, I think, will protect those foundations. I think because they know that if they ever admitted, like, oh, shit, we were all wrong about this, that would be such a huge blow. And it's I don't want to say it's their own fault, but they've convinced the world of where they live in this galactic galaxy with endless space, and it goes in every direction. It cannot be proven wrong, because if you said, well, I think Saturn's only half the size, then they would say, oh, well, we can't predict the size of it then. Everything else is wrong in the galaxy. It's like, well, you've created a mathematical explanation for what we see. Who are we to, how can we argue that? How can I prove that Mars is not just a red dot in the sky? Who's the second-hand person? Who can verify Mars? And that's a problem to me. No, there's nobody who can verify it. So you have no choice but to believe what people tell you. And it wouldn't make any sense as a deception if their math didn't work. I mean, the math has to work on the things that the size that they say they are, right? I mean, it can't not work. So, but yet we're told that these great mathematicians like Copernicus, he had the sun at 3 million miles away. So how does that work? How do you if he's a mathematician, wasn't he smart enough to realize that the math didn't work? To me, it just seems like a complete and total fabrication. I mean, I don't think Copernicus wrote that book. I don't think, people don't write books and leave them on their deathbed. Like, I wrote this book and I'm dying now, so here's my book, release it to the world. That's a story. People tell stories about things like that, but that doesn't happen in reality. There's nobody's, I'm afraid.
People exaggerate everything.
Right. Well, but science does a really good job at it. I mean, the whole Newton thing and the apple and it's like, it's pushed so hard on people as if, it was so challenged by the church and Copernicus released this on his deathbed. Oh, come on. I mean, doesn't it make more sense that somebody wrote it under his name after he was dead? I mean, I don't know. It's just, to me, it's just, these things are crazy. It's the story of science and finding things. It's all fabrication. I mean, it's just, it is. Look at Einstein. I mean, the guy basically stole the idea of relativity, and his wife wrote it. I mean, it's just crazy. It's just, to me, I just don't see how. I mean, I understand that you have the belief, and I'm not trying to change your mind, but just let's look at the ocean. Okay, so water lies flat. So where do you find the idea of water curving around like a ball applicable in your life? That would be my question to you.
When you say applicable in my life, how do you mean? Like, how is it relevant, or?
Have you ever seen it?
Ever seen it? Well, the only real way you'd see it is if you, again, went to space and had a look.
Okay, so again,
that's the only real way to or at least get high enough to see the curvature of the planet. That's the only real way to see the water curving around the planet. And as I said before, it's very expensive to launch something into space.
But if we use water levels and we use spirit levels and we use Egyptian water levels and even geodetic surveying is planar survey, they say they use the earth as flat, and geodetic surveying, they say up to 150 miles they call it flat, which is ridiculous because at 150 miles the curvature is like 3 miles. So we're pretending that places with 3 miles of curvature drop are flat. That's right out of their book. But there is no evidence that should. I guess I just struggle with it because the thing is I was you 5 years ago, so I always have to remind myself that I believed it too. But really, when you get down to it, if what you're saying is true, you just said that we can only see when we get away from the planet, and yet there is no pictures of the Earth admitted by NASA. There's no photos. They're all composites because they say the satellites they fly so close, they get these little strips. Yet they never turn around a satellite from Cassini and turn around and take a look at it. Even the one from Discover is admitted a 3-picture composite. So
there are some geostationary satellites which take whole pictures of the planet.
Like which one?
I don't know it by name.
Oh,
but sorry. But I know there's
like the Himawari or one of those.
I honestly don't remember what it's called, but it would take a photo every time the sun was behind it, so it'd get the full picture. It wouldn't be a crescent or anything. It would just be the entire planet.
Yeah, because I know they have the Himawari, I think, which they. But I mean, if you look at those pictures, I mean, have you ever really looked at the pictures of Earth? I mean, really, really looked at them, and I don't mean just glanced at it or you see it. I mean, if you look at the pictures of Earth, I don't know how anybody could say that is a picture of the Earth. That it completely is a drawing. It's not real. I mean, and I struggle with people that can't see that. This is a little GIF here. I'll just put it in the chat for you. Can we? Yeah, I can chat to you. Can I? Where did I put the box? Okay. So this little picture here, it's just like a little GIF. But I mean, if you look, oops, hopefully that takes you there. Yeah. If you just look at stuff like that, I mean, that to me, people have shown me pictures like this and said this is proof that the Earth is round. And I mean, I'm like, I can't even talk to that person anymore because I can look at that and I can see that that's not the Earth taken from space. It's a depiction. It's a rendition. It's a I mean, and I don't know what page it took you to. If it took you to the Google results, you can look at all the pictures of Earth. They're all different colors. Sometimes there's no clouds. It's just simply not reality. And this is why I struggle with, I can understand why people accept the ball because, yeah, the story makes sense and everything. But when you really get down to it, it's missing things that should be present, like 24/7 video cameras from the ISS or from the moon. And then when you really look at it, and you just said, like, well, we would never be able to see the curve, or we would never be able to see water curve. Okay, so you just admitted that water lies level and flat, and that we can't see that it curves because it's out of our view. So isn't that a sign that we should look into it further? Because if there was anything somebody was going to lie to you about, it would be something right outside of your sight. Right, you can't quite see that far. We'll tell you what's going on. We're going to tell you that the Earth's a ball. And NASA goes up in 1958 and says, oh, well, let's fly to the moon and let's take a picture of the ball Earth. But they've never gone back. And it just gets to the point where you start to get to, you should come to the conclusion that some of these things need to be questioned before we buy into them 100%. And I'm just telling you from my experience and a lot of people that I've talked to, if you go into this with an open mind, there's no way you can come out and believe in the Earth as a ball. That it's just a pretend story. I don't know why they told us a pretend story. I don't know what their ultimate goal is, if they did it to be sinister, if they are just trying to make up for being wrong. I can't tell you that. But I can tell you that there's no ball Earth. There's no vastness of space. We're not flying through stars. We're not going around the sun. Those things are, I mean, think about that. The sun is supposed to be stationary in our sky, and we're spinning around. I mean, everybody on Earth would admit, they go watch a sunset, not once did they think to themselves, I'm falling backwards right now. I'm spinning backwards, and the sun is disappearing because the horizon's rising up. No, it's clear that the sun is setting, that the sun is moving in the sky away from you. It's just crazy to me that and again, I was one of you. I believed it too. But I just don't think people have ever been given the opportunity to open their minds that there might be something else that's true. Because I never did. 32 years of my life. Every sunset I saw, I never thought about anything other than what I was taught. It just made sense to me. But when I really started looking into it and opening my mind to the ideas, then it kind of rains down like, wait a second. Like, where's the evidence of these things that I just accepted? It's fine if they're true. You know, if I found out that it's true, then that's great, because then I proved to myself I was taught the right things. But there's just no proof. The water bending in an ocean is ridiculous. It's